finds himself, doesn't realize it, and somehow Ian misses that shot. Not often do you see that happening, but gives Skirt a chance. Now only a 1v1, but this teleport, big mistake! Don't think that's where he wanted to go, but nonetheless, let's Skirt get that 1-on-3.
With Undercolor pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards Market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on Pistol. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all.
You have one player detained. I think it was Violet. I'm not too sure. I might be entirely wrong, but you are going to see a bunch of crossfire happening here as Fox and Jay are going to find 3 kills. Another flawless round by AGX. DKim is not letting it go down easy. This round now a 2 versus 1. We've seen DKim pull out these rounds in the 2v1 situation. Gonna rush him, is going to look for it, is going to find it in a 4-piece coming out. Oh my goodness.
Does not. It'll be so bad for Ben. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be Vet gone. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi, they take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top.
This could be absolutely everything. Gun out, needs to have it, and ships to the night. What is happening? Gonna get 2, and the spray down's good. He finally turns for the 3rd, and he first secures it as well. That is absolutely amazing.
Hello and welcome everyone once again to another week of Pit of Valor. It's not week number 96, not 97, but it's now week number 98 we are moving into for our weekly session of Wednesday Night Valorant. Joining tonight is going to be myself, Mick, as you know, and maybe Love. I don't know, that's up the description, but otherwise on the other side I got myself, Mr. Infernosis. I know you hop in every here and there. I'm happy to have you back on the desk. How you feel, my man?
Well, we missed due to some nice vacation time. We missed a couple, maybe a week or so there here for Pit of Valor, but we are still nearing triple digits, right? We're nearing 100. Really excited for that, and I'm excited to be here to be a part of making history here with GLG and Pit of Valor and community gaming as a whole. Dallas, we've got ourselves two teams. They're the first on the chopping block. We've jumped through a couple of them to make sure we can get them ready. It's 3VN versus ENA for first and foremost.
Yeah, I mean, these two squads haven't really seen too much on them, but I mean, overall, just knowing that obviously we're in the round of 64. If you don't know how these Pit of Valors go, it goes by 6 games a week. It's best of ones all the way through until the very end, even then on the grand finals, with for a prize pool of $250 up for grabs. It was $350, but we got that kind of joke down. But even then, if you want to sponsor us, let us know on the socials, and we can get that hooked up almost immediately. But as it stands for this week, $250 is what we're given, is what we're dishing out. And even then, we're also dishing out this first game, as you've already mentioned. And we can't really talk about the teams too much because these are free entry tournaments. But one thing we do have to go by is already the map of Ascent, which is something obviously everybody knows and loves, something we're typically used to seeing. But even then, more so, we already have the agent selections laid out for us. So that's a nice little bonus thrown on there for that we can discuss a little more.
Well, more importantly, when you're talking about the map of Ascent and the ban phase that came through, ENA gets their first pick to take off 2. They took Fracture and Bind. None too shocking to remove Fracture off the board. A lot of teams still are not comfortable. Pearl, not shocking whatsoever to see not get played by 3VN. Breeze and Icebox. They don't want to take us to the standard choice of Icebox, but Ascent is very standard. And while technically these agents are not accurate as of right now, as they'll have to wait for them to lock it in for us to completely be sure, we know for a fact that the more majority-wise we're going to see is going to be something standard like a KO to bring out, to have those suppressing, to have that intel gathered. Selva's really strong with the shock darts and the recon bolts over the tops. Lots of great lineups, as well as being able to use that Odin as your main player to spray through that puppy wall. And of course, being able to bring out whatever duelist you want, typically a Jet with that quick use of being able to tailwind towards the side on A on the attack. But a lot of teams also opt for the double duelist and bring out Reyna because the Leer allows for them to have a little bit of a safer entry and to support that first duelist's primary dash.
Yeah, and typically in these free-to-play tournaments, I mean, we're obviously in the round of 64, so we're not expecting the highest tier gameplay. We're not expecting these teams to know all the compositions, all the lineups in the world, and feel as if they're out here competing for a spot in VCT qualifiers. I mean, we're expecting them just kind of have come out here for some scrims, have some fun, or at least show what they have to dish out. And Ascent, I feel, is that gentleman's agreement map that a lot of times, a lot of teams just kind of ban everything else because they're a little bit too scared that a team may know another map a little bit better than they may, or even then they just haven't, as you said, when it comes around to the likes of Pearl, practice it enough or really gotten themselves settled down that map enough. So it's already a nice little comfort pick come out for map 1, and we're expecting to see somewhat of an even matchup across the board unless there's just a huge rank discrepancy. But talking about those agent selections and kind of a little note to add there now, the new patch has released, and one thing that we've seen kind of becoming an addition now, not only Fade, which is already looking to be brought out possibly by Fear here, but maybe a Phoenix as well. He's felt substantially better ever since that patch was released, where his flashes last a little bit longer. His ultimate now gives him back his armor once he dies the first time around. And even then, his wall also allows him to get that gun back up quicker if he decides to cancel it early, which, I mean, not very many Phoenixes use the entirety of it. Doesn't seem like we're going to see too much of him, at least in this matchup so far, but it brings a little bit of hope for the rest of the night, possibly.
Yeah, fairly excited for this one. Fear has, in fact, locked in the Fade, so I know you're very excited about that one. Any chance for you to talk about Fade is a good time for Dallas, but we'll go ahead and take a look at our defending side first. Null's going to bring out that Jet. We will see the Omen. The transition off of Astra has been successful for a lot of teams. We can see on the opposing side, Grok will be bringing out the Astra. That's still not too shocking. She's still quite strong. The nerfs maybe did too much, but some players still feel confident in that playstyle. You do have that Reyna, that double duelist composition coming from the defensive side. Dylan will be bringing it out first. Chachi is going to bring out the Sky, and yes, we'll bring out that Chamber. And while we do see Zella teasing the Chamber on the opposing side, they have not locked it in just yet, and there it goes finally. So we will have to deal with the Tour de Force on Tour de Force, or as you like to call it, the Tour de Force here on Ascent first and foremost.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, already I'm liking the composition from both squads. We're expecting a little bit of a default here from both teams, and we see somewhat of a diversity when it comes around to the Fade and the Sky being a switch up there, and the double duelist for that side of all, but already, one thing I'm looking at is going to be the controller difference. A lot of teams and a lot of people like to go ahead and grace over those players, but I like to see the kind of impact they have in the game. Sometimes that now with Astra, she's kind of come back into relevance here. I mean, recently, she's kind of looked a lot better. Teams have said, okay, maybe at least for some maps, she could still have viability. And Ascent has definitely been one of those maps, considering that, it's, as I mentioned, is the comfort pick for a lot of squads. So we get to see her be played relatively, I'd say, I mean, pretty often, quite honestly. But considering that, we also have to see the Omen competition, how that lines up, because a lot of players now, we're seeing them go for these one-ways or looking to stick the smoke in the wall more times than not than actually just straight up on the ground for a team to push into. Trying to plan that defensively, making sure they can have those holds. So I want to see whether or not that can have the actual impact that we're expecting and whether or not we can see these teams really prepare for this matchup so they can get themselves an easy first one out of the way.
Honestly, feels like the simplicity of the controller can assist some teams and also be a negative factor to some teams. Astra's extremely strong, having the ability to whirlpool a player in. It makes it so they can't retreat as much. The CC effect is quite strong, and Omen doesn't necessarily have that, but the paranoia and the faster teleports that were added recently, or quite a few patches ago at this point, makes Omen a very solid choice, and teams will just pick it for the simplicity factor. But we'll note here already, defensively, is trying to get a little bit aggressive. We can see that Dylan is rushing towards the attacker spawn, has worked their way through A main. Fear's in a really rough spot. We'll go ahead and try to force them away, and Dylan will retreat over towards that catwalk in mid. And you'll note that the side of 3VN are rushing towards being already inside that mid main, looking to entry towards side. But yes, has something to say about it. The Headhunter good for one, but Zella has one of their own.
And even then, an even exchange already from these Chambers to be expected getting those first bloods. I mean, Chambers' role is essentially fulfilling that and getting it exactly for both sides. But still, a lot of utility and a very slow push from what we saw on this B side, but it's still working out for the side of 3VN very successfully. I mean, they had a lot of time lingering towards panels, and even then they made the push through. I mean, you had the entirety of the team of Enna already set up, but now they're just looking for a little bit of a struggle bus, so they're trying to get themselves back on site. But one other boy has at least somewhat of a competition with a double kill, making it at least a 2v2.
One of the boys now good for 2, make it 3, but they locked their head off. Zella's playing from within market. Great job to play now for the 1v1. Chachi's on the diffuser, going for the spike. They'll get it halfway, at least ensuring they can hop back to it later. Zella's looking to step downstairs, 14 HP, and Chachi can pop right through the Radiant crate and deal with the player at hand. They'll get the defuse down, and the defense will win. Ina take round 1.
And that's a huge respect around there. I mean, already getting the damage off, everybody doing their respective jobs, and even then more so getting the damage down, as I mentioned already. And that's how much of an importance it has for that first round, that even if you don't find that kill, if you're not running something like a Ghost or a Sheriff or a Frenzy, trying to look for those full kills, you need to get as much damage down as possible. And even then, in that 1v1 situation, you feel that effect. You feel it all the way to the end, saying, okay, well, now I don't have the exact health I need to really match myself up in this fight. Or maybe then I don't have enough to really, or the util that I'm going to have to invest to kind of compensate for this lack of health. There's a lot of considerations you really have to bring into effect here, but already a little bit of a push towards the B side. A default once again coming out from 3VN, and they're looking for some effect towards the middle and right there in Sabrosa, but they seem just to be locking themselves up, quite honestly, which, I mean, isn't really punishing too much.
Kind of in a rough spot as well. They're already lose 1, putting us down to the 4v5. They're still trying to play patient within mid. I think this is a smart decision. They're playing over towards B link, looking to maybe catch a player stepping out once again towards that pumpy side. But I don't think Dylan's going to overextend too much. Once they realize there's more than one player, which they have just swung to realize, they'll step back towards tree and more fight for that garden side. But with that space that's created with that fear, 3VN's going to look to start to entry forward. But Yez still has control over a bottom mid. Going and rotating out of market, trying to find one, does succeed. Dior, they'll take one of their own, but Grokkendier falls to no Spectre, and that's now a triple kill. Yes, really the only player left to handle in that position to maybe swing to Zella, but I mean, at this point, you're looking at a 3v1, and Ina had no right really to swing this one so handily in their favor after they lost that first pick. They just capped off 3v1 every single chance they had.
Yeah, I mean, still only having 3 players alive there towards the end, you're expecting to have somewhat of a flawless. Make sure you have as much kind of guns to stack up in this round as possible. But you got to consider that we did see one of the members not really buy in that last round. Geese didn't really get anything to work with, so you're not expecting too much here. But still, a lot of money in hand. Probably saving for that operator in the next round, which I'm seeing hopefully could come into full effect with the rest of these buys coming through. But still, nothing with Spectres to work with, as we're expecting 3VN to buy themselves out, get some rifles to be working with, and a full set of utility. This should be the round they're expected to win. But whether or not the utility set up, or whether or not there could be too much of an inhibitor on that from the side of Enna, is still up to debate. Whether or not we see these smokes come to full effect. As you can see, they're already kind of go ahead and creating somewhat of a stall towards the middle of the map, knowing that presence has been there so consistent towards that first round, that honestly, with the first 4 rounds I consider being the feeler rounds, that this is going to be somewhat of a common denominator we're going to see out of the likes of 3VN on so many different paces. They're going to go for that middle control. They're going to fight for it, but it seems that they never really carry through with it. They find themselves rotating to another site, either through a main, or they haven't really pushed onto this A side at all either in such a successful regard. So we're going to see what effect they can do now they're hitting B with these guns, and nobody's really died just yet. So this should be a bloodbath.
Losing one early has kind of been the downfall of 3V, and especially when they're looking towards that B side. Dior there will find the first kill onto one of the boy playing over towards stairs. They'll even find a second. That's Grok now to Chachi. That is a 2-player advantage netted for 3V, and something they have been struggling to gain so far. And maybe we start to see Ina take things a little bit slower. All 3 working from the same angle. This could be their downfall, coming from defensive spawn. Quick use of the tailwind over towards Switch, but Dior deals with that, still handling themselves back of B main. Quick toss here of the paint shell as well. It should find the kill. Does not seem to matter. Brock will take 1, make it 2, make it 3 in that round, finishing off onto Yes, and 3VN will find a flawless round 3 to give themselves a W.
Yeah, that's a massive start for them, considering, I mean, all the utility that was set up. I mean, even more of the stall they found there towards the beginning. But I mean, a full force on the site, all through A main, not even really looking for too much contention, or B main, excuse me. I mean, they found themselves around and in a very dominant manner. That's what you're looking for. You're expecting your third round to look like that. Even any guns that carried over, you're saying, okay, well, sure, it's great. You saved that, but even then, almost, is it worth it at the end of the day? You didn't die in that round. You didn't gain that bonus money, and that's something that a lot of people don't really consider. Is honestly, you're expecting to make that effect. You're trying to get that compensation, really get that trade-off. But speaking of trade-offs, we're not seeing too many bloods, or at least too much damage being traded off just yet. A lot of utility here to go ahead and get us going, but still not too much of a move just yet. The spike looks like it seemingly is going towards that A site, but anything could definitely happen, considering Fear's looking for somewhat of an engage onto this B site with that double hold that's going down in main.
Honestly, like what 3V have been bringing to the table, having the camera means you can toss the knife out and gather the information off that suppress, and having the fade also means that your Prowler can also tag and give you information that a player is there when it starts to latch on to its target. That's a lot of poking information, but beyond that, it doesn't really feel like they have anything to act off of it. They don't have a very swift duelist. They don't have the speed to step forward. They're going to have to rely on Nightmare when that comes online for their fade. It just feels like 3V are struggling on that impactful push, and they're really trying to play a little too slow for comfort. Ina have done a good job so far in round 1 and round 2. Now make that round 4 of dealing with the pushes when they come. Dylan's double swinging that B main from the defensive side with one other boy. They'll take 2 to the wayside. One of the boys looking to continue to re-swing that, but Null on the flank from within courtyard is able to find one more. Now just 2 players surviving for 3VN. Grok is trying to maybe watch the flank, seeing if a player is going towards that link side, but Fire Striker's gonna have to fight this next fight all by themselves, and they're not a duelist. They're your KO. Swinging out from the smoke. Grok does find 2, but you've only got 13 seconds left. Red time is guaranteed. Grok needs to make their way to the objective, blinded by Chachi, and Chachi will finish the job.
And that's a good round coming out from Minna. I mean, all things considered, it was a very slow round the side of 3DM for getting themselves on the site. And as you mentioned, it comes down to the impact, that level of speed that your attacking side is providing. And honestly, sure, and you could provide and really rely on Fear and that Nightmare to come into full effect to say, okay, with this a free push on a site, but there's only so much they can do. You still have to back it up. You still have to make sure you're right in the gear shift, that you have a player that's going ahead and putting the pedal to the metal, and that's what your Raze typically does. And that we don't see too much Raze when it comes around to Ascent because of how efficient her blast packs are and kind of clearing ground and making sure she can get that aggressive push, especially on open areas, and being almost a little bit of a skeet shot where you have to kind of shoot in the air and you're a little bit discombobulated for a second. But that's why Jet is more of a popular pick on this map. And even then, the Reyna, both of them, which are being brought out from Enda thus far, and it's starting to have its effect. But speaking of effect, the first blood definitely means a lot more, and we can see 3D getting that with Grok in the middle, and with the Closet Divide available as well. So this Boombot's going to get some coverage towards Tree, not get the intel that's really necessary that you want. So that's a perfect opportunity for Chachi to win this 1v2, especially considering the Guiding Lights are going out in full force.
That's what gets rid of the Empress in that first frag, which means the retake potential of Ina has been crippled quite effectively. They do still have from the shadows, maybe to get a long con flank. You can see one of the boys still holding out and lingering towards B. Smart decision, because 3VN have been pretty diverse in their actual executions. We said it was a little indecisive previously, where they would tease towards B and then just rotate all at once, which didn't make that much sense. And they paid the price accordingly, but with the return in round 3, maybe that was their chance for success. Prowler sent over towards Y. Null's in a rough spot, forced to use the tailwind and both of their cloud bursts. Now do not have any escape ability, trapped over by Switch. Cosmic Divide as well, having been popped by 3VN. All 5 players dashing out from Tree, and there goes Yes with the collateral, finding Grok and Fear on the opposing end.
Yeah, that's a big collateral already coming out, something that you didn't really bargain for or even look for, but heck, it swung in your right direction and made sure to come out and have that effect. But still, a 1v3 situation is very, very difficult to come out from, and one other boy is not going to have the effect to even get one onto the board and find that pick. But I mean, considering that you win the round, 3 also gets that plant down towards the end, right there on the last second. Even then, I mean, if we're talking about seconds, that round seemed to go very, very late. We saw that push. It came down to the last 14 seconds, and they had their engage. They had their idea and their execution planned out right from the first second with that initiative towards the A side. Just took a while to get there because they seem to be held up in mid for a pretty long time considering. But already, I'm liking the game plan for both teams. We're keeping it even. We're looking pretty good across the board, but Enna don't have the best buys in their hands right now. So this is seemingly looking like it could be a tie game unless Yes just absolutely goes off with his 30 force and can avoid these suppressions in full extent. And I may have just cursed it, but just wait a couple seconds. You'll get it back.
Yeah, it's not too big of a worry. Maybe they start to push that if you're 3v in, but they're not going to. They're going to go ahead and retreat back, not tease towards that top mid again. They have left one player to linger there, though swinging it at this point when you know that the tour de force is in play, or at least can guesstimate it at this point. It's just not the wisest decision to work from. They have retreated away Riley from that B side, or sorry, Dylan from that B side, and have placed them, or sorry, from bottom mid, they've placed them over towards B. One of the boys going to rotate over towards A, knowing that they no longer have from the shadows. They should head over towards a site that's a little bit more impactful for that player to transition around with those shrouded steps. But note what we're seeing right now from 3VN. They're looking towards B main. Only one player lagging behind, currently in attacker spot. That means 4 barreled inside, and there goes the Nightmare looking to dash forward. A bit of intel gained by Dylan. They can start to take a step back. There is no money to work with. They don't have the right weapons to fight back, and 3VN are showing their prowess here by dominating the site and taking full control over without losing a single man.
Yeah, and also I'm a little surprised we haven't seen too much blood go down just yet. I mean, considering Yez has that 20 force, looking for a little bit of impact out of it and couldn't find it, which is a little bit saddening to say, knowing that your Bladestorm is going to be what you're relying on, and that's just not the case anymore. Noel gets towed down almost immediately, and it's even exchanges across the board so far until you finally see 3VN come out on top once more, and Zella is looking to have that full effect, trying to go for what could be a theoretical ace on the board right now, which, I mean, with full guns to play with, this could be a possibility, but it's only a 4K at its name, and Fear following up, finding that last one. So a little bit of a buddy ace on her hands, but I mean, 3 characters alive towards the end there. Definitely did their damage in that round, but I don't feel they really had the retake they were considering. Noel getting shut down almost immediately. Yes, not having that initial pick that they were trying to find, playing a little bit more aggressive towards the site maybe, and letting that trademark rely on the intel towards the middle of the map. But still, there's a lot of adjustments to be made. It's only 3-3 as the game stands. You still got 6 rounds available to you, and either side can get the lead here coming soon.
Interesting to try to go for this sort of buy. It's sort of scrambling. They do have the operator, but Noel's looking at half armor and is only using a shoddy in hand. You have one player bringing out essentially a tank, the full barrel force of that operator, and one player that's essentially crippled, does not have much to their hand. Maybe Dior can try to fight that one first. Quick use of the boost pack, trying to dash towards that side, and there it goes. Great execution. They'll find Noel. Looking to the back of sight. Chachi's the one next on the end of their barrel. And looks like Dior's going to also continue to step up, maybe towards that catwalk side. One of the boy over towards Tree. It's now a 3v5 as Ina have fallen short of being able to defend this A objective. Now with the spike down, 3VN can start to transition to a little bit more of a defensive position. One other boy good for one, Dylan good for another, but Zella caps off the Omen on the opposing side of Ina, trying to fight towards Hell. Dylan does a great job to send the Leer out, putting Fear on the back burner. Dylan now trying to maybe humble up the chamber in the opposing side, but they do manage to escape. Zella's looking for maybe a repeat of that last round, trying to hold on strong. Both Grok and Zella looking to work from the Arch's side. Missed opportunity by Yes, though, and that may be the end of it all, because you've lost your teammate. Grok made quick work of them. That's another quick use of the whirlwind on the actual spike. Yes has no great way to push this one, as 2 players are looking to barrel down on them the second there's a chance for it, and Grok will do that on the retreat. Execution kill. 3VN will find themselves another round.
Yeah, no great way to engage there, nor no easy way to get out as well. I mean, no rendezvous set up towards spawn. You have no avenue to get out in case things go south. And yes, every single time they get that opportunity, they try to invest in the operator, try to get that gun and really get an impact out of it. But we just haven't seen it yet. Already sitting at 5-5, not really the impact on the board you're considering in these first bloods that we're expecting these chambers to get. not really coming into full force, but Zella has definitely held that torch pretty strong and burned pretty bright with it as well. So considering the rest of the team is kind of playing around with that aspect as well, making sure to really flush things out. It's looking good for them so far, but still 3-4. I mean, the score really isn't the biggest tell of the game so far because there's a lot of potential, considering even though Dylan could find the kills in that last run off the Empress, but can get even more possibly just without it in this one.
Now, we always like to joke that Chamber is a secondary duelist, and in this situation, 3VN are now crippled, having only one left, you could say. Raze on the board, and we have seen Dior pop off with those boost packs over towards that A site, but Null's now looking the opposing direction, sitting on short stack on this right side, instead of holding over by switch like we saw last round. Doing a much better job to try and take the damage early to 3VN, and I think that ultimately will be their strategy for the rest of this map. If they let 3VN play slow and play smart, they find themselves getting cut off because the information gathering and that prodding I mentioned earlier with the kit that 3VN are bringing to the table is a lot to try to counteract, and that's a lot of damage potential when they actually engage towards site. Chachi sends out a guiding light. Null gives their position away, however, have now forced to step away. Cloud bursts down. There's also a quick use of the cosmic smoke, but we're trying to see if they can step out. It's failing so far.
Wow.
And yes, gets a blind fire through the smoke as well. A round recovery by Ina, and they'll tie us up 4-4.
And even more so, like, retaliation with a little bit of vengeance kind of triggering it, loading it as well with the flawless to back it up. So, I mean, no money having to be invested here besides the armor and the utility invest in the meantime. But considering that you're cheaping yourself out 2,900 is a very good investment, considering Yez is always looking for a little bit of extra cash to be funneling into that operator. That's still not getting an effect just yet, but still found a kill in that last round with something else. So probably a little bit of a confidence booster for the squad of this defending side, and maybe they can find themselves a little more impact over the course of this game. But I gotta say, I mean, the way they've been playing this, honestly, 3V, and they had so much potential. Honestly, as you mentioned, the Chamber being that secondary duelist, there it already comes out. I mean, Zella grabbing that initial pick once again with the Torty Force, trying to find that push up the map, knowing the team doesn't have the best economy to really play off of with that last round not going in their favor, but I mean, there's still plenty of potential, and even then more so for the defending side with Dylan on this flank.
Still trying to play smart while the boy will be capped in the back, but they do find Grok before falling short of that recovery. A 2v3, and 3VN now have control over towards site. They've pressed switch. Dylan looking to step over towards market. Look at Ina now finally recovering from the fact that they had pushed 3 last time they tried to retake this B site from the defensive spawn. Now looking to have a pincer, and it works out for 1, tying us out for the 2v2. Dior's hiding in the back of Boathouse, trying to play safe. Fire Strikers all the way over towards B main. They're going to play for the last minute rotate over. Quick use now, Showstopper, and Dior catches Chachi lacking, finding the last 2 targets, and that will give themselves another round win in a decisive factor. Forced to use the Showstopper, but what a great show it was.
I mean, forced, I would say just more a perfect opportunity. You're expected a 1v2, and you know you're in the worst situation, so you at least guarantee to trade no matter what happens. You're not weaving and bobbing back and forth there towards Boathouse, stuck almost like a caged animal. You make sure to bite back before you really get an opportunity to get poked there. So, I mean, a great little answer on the board there for the likes of 3VM, once again getting themselves a lead, but we're exchanging blows back and forth, and those first 2 initial rounds for Inna has really stepped up, becoming clutch so far, really keeping this game as even as possible. But with missed shots like that and missed opportunities you mentioned earlier, you can't have these more so from your Chambers, considering both of them lined up, both of them missed one. Not the best warm-up for your attacker, but then again, honestly, looking at Zilla so far, he doesn't really need it. The one that does need it is going to be Dylan, looking to get really aggressive towards A main, can find one, and the second one as well, so that's a lot of value already on the board, considering you got 3 players trying to push into this A site, and the calls are coming out as well.
Yes, still looking to use the sniper to their advantage, working from within guarding. Quick swing and a peek by Dior, and the operator does find its intended target. And 3VN are now another man down. 2 players left standing, Dallas. They have a lot of work they need to do, and they're both hiding back all the way at top mid. How do we cover from this position? Well, you start to look towards the site. Right now, they're still wanting to go towards A, but they bled 2 targets already in that direction, and a third back towards their own spawn. They weren't even allowed the ability to escape from the dire straits they were put in. Ina have put the work early in this round to force 3VN to now to make decisions with a lack of manpower in the last 30 seconds. Fire Striker working from walkway, their only teammate still within courtyard trying to decide where they want to head to, and this is a wrong decision. Ina have all 3 players that they have, bar 1 of Chachi, on this A site. Yes is still defending towards Garden. Great job by Fear to find the kill, but one of the boy and Null are still there. Caught lacking. Ina find the round win, and they'll tie us back out.
And even did a very good exchange there and a good read from the side of it as well. I mean, you saw the hold, saw the way they were kind of pushing themselves across the map. You had a player holding catwalk. You had the trademark right there towards the middle, keeping your chamber alive, knowing that intel is still going to have a factor in this game. And then you have your Sky, solo holding B. I mean, everybody had their calls there. The comms felt good, I'm sure, at least on their side, to know that what's going on here, we kind of have everything covered. We have no concern for where they may be coming from, but it just comes down to trade potential. If we lose that 50-50 and they go B, well, you know, if we just play for the retake and we still have the man advantage. But as it stands so far, that's not a concern. Even then, what is a bigger concern is shutting down this duelist, because already the boom bot coming out, the pressure towards B side is coming into full effect, but it's going to be in a little bit of a halt towards May.
Missed opportunities for the early shots. Now they're going to go ahead and send out to the Nightmare, trying to force the side of Ina back off that B objective. Chachi's trapped in back of Boathouse, and 3v are looking to dash quickly as that effect is still marked onto its target. Dior will deal the dirty work with the shotgun in hand. That now gives them a man advantage. So you can look at what Ina are doing. They're working from the flank, nose all the way back towards B main. They have a great opportunity to fire a striker. They'll deal the dirty work. Yes, swings with the headhunter. Can't find the target in the opposing end. The one or the boy is still good for a target. The refrag back to Zella, but Fear is still on site. Holding inside B main is Grok. They only have a frenzy, but it's good. The headshots connect and no faults. Now putting them at least breakneck even at the end of this half as we head to the last round.
Yeah, that's all it has to come down to here, whether or not Ina can really step things up and get themselves around, and considering they don't have the money to really pull that out, you're going to be relying on a lot more than just their guns in this round to really get themselves together and scrap up a 6-6 half. So I'm considering 7-5 will probably be our lineup, but I mean, anything's possible here in the game. Knowing that you're on the defense, you had the, I'd say, the benefit of holding these angles, getting pretty close. So those judges can come into full effect here, and even then, any Phantom, whatever you may bring, can still have some potential to have an impact here. But one thing I do want to see is what Ina can do with this from the shadows. That's a resource you can't really get too much of, and even then, that's another resource off the board as a man, as Yez already drops as well. So, I mean, this could be the potential for some kind of insane outplay, but instead, they just keep on swinging the operator one by one, and Zell's now found the second of the round, making it almost an easy, impossible retake, I'd say, for Ina, knowing that they're not going to have too much to work with.
Knowing you have from the shadows on the board means you don't want to be aggressive on the site that Omen is on, which is B. So Ina trying to take advantage of that from the shadows so they can relocate to an opposing side. They'll put pressure over towards Tree on A, and they'll lose both players because of it. A really big problem, but it will allow from the front of the shadows to maybe catch that flank if they pop it here, but they're not doing that at all. Now, finally, but it's too little too late, Dallas, and they're not even going to the flank of the players. They're heading up to Catwalk. One of the boys all by their lonesome, forced to use their Shroud, but it does not matter. Dior with the shorty finds the kill over the judge. And it will be 3v taking a 7-5 split, much like you spoke about. They just dominated that round.
Yeah, they most definitely did. I mean, considering the way that Zelda got that first two initial picks, I mean, not only are you expecting your chamber to get one, but when they get two, it's just so much value on the board, and you're just thankful for every opportunity they're opening up. I mean, knowing that there's so many less players to work with now, the map almost feels wide open and free. If you push it as a 5-man, there's almost no real trade-off for that, unless there's all the utility in the world, and considering a lot of that has already been ripped from your fingers. So you got to step up here to the size of Ina, knowing that you won the initial first two of that last half. You can do it once again to get yourself to a tie game. So you kept the gap at least close enough for that. But, I mean, as the game goes further and further, they are a little more favored for the attacking side with that double duelist setup. So you mentioned Speeder. We kind of didn't see too much of that arrays, but Jet and Reyna should definitely be able to fill those shoes as they're already pushing on the site, fulfilling your role perfectly.
This is what that boon I was talking about, having that Leer and having the Tailwind to dash towards site. More specifically, this AR just side makes it very easy. No will make quick work towards the objective, but Dylan falls over towards Garden, trying to go towards Switch to press. Not going to happen. They cannot deny that sight line as of now, but it will still allow for Ina to get this spike down here in round one, at least get a little bit of cash in their pocket, and now play for the post plan. Looks to be two players working initially from the Raptor side. Yes makes quick work of Zella to deal with it. Now just one, but Grok is still up there. They have not dealt with the Ghost in hand. Maybe looking to swing down to one other boy. They'll find their target. Now only two players left on the Ina side. No player working from within Hell. Grok's clearing it, but there's not much there. Chachi towards Winery. They're killed off by Fear. Yez tries to swing to Grok, and Grok finds their third. That's another disgusting round by 3v, and led by a lonesome player, and it's been a very quick work story. Writing over and over again, the writing's on the wall, 8-5 now.
Yeah, a really clean one coming out there from 3DN. I mean, making sure to step things up a notch and get themselves right back into the ringer, and even more so for that retake. I mean, the way they played it out, it was almost just more of a little more mistakes out of the side of Enna, considering that we saw that smoke come out pretty late there from one other boy. I mean, obviously, we saw that pick. Dylan died almost instantaneously, and that's when the players you're expecting to go off in these pistol rounds. Get that extra health, start to excel, start to become somewhat of a little raid boss on their hands, but that just wasn't the case in that round, and you're looking for somewhat of an answer right here, right now, with the shorty being brought out, with the utility coming out as well, but that's a little bit more on the side of 3DN, because that fade and raise combo with the C's and the paint shell is just absolutely disgusting. So many teams are starting to use it now. If you look at and watch VCT, it's just an absolute, utter disgusting combo if you can nail it down. But already looking for some more blood. We're going to see Dior with the opening pick here on that judge, but Fury Striker are struggling to really get another one to follow it up.
CC is king down when it comes to esports and FPSs in general. That's why a lot of FPSs try to tone that one down. Overwatch's 2's changes have been for that point and reason. And Fade is a absolutely wonderful way to add some extra CC into the kit in the mainstay lineup of most teams. And it made quick work in that round once again. Quick jump out at the end by Dior to find the last target of Yez, and that will be another round on the board for him. They're now down 9 and 5, one round away from reaching double digits. But this now is and should be the bonus round for Ina, where they can full buy their rifles, though the successes in last round, or maybe the lack thereof, could limit the amount of kit and utility they should bring.
And quite honestly, this is going to be a huge swing round for either side. I mean, and obviously they're going to be expected to kind of win this round and look good on it, but I think it also comes down to initial picks. Already Zell and Yez possibly lining up here in the middle for each other, getting a quick little pick and a kill as well. That is not the shot you want to be hit by if you're looking on the attacking side trying to find this round. Not only that's $100 bullet exchanging for 300 or at least 3,900 worth as an exchange, saying, all right, if we move to the back now, that's a free gun to work with. And we've also done some damage onto their other duels as well.
Now you just get to wait for Ina to step towards sight. Then those rifles come into your hands. You can use that shotgun in the hand of your Fade to try and maybe catch a player off guard up close. Fear's lurking within market. They've actually picked up a Spectre, rotated out at the beginning of that round, switched it over. But you can see the hesitancy now in Ina's hands. They have every player over towards B main. They do have a great spot for Chachi as they have initially cleared out that section. But that smoke, that astral smoke, makes things difficult. How do you push past that? You have to wait. They'll send out the Cloud Strike, and there's the second one. Utility dump wasted. Fear does not have line of sight. Great job to place that Cloud Strike effectively, but it's going to dissipate faster than the astral smokes are. Brock, the only player within, they'll lurk within their smoke, trying to stewie it up. Sees a player to the back of Boathouse, lops the head off Dylan. Noel does find the refrag, but Zella's not done with the headhunter. 100 credits and another kill netted for it. Noel in the back of Boat, only one other boy nearby, playing from behind the Radiant crates, and they'll play within their grave as Fear puts the fear of their team inside of ENA, of Ina themselves. That is now double digits, 10 on a bonus.
Yeah, that's a round where you start to say, all right, 3D may have this thing kind of on lock. And while Enna still has plenty of potential to get themselves in this game, and I mean, they have 3 rounds of leeway to really get there, excuse me, more 2, because that third will be the closure here. But I mean, knowing that Enna hasn't really had too much potential on his attacking side, losing these initial gunfights, Zella going off, finding those initial picks, making sure to get that value of the headhunter. That is what you have to lock down the chambers for. That's why you need typically a KO 9 times out of 10. That's why he's such a strong initiator, knowing that chamber will be one of those agents that you see 9 times out of 10. And almost the KO comes out purely as I'd say more of a counter more than not. And even then, just the amount of value he provides as an agent is just unexplainable. So looking for somewhat of an answer here, at least some damage, at least maybe 1 or 2 kills, just trying any value, ripping any guns out to possibly get the reverse effect we saw in that last round will be good here for Ina, but they just got so much they have to do to even get there.
When you throw out that 0 point, you get that suppress. You're also gathering information. It's a great counter to Chamber. More specifically, we saw that in the first half when they suppressed down Zella inside of market and they were forced to wait 6 seconds. Guess what we then saw? They still re-swung it even after getting that intel. It wasn't the smartest move by 3VN and they lost the round because of it, but now they're reaping the rewards of the defensive half. Still a full frontal 5 for both teams. Are trying to play this one slow and smart, having lingered back towards top of mid, but now they're working towards this walkway. They're gonna have to deal with Fiery Striker first. They do have the fragment available. They'll toss it to buy themselves a little bit more time, but there's only 30 seconds left. Ina's running out out of time to actually push
30
and contend
seconds
towards
left.
this site. Flash is in hand. Fire Striker will pop himself out. He'll
Oh!
get the head off. Nala, nasty swing around that corner, but there's still 4 more targets in the opposing end. Another flash sent. Dylan, while still mostly affected by that blind, does get the kill. Dior is toying with their food, and they'll take 2. Back to the afterlife, and yes, another boy fall as the last 11 rounds now for 3vn.
In situations like that where you're expecting 3vn to make these adjustments, make these reads, say, okay, we know where the default's kind of really starting to play towards. Knowing the Anna, they have Dior stationed towards A main on such a consistent basis, but I mean, already they're just not having that utility or at least that information provided to them. No Sova, no KO. They are relying purely on a Sky and their eyes to do all the work for them, and it's a little bit too much, and it's starting to seem a little too taxing in this game, or at least in this matchup, knowing what else provided at 3vn in this game because they have information on both ends, on both of their initiators. So this is looking really good for them so far, and even then more so a little bit better for Dior, possibly if the kills farm out, but they really just don't. A little bit of an engage onto the A site, that's going to be the calls, the rotates, and you know immediately what's going to happen next. A retake probably is going to be in order here.
Get hit by that concussive blast, you're not in a great spot. You need to maybe try to recover from that. It has not worked out. They were not able to escape with the boost pack backwards. Fear's looking to maybe pop the Nightmare towards sight. Could catch at least 2 players here. It looks like one of the boy in Null are heading over towards Hell. Grok's waiting for that information, the utilization of that ultimate. He'll swing out once they've gained that. Smoke's also been lingered over towards Arches. Grok lops the head off Chachi. There goes the haunt right underneath. They know they're in Hell. They'll deal with one. They know there's a second. It's only due time, and that will be the case. Grok finds himself yet another victim in the opposing end of their Vandal. Astral Divine now placed. Dylan will have to swing out of this when the only player with a rifle truly in their hand, and that's now netted them a 4K. Grok, Dylan, and yes, quickly thereafter, that's going to be the 12th round match point now gained for 3vn.
I mean, did you even see that? I mean, the insane impact right there from that knife coming out and getting the double suppression, 2 ultimates off the field for something that you get every 30 seconds. I mean, it just can't be negotiated. It is probably the best ability in the game without a doubt because it's just a Sova dart, and for sure a map like this where all these medium range conflicts start to come into full fruition, you can really get the most out of it. So I mean, it's just outstanding, and utility like that can't be slept on, and more importantly, it has to be abused in a matchup like this, which is why we're seeing a scoreline so far that's seeming like it's being pretty abusive. 12-5, and is gonna have to step things up, get themselves a huge round on their hands. But I mean, with Dior already getting a lot of damage onto the board with that showstopper and trying to follow things up with a paint can, they're rushing into sight with almost nothing to work with. This Dior with 3 already. This could be an easy ace if the man just wants to push it.
Ruba cleaning up the competition. Paint Shell sent over the top once again. Yes, it's taking a lick of damage off the top because of it. But Dior wants the ace. They'll get the 4K, but one of the boards denies it with the Guardian. Now the rest of the team at 3vn will come out anger as their teammate was denied of their just dues. While they do manage to find one more, you've now got to get the ace yourself. You have to repeat those successes, and it will be denied. Fear has no fear, swings that corner, running and sprinting. That'll be 13-5, your official scoreline. For a while there, we were curious about seeing a 6-6 halftime score.
Yeah.
I don't think we could have predicted the second half's result when it was every single round that occurred won by 3vn.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's a little confusing to me. I mean, honestly, looking at these compositions, looking at these teams, looking at what they did in that first half, we just saw Anna just absolutely fall asleep at the wheel. And I mean, that's all it really came down to. I mean, all the utilities, sure, we said the Raze was a little lackluster, but quite honestly, if we're comparing these teams and how fast they can get onto a site for a car, I would say your duelist is how much you're putting down the pedal, and your initiators is honestly your engine, what you're capable of doing, how fast you can really go, whether or not they're grandfathering you or they're whatever throttling you in the right direction. And with so much there, your KO going off, your fade providing intel every here and there, more just kind of, as you mentioned earlier, being a crowd control effect with that C's, or maybe the Prowler's just giving off a one-man intel every here and there. So, okay, well, we got a site that they're kind of right here, maybe a Nightmare every here and there to kind of for these retakes, see what's going on. They just had outstanding value, and they made the most of every single bit of it. I mean, for 13-7, or no, it's 13-5, excuse me, lineup, I mean, it kind of speaks for itself. The results are there, and you can't really ignore them by any means necessary.
Well, I think a lot of games are won and lost in that agent selection phase, and this definitely could have been one of those matches where that is the case. That wasn't the story in that first half. You said that
No.
Ina fell asleep at the wheel. I have to agree, but I honestly feel like 3VA just came alive in that second half. Notice the difference in strategy and tactics as a whole that they made in that second half, that transition to a smarter style of play. You notice that hesitation, that kind of lingering. They're wanting to be smart in the first half when they're attacking, but when it came to defense, look at that second to last round where we saw the amazing play come out for Grok for the 4K. We saw them get the nightmare sent over from Fair into sight. Then the Cosmic Divide is placed. They astraled out the Arch's side. That's a lot of chemistry and coordination being brought together by all of the utility and kids of every single agent still alive in that position. And it just absolutely demolished everything that Ina tried to bring to the table. It was a total and utter demolition. It's like those skyscraper videos. You watch it go all the way down. It's satisfying to watch because you know the result. They're going to topple like a house of cards.
Yeah, I mean, even then, considering those teams, we saw the end of it. It's around the 64 is the first round, and even then, these games are going to get closer and closer and closer. So we can't really go ahead and put and say the entire thing is going to go to 3v and go from here on out. I mean, it's the first round. They looked great, and they look like they could definitely have somewhat of an opportunity, but they still have to move through. They still have to find themselves to fight plenty more teams because there's a lot more games coming up. So we will find ourselves in a little bit of a short break to set up for this next one, as fast as this one may have been. But we're going to make sure to go to a quick break before that. So we'll catch you on the other side of it for the second round.
Jeez, what?
We've already seen one game here tonight. That was 3VN taking the W in a 13-5 fashion over ENA. And much like every single game we'll see here today up to that final, it's all single elimination because this is Pit of Valor, baby, number 98. All rounds BO1, 64 teams enter. There's a $250 prize pool on the line. And that's $200 to the victor here, Dallas, as well, just to keep that in your head. So you're taking a lot more than that second place. So you might actually have to try to get there first and foremost, to even have your chance. 3VN, maybe they have their chance coming up. But we got two different teams in for this one. It is Hitman versus Akuma. But before that, let's shout out some more of our sponsors.
Of course, and even then, one of those are going to be the likes of the GLG Country Club membership is one that I can go and talk about. And even then more so, the one who provides the majority of this prize pool, if not all of it, Community Gaming, obviously being the site that we hold all these tournaments on. So if you're looking to join the Pit of Valor, that's going to be your place to start to go and get some entry. And even then, if you want to have an upgrade with these things filling up so darn fast, because we've obviously been through 98 weeks of this, it's $10 for just one of your team members. The entire team gets entry. It's for an entire month as well. So that's like what, 4 Pit of Valors? And if you win the $200, that seems pretty darn good of a trade-off to me, if you ask. But I mean, then, like I said, you got to practice, you got to get there, and you got to go all the way up the ladder to really go ahead and make sure you get your time's worth. But still, everything else considering, talking about these games, talking about the rounds, and talking about having to climb up the ladder, we're now moving into the second matchup here tonight, which is going to be Hitman and Akuma Esports, which, I mean, two of which that I actually have heard of, and they're pretty darn good, I got to say. So it's maybe a little bit of a barn burner just for a round of 32 on our hands.
Well, a barn burner, but still in the same exact barn as last farmstead. Maybe we'll go with that. It's back to the map of Ascent, so we're gonna have to see the old try and shoot. It's the standard one. You mentioned it before. Maybe teams are banning every other map because they're not comfortable with it. They don't want to test it. This is kind of the gentleman's agreement map. We're going to Ascent. That's where everybody's most comfortable. But there are a lot of teams that are not comfortable on this map, and Ina was definitely not comfortable when it came to the attack defensively. It just was a completely different game. Maybe that will not be the case here as we see Hitman face off against AKM. Demo shattered 61, Frank's degrees, and Hira on the AKM side. And for the Hitman side, it's Shady, Boyder, Addy, Chapo, and Mercs.
Yeah, I mean, good names across the board. Obviously, I think I've seen the likes of Chapo, Addy, and Shady before, and then Demo, Ahira, and Franks. I want to say those are 3 players for each side that I've had my eyes on before. Can't exactly remember the most because obviously in these kind of free entry environments, you see lots and lots and lots of names. And good God, if I remembered as many names as I could, I'd be what, a celebrity at this point. But that's not the case. Instead, we're already getting an agent selection. I can remember at least the names of these agents because we can go ahead and already have the lineups for at least one of these sides. We can see the Astra, KO, Chamber, Fade, and Raze, almost of what I would say a darn near, if not an exact mirror comp of what we saw 3VN do in that last matchup. So that's going to be interesting to see come into fruition once again. But Akuma's going to be going for the likes of a KJ, a little more of your, I'd say, tried and true Sentinel, which would be nice to see to hold down these sites. But a little bit of switch up with the Owen once again. And a Sova on the board now. It's surprising we've gone now into our second game and haven't seen a Sova just yet. But he's going to be right back into the fray now to really contribute.
One of the weaknesses of having a single duelist composition is typically that single duelist is going to be Jet, and that looks like what Degrees is going to go for on this attacking side of AKM. And it's going to be interesting to see if that works out. The biggest weakness being the fact that you have no one really to follow suit quick enough to assist you on that site. Your Tailwind now has to be queued before being popped, which creates a lot of difficulties. Now, you do have a lot of potential with having the Fragment being sent by Shadow to clear some space, as well as having that knife to suppress. You also have information poke by your hero with that Sova. There's a lot on the board there that you can work with, but there's no one else that can be behind you, which is the problem. That's not the case for the opposing side. They've got the Raze to boost pack in. They've got the Fade that can create CC like all get out with the assistance, the Pace Shells, like you mentioned before. That wombo combo is too much to deal with, and that also allows for them to be the walker behind that Raze that boosts in, and they have the knife themselves to suppress, to deny that retreat, assisted by utility on that defensive side. I think attacking wise, I'm gonna have to say Hitman look good. I think Akuma may struggle, and they're starting first on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, so they got to have an aggressive start, obviously, and that's kind of what I was mentioning earlier. Is almost kind of the car analogy I was breaking out was the duelist being almost the one that's putting their foot to the pedal and really trying to accelerate that speed. I mean, while your initiators are going to be the ones who are your engine, they're going to really dictate whether or not whenever you put your pedal to the metal, whether you're going 40 or whether you're going 120. And honestly, a jet on the attacking side, that's where they're meant to excel. That cue they have to pop before that tailwind comes out. It's really more of a nerf on the defensive end because it was to really just kind of knock down her potential with an operator and how she could dig out scot-free with anything. But as a jet, when you're going on that attacking side, when you're initiating those fights, when you know what fight you want to pick and get out for free, if things really do go south, you know what you're picking, you know what you're getting into. So we're going to see whether that's actually going to come to effect here on this first round. I'm sure it'll be popped eventually, but it won't have the biggest impact in the world. But what could is this hunting the owl drone right there towards the center, trying to push right up panels, right down the middle of the map. A huge rotation already coming through, and they have to take control of market. They've definitely already done that.
Great job. Mercs is going to swing out. They do find Shattered on the opposing end, but truly only an even loss, as you do only trade yourself one before falling quickly thereafter 2 degrees. It's an interesting decision. This is the first time we'll see that Sova in that Owl Drone of tonight, as we did not see that information gatherer or any of that utility with the shock darts themselves in the Hunter's Fury come to fruition in game 1 of the day. Boy is going to try and step themselves over towards Tree. Everyone else has already retreated back. They're leaving one lingering player over towards the Arch's side. Dimo swings out from underneath Hell, gets the catwalk player of Addy, and takes their head off their shoulders. And they also have a player hiding on the opposing side of Generator. Hitmen are in a rough spot. It looks like Boyder and trying to get some assistance over towards Rafters. They'll swing both players there. Tossed over the top now by Chapo. They're going to have some Fragment to assist, but that truly does not zone enough of that objective, as 3 players of Akuma are lying down in Hell. They've left Franks over toward Arches. They have a turret in corner by Jin. The turret itself finds the kill onto Dimo. On Sachapo. What an unfortunate circumstance, humbling him at least a little bit. And Dimo, where we swing out. 2 kills netted with the Ghost and 1 with the turret, and that's a successful round 1.
In situations like these that are really start to love, that you can see kind of starting to come into fruition for at least one of these sides. I mean, Hitman, you saw in that retake, the Haunt come out and then the follow-up with the Flash. It's almost, that's what Fate is, just a catalyst. Not really there too much to do too much, but honestly can really hold her own with those Prowlers, but everything else in her kit is just there to set up something else. As we mentioned, the Seize and the Paint Shell combo, absolutely massive. The Haunt, when you throw a flash shot on top of it, you have to look up there anyways to go ahead and shoot it. So if you just throw a flash to that, either you're saying, okay, well, you can't see, or we see you. It's one or the other. Or honestly, if you miss your shots, we're going to go ahead and get both. But considering what we're already seeing in this round, a little bit of aggression coming out toward this B side, Mercs just does not find the results they were expecting, and that's a little bit of a free kill coming out for Demo, and a 5v4 already on the board as the bomb isn't even going over towards the B side. It's a full push towards A, and the only thing holding that is a trademark.
I know I highlighted your attacking potential, Hitman, but you're on the defensive side right now. You still have the weaker arsenal. It's round 2 after you take the loss in the first round, and you're trying to aggress into a very solid attacking Akuma who just humiliated you in the last round. You gotta change things up. Merc's loss is too much to overcome. Now you've got all 5, well actually bar 1, on that A site and now going for the post plant. They've still left Demo over towards mid. They're holding towards the Link side, maybe playing towards Cubby. 2 players from the Hitman defense will slap through Link and the opportunity for Demo to maybe go for the kill, but they'll go ahead and pop that utility. And I think we're seeing Hitman just try to isolate this one individual of Demo, maybe try to get that kill and frag in return, pick up that Spectre and use it, but I mean, they're trying to over-isolate an individual. They haven't really done enough. Demo finds 2 more, 3 kills to their name. Shadow gets a refrag back to Shady. Franks is the player that was initially hiding over towards Arches, but Hitman, you've got 1 player. Why are you holding on to this? It's a simple Spectre. Next round, you'll come into this with the rifle. Go for those frags. They can't, and Shattered gets the kill instead.
And I think that's honestly a full effect that we've seen just kind of almost result in somewhat of a steamroll for around there for Akuma, because they didn't only get themselves around, but 2 players 4-spotting that. And they didn't even have to really fight with them, honestly. Or actually, seriously, they didn't have to shoot a single bullet in that round. It was purely just down to Demo for all of that. And it provides somewhat of a force coming up here. They have full rifles to play with. 2 of them have that armor, considering that they planted in the last round, and knowing what they're dealing with so far. This is going to be a huge round for Akuma, knowing that Hitmen don't have the full thing, the full flesh team to work off of. I mean, considering that you're not on the attacking side, you don't get those 300 credits for the last 2 rounds to stack up for an extra 600 and get that full armor. So you're a little bit choked up right now, and even then, more choked up when you see that KJ shutdown come through, looking for a little bit of effect, and more so trying to find somewhat of a detain.
The lockdown comes out. Does not find. Oh, no, it does find one over towards Garden. Addy's in a rough spot. Shatter could technically go for it and get the kill, but they're not going to aggress into that position. They'll play into their own strengths, not the opposition's. Mercs is hanging out towards tall box on top of Rafters, forced to use the boost pack to escape. Demo's been fed in round 1 and round 2. That's why we see the ultimate being charged and available. They will not get much done in this round. Felled first by Mercs, and this is a complete demolition by the Hitman's side. It's only one player left standing. Degrees down in hell, and it'll be a flawless round by Hitman. An entry into that round with the attack to A with an ultimate, and it nets them nothing but a spike placement.
Considering how much that Akuma really started to invest in this round, you were expecting sort of a bloodbath. You were expecting them to go into this really over-prepared for what we could see on a typical round 3 when you win the first 2, but that's just not the results we got, oddly enough. Instead, an absolute sweep coming through for the side of Hitman, and a great way to get themselves on the board, more importantly, knowing they get to keep everything going into the next. They have a full rebuy for their utility, so this is where the game starts to flush itself out a little bit and say, all right, well, whatever we got now, this could be a very much viable, very much doable, considering that, I mean, the economy isn't looking too good for either side, that things are starting to flush out a little bit, and the default still isn't really settled for either one of these squads. I mean, considering you look at the mini-map, it's been a completely different thing every single round, so it's really fun to look and see kind of what differences could really create an impact. And honestly, boy, tucked away in Cubby or over towards Wine, that could be the effect you're looking for right now. Is if the flash came out, you possibly got that shot off for the free ultor, but that just was not it. Here, just looking to lurk a little bit of a spike back towards the middle of the map. And honestly, Akuma, they're looking to go ahead and cut their losses and possibly move somewhere else with this.
I'm more worried about that pot flash now from Boy over towards that winery side. No effect can be gained with the rotation by Akuma as they head over towards B. They've left Demo once again all by their lonesome, and that's gave them a lot of space to try to fight against the Hitman defense. Chapel will be the first player to cross arms, so to say, the first duel in this engagement for this round here in round 4. As they're holding over towards this air side, Addy's looking to maybe catch them as well if they swing out, but they actually have to swing out for him to be in the opposing end. The crossfire's really not there. Quick use now, tossing utility out, trying to CC down that push coming through B main, trying to bide themselves some time so the rest of Hitman can come through that defensive spawn and work their way over to defend and help their teammates on B. Addy holding towards wall. Demo dashes down, specters and kills, managing to find themselves a good target for 1. Chapo finds the head of 2, make it 3, and now just Shady himself putting his name on the board. It's only Demo left standing. 1, 2, 3K for the round. It's now down to the 1v1, and it's a 4K for Demo. Akuma find themselves yet another round and get the spike placement as well. The credits are overflowing.
Oh, that's absolutely a round and a half for Demo, clutching things up with the 4K, looking already good in this matchup thus far. Now sitting at 10-2 on the attacking half. This man's playing the wrong role is what it seems. Playing, I mean, somewhat of a duelist, having that second ultimate to play off of now. And it's only the 4th round. Like, results like these, you just can't underestimate. And knowing you had the follow-up now with that no command, with that KO that can just rush in on side, this should be an unprecedented round coming out of Akuma Valor. Knowing that they have this third on the board now, knowing they not only have a 2-round lead, but knowing they can capitalize on this, get these guns, knowing that Hitman have enough to really invest right here, right now. This could be a huge swing round for them for at least the rest of this half and really set up for what could be that destined 6th half.
Another lockdown now being popped by Demo. 3 rounds differing between the first and the second now. Quick shot by Mercs does take off the Jet of Degrees, but Shatters is quick with that refrag once again, avenging their cohort. A lockdown now being placed in effect and destroyed. No one being detained in the process. It is a 3v4. Akuma Valor do have the 1-man advantage. Pop flash popped by Shattered, but still with the only player hanging out towards Garden. There's some assistance now coming from the player inside glass. Addy's looking to maybe help if they do get the swing. Shady swings for the first and a refrag gained by Franks. Addy will be forced to step down, breaking through window. They do see Akira there. They can't get the kill instead. Franks does a second swing, and this is the assistance that Akuma Valor had been able to gain for themselves. Chapo's the only player left standing. They will be tagged by the Nano Swarm just slightly. The turret is placed. They'll be forced to swing to Chapo. They get the kill, 53 HP, but vulnerable at the same time. It's the 1v1. Teasing down the diffuser, forced to tag the recon bolt. Akira has the information. Will he hear a peek? They will, but Chapo no longer has the time and will retreat away. They did net themselves 3 kills in the process.
And I got to say, I mean, honestly, that's just a net win for Akima Valorant. I mean, for what they've done over the course of that round, sure, they invested 2 ultimates, but you win it. You get the streak going. You start to flush things out, and you know that Hitman bought in that last one that things were looking outstanding for. I mean, look at this buy that's on the field, and we can get a quick little replay from 2 rounds ago where Demo just absolutely clutched things out. I mean, Demo and Chapo, this is just a bloodbath between these two. It's an absolute just rivalry almost of who can really hit the top first, who can maintain that spot. But Demo with the 4K just always one-upping Chapo in every respect in this game so far. It's not the results we're seeing on the scoreboard. It's resulting in a 3-round lead, and it's only going to get larger and larger considering this round is a little one-sided, but Hattie could definitely make somewhat of a statement with this tour de force in hand.
He's getting aggressive, though. Forced using the rendezvous to go ahead and retreat on out of there. A hero does find first blood, though. This one's on to Mercs, and Akima Valor once again net themselves a man advantage. Their aggression has been rewarded time in and time out. Boy Wonders looking to maybe catch one of their own, stepping through their own fragment. The Sheriff in hand, they trade within the smoke. Boy Wonder finds the kill, but Frank's quick with the refrag. A 3-on-4. Man advantage still there for Akima Valorant, but the weapons are not there for Hitman. The fact that they've even netted themselves a kill and dropped a rifle out of Akima Valorant's hands is a good piece to be in.
It's an outstanding spot to be in. I mean, considering that Akima have only lost 1 player, and even then, more so, they're holding down these guns. They're making sure to get these even trades. Say, no matter what happens, we have to push it to squad because we can't really give anything up for free. We have to consider our resources and make the most of these. And Frank's with this ultimate from the shadows available, fully available to kind of push towards the back of the map, find some pressure somewhere, get some intel off completely for free when you only have a half shield to be working with and you only had that 1 smoke at your disposal. You can't go for a full smoke up towards heaven, but you can at least cut off door and allow your jet to push him for scot-free, I'd say. So this is going to be a full retake coming up from the likes of Hitman. 3 players available, 1 ultimate at their disposal, but Chamber isn't looking all that healthy, so it's going to be a little bit of a risky venture, I'd say, but still doable nonetheless.
Your default A defenders were all killed off inside of Cubby when it comes to stepping over towards Catwalk as they swung a little too aggressively out of tree. Hitmen were a little too slow to rotate to the A site, and now they're going to be playing catch up with a man disadvantage and a weaker arsenal altogether. The smoke is placed high. You highlighted this last map. A lot of teams have been trying to go for these one-ways a little bit more effectively. They know where this spike has been placed, but Agrees will go ahead and retreat to the back of Stack. Maybe try to assist themselves occasionally. Demo on the long con flank, and though they do remove 1, they're removed quickly afterwards, but that gives space and intel to the rest of Akima Valorant. That allows for Degrees to remove the last player left standing and to bring themselves up to 5-round wins.
That's a good head start already on the board here for Akima, considering they have these 3 ultimates to work with. Now the Hunter's Fury for these post-plant situations. The From the Shadows is probably going to be saved in case they get in a really bad situation, have to recover that spike on somewhat of a rescue mission, but I mean, knowing that Hitman don't have really too much to really go for on this. I mean, looking at all their ultimates, I mean, we're all setting up for a post-plant situation, I would say. I mean, everything revolves around this spike. The one thing that isn't really taking a factor, and that's going to be this Blaze Storm, or the Showstopper, a Null Command, a Cosmic Divide. Hitman can isolate, can almost suffocate Akima, and really capitalize on that, considering that Merc's Showstopper will go through that wall, but I don't think they want to go for this play just yet. They're waiting for an opportunity, and they can't wait too long, otherwise this game will already be out of their control.
I feel like there wasn't enough information there for Mercs to feel validated to press down both there to maybe lock down that door towards market. Pressing it a little early does maybe allow for you to escape easier, and they do retreat over towards defensive spawn, but that same angle could have been held by someone on Hitman's defensive side, maybe like your Astro, who's currently in defensive spawn, could have been watching that angle and actually had a crossfire more effectively in towards B main and that exit. The execution not made, though, by Akima Valorant. They'll realize the difficulties, and they'll even send Degrees to dash forward. They're going to step through mid first and foremost. Now using the Cloud Burst, they're just creating space. They're putting Hitman in a rough spot, breaking down all of their potential barriers of defense. And they're going to rotate to the A site because those players try to step back to help defend the B side. They're not on A. They're not there to stop the rush out of tree, and they only have 2 players in garden to contend. 3 players on site. They're not going to go for their typical default placement. They'll go ahead and place it for Arch's side instead of towards tree. Franks is the player to maybe step towards Hell first. Demo is the one who planted, and Demo will start to linger over towards Pixels. If they stand here and go for the kill, Shady could be caught unaware. Degrees is lagging behind in mid. They could find the kill, but Addy is aware. They'll remove Degrees from their position. The lurk not successful. successful. A Hero's in a rough spot. Showstopper's been popped themselves. Shatter does get 2 kills, but it's only on a boy Wonder, who is currently in that no command. Shady with 1 more. A Hero catches Shady through the smoke. It is only a Hero left standing. They'll have to try and spray through. They have no idea where the information is. Chapo gets it to half and even gets the kill, netting themselves a round win finally. Hitman flat back for their second.
And that's exactly what they needed, a little bit of presence on this map. And considering that Akuma didn't really give all the pressure that, with all this respect, handed over to him essentially for free on a silver platter out of Hitman, not even contesting out of sight too much. They went ahead and invested a lot in that last round, and we saw the no command come out. I mean, it was well worth it towards the end, but I mean, considering that Akuma still have all these resources at their disposal, besides the guns, I will say they're a little choked up for. They are investing a lot here. They are trying to go for that disrespect game. They're investing on it 10 times over, it feels like. Because every single round they have somewhat of a potential force, I'd say. They go for it. Degrees has nothing but full armor, but has a blade storm already ready and revving to go, as it's already going to be popped as well. But with an overinvestment, over allocation towards A, and a very readily available team over pushing on this B side, it's a free take once again. They are in the same situation as what we had in that last round. A free plant, a 5v4 situation, but they have to win it this time if they really want to show that they can actually put the last nail in the coffin.
Hey man, you mentioned the over allocation. Akuma Valor never sprinted towards A main. At best, we see them play slow, wait out the smoke, and wait out the paint shell. We've never seen them sprint, and that was a play to deny the sprint. It's netted Akuma Valor. The placement now on the B site. Demo's good for 2, but removed by Addy quickly thereafter. You do have a Hero in the back of Boathouse. Has to remove the intel. The utility popped by Chapo. Addy's playing from on Catwalk. They'll remove 1 more. A Hero does get swung on, though, and Chapo finds the kill. And Hitman find a second round in a row. 3 rounds total, and they're catching up ever so slowly to Akuma Valor.
Man, I mean, these rounds all coming down to these post-plant situations where we see damage being done, we see the plant going down, Akuma having a man advantage, but it once again just comes down to that damage differential. Knowing that Hitman, they're looking at sitting on these retakes is almost spelling a really good future out for them on this attacking side if they can kind of duplicate or replicate that success so far. But I mean, there's going to be a lot they have to do to get there. They need to fight for a couple more rounds because a 9-3 won't suffice. They need a little bit more here, and with nothing but a closet divide at their disposal, and once again, Demo having that KJ shutdown fully available, that's going to be somewhat of a free push because there's nothing there to counter it. They're not really having too much counter pressure, not anything to really make sure that that does get destroyed or locked off, and then a KO would be nice, but that's not the case here. Just instead, free intel coming out from Akuma, no one players towards Tree, getting that first kill already on the board for Degrees, and possibly looking for a second one. It's just not the case. Demo does fall, so that's the shutdown not available anymore, and even then, another player out as well as a Hero falls. So this is looking like an outstanding round for Hitman so far, as they're looking to capitalize and get control of the spike as well.
Oh my goodness, Mercs with the ace, Dallas, in that round. Akuma Valor just funneled into the same exact angle, only having 1 player on the lurk towards A main, towards the Arch's side, and it's even dealt with at the end by Mercs, who's seemingly aware of it all. They don't need to be a Sova, they don't need to be an information gatherer, they just know. That's what you get when you're using some slick headsets and hearing everything all at once. I liked the idea to assist defensively in that position. Boy Wonder was stepping back to try and help. Addy was the initial player to peek, used the rendezvous to take a step back. Boy Wonder was covering their position. Once they died, that was the chance for Addy to get a kill, but Mercs does it instead with the paint shells. At that point, Akuma Valor, you should have retreated. You should have rotated to the opposing site. You didn't, and you lose and fall and crumble to 1 man and 1 man only.
Yeah, already looking for some wall shots here. I mean, it's an easy read off of Addy. That's already half a player's XP done and dusted, but still, the game isn't at a halfway threshold anymore. We are reaching the end scopes to this point, and we're, at least for this half of the game, where we see that Akuma are on this attacking side. Demo with an opening pick right there can find a nice opportunity, knowing that Torty Force isn't effect anymore. You can't really make sure that's a potential in the game. And even then, some warm-up shots when we come out of Degrees. Already picking off that operator, saying maybe I should go ahead and see if I can feel this a little bit, because I'm going to be that one opera lacking a chamber on this defensive side. I have to step up and I have to fulfill that role, but you need to make sure to find some kind of kills. You're missing out now on your entry player. You don't have that duelist being at the front end anymore, and your Sova and your KO can't really fill those shoes too much, but your KO would definitely be the best one to kind of fulfill that space and or be somewhat of a substitute. But a lot of blood already being dropped here towards this B side, but it's favoring the side of Akuma as they get themselves suppression, they get kills. I mean, what don't they have? Well, a plant. 30 seconds remaining for that, and it's a retake will come out. I mean, we've seen 4v5s go in the favor of Hitman, but I doubt a 2v4 is really in order here, unless we really see that fade go off.
I mean, name one thing that you would want to see happen, it would be that fade going off, but they're going to retreat. They're going to step over towards A and just hang out, maybe over towards Winery itself. This is a save round for them. They're not going to attempt for this post plant, even though the post plants have been quite strong for Hitmen, at least in the last 3 to 4 rounds, where they've caught up quite decisively to Akuma Valorant. They've been struggling to find successes, even when they've been had, like baiting out the Nightmare over on the A side. They still lost that round, even with that over expenditure of utility. Honestly, Hitmen are recovering in the post plants and only there. And in this situation, they were denied the potential of the post plant because usually they have one player left alive on the site that gets taken. That wasn't the case here. Market was cleared. They didn't have the time to transition. They lost a player all the way over in Garden, and they were denied the potential to retreat away of Shady, who had already managed to get 1 kill. They were felled on that step through the smoke. A great shot by Akuma Valor. I think it was Shattered that got it. It's too much to deal with, and Hitman realized that and say, save the rifles, save the round. We'll head into this one and try to tie us up at 6-6 at half. We'll give them that even position.
Yeah, considering how much they have to deal with, I mean, I really don't blame them for investing here. Knowing they had the From the Shadows, no command, a shutdown available. I mean, there's so much here to work with that they're just not really scrapped for cash. But Hitman is the one that's a little bit going to be on the rear end here. A Tory force to work with, and the cause of buy, which we haven't seen be pulled out at all, keep in mind, on this entire half. So Hitman obviously trying to use that for more of an attacking push instead of a retake situation. But even then, I don't think your Astra's really staying alive long enough to really have that impact, or I haven't really seen the smokes have too much of an effect with maybe some, I'd say, pulls over here and there, some concussions. Instead, it's felt very one-dimensional. But one thing that it could also be one-dimensional, or at least isn't, I can tell, is this B push coming through. I mean, From the Shadows going back into Boathouse, you can tell that now you have Chapo there in the back, but this is your one menacing player. This is your raid boss. You got to shut them down because they are the top frag on the side of Hitman. If you get rid of them, honestly, this post plant could be almost so much easier, but that's not the case. It's still going down towards A. It was a Trojan horse on your hands. So much utility already being invested out of that Killjoy, and you have to see whether or not it comes into full effect, because Shattered is looking for somewhat of a linger and a lurk, and it's just not going to come out. Instead, it comes down now to the 4v5 to the hands of Akuma, and Addy's looking to capitalize on that as they now make it 3.
What an interesting Trojan horse as well. That's one of the strongest Trojan horses I've ever seen, most threatening. You even use the no command to bait out towards that site. Timo's lingering over towards door. They've got a great position. That's now 3. Not allowed the 4th though. Boy Wonder gets the kill instead, and the Cosmic Divide makes things difficult over towards Arches. Franks is down in hell with an operator. Still manages to find Chapo, but Boy Wonder is now the only player left standing to contend backwards, and they'll manage to, unfortunately, fall short of finding the successes they need against AKM. Ahira gets the kill instead, but with that spike detonating, they will not survive the round, which means the eco will not be as comfortable as maybe they want it to be, but they have at least guaranteed they will be up at half minimum. 7 rounds. Maybe we see a repeat of last map here, Dallas, where we saw a complete sweep on the second half, maybe, but I think this game's still going to be close.
Yeah, and honestly, Akuma really shown what they're investing in for. I like that round. I mean, they make sure to kind of say, all right, well, what can we really space out here? What can we allocate? How can we make sure to guarantee this round, get the 7? Because we know that on the last one, that Hitman, they're going to invest whatever they got, no matter what the case is. And it seems like the only thing you have is a null command with the Torty Force operate and kind of pulled out in that last one. That would have been the choke down round. That would have been a great little swing to have in your favor to make sure to tie things back up once again, or at least get as close as possible to a 6-6. But now 7-5 on the board. Decree's looking for at least possibly what could be a 5K, but that's going to be cut very, very short with only that first pick going in their direction. So you've lost your duelist now. You're hoping your 2 initiators can step up, and they've definitely done that. Ahira and Shatter both getting 1. Full control of A site now on the board.
Honestly, they're not feeling the big discomfort on attack that I would have anticipated a team with only 1 duelist to have. They felt comfortable. They're push up with Shatter. They'll push up with a hero. They like to take these fights. They feel confident. I think that's one of the biggest differences we've seen in this first half for the Akuma Valorant side. Gameplay-wise, they seem similar. I think Hitman have made more mistakes clinically when it comes down to utility, like that Nightmare dump and waste on the A main side. It's hard not to highlight that this many times, considering its potential and failure that it had. But the gunplay, the stylized choice of positioning, and the rushes that Akuma Valorant have netted for themselves are not the style that a team with only 1 duelist would do. And because of that, it has allowed for Demo, who's not even your duelist, Dallas, to now be 18-9. They were 10 in like 5 rounds into this. It's been a disgusting showcase for one player, and everyone else in Akuma Valorant's trying to give them showcase as well.
It's a little concerning. I think, honestly, that's why we're seeing this initial push go towards the A side, because Hitmen know that that's the last play they want to run into. Demo being that main threat, being that main, almost the protagonist of the entire team of Akuma Val in terms of this match alone. And That's the one player you don't want to run into, especially when you go through some nano swarms grenades, have a turret giving you that free info on site already. I mean, there's so much to work with here, and that's going to be Degrees making sure to work with the first blood as well. And an even exchange really still going to the favor of Akama Val's. They're now up to 4 against 3, and so much damage is being dished out as well to back it up. So this is looking at like an outstanding start for him, knowing the overinvestment was going to probably go over towards A, and honestly using demos and almost, I'd say, just threatening presence as a factor in itself.
I love the play we just saw break down there, Dallas, on A main. A double swing by the Akuma Valorant side defensively. You at least can guarantee one single trade. They do just that, though they do lose Shattered in the process. What do? Franks retreats around. They've pocketed a shorty on the ground, which means if one of them dies, someone will always be able to pick it up. That was the case. They get a kill, and Timo's just lingering around in courtyard. And they'll take the head of the two players trying to step down catwalk. An easy cleanup for Demo, and that puts them up to double digits again, 20 and 9. A 2.1 plus KD, and Akuma Valorant are now at 9 and 4 scoreline differential.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an outstanding start for Akama, considering that, I mean, they're not going for the force that we saw in that last half because they were on the attacking side. Last thing they wanted to have overwhelming numbers of players push on. They have a gun for the retake to really hold things down. So I like the investment. I like the way they're kind of keeping themselves humble here, but there's still a long way to go. They're only one round off from that esteemed double-digit checkpoint that they were looking for, but knowing that there's a lot of utility already just being invested to get on site, that's all that we can see Hitman looking for. They're just trying to get that 300 creds. They're just trying to get that initial engagement. With 2 players tucked away in the boathouse, this could be a massive way to open things up, with Degrees already getting one of those kills and looking for some more damage to back it up as well. With everybody else just knowing that, okay, it's already been done. Spray things down. This is a clean swipe. It's not a flawless round, but it's pretty darn close.
I think we've seen a new definition of gatekeeping be added in for Akuma Valorant right now. They wanted the spike placement. Hitman were like, we want those credits. You highlighted it very well, denied it emphatically, and I think a lot of that was Hitman's fault. They stepped towards site, but they retreated a little too quickly. You do lose one. Degrees gets a nice shot, but that should also tell you there's only a Sheriff in Degrees' hands. You can rush that down with 2 classics all by yourself and get the job done. And they didn't. They retreated. They wanted to play the defensive spawn. They got greedy for frags instead, Dallas. That ultimately was their undoing. Now Akuma Valorant step into this next round, guns a-blazing. This Degrees as an operator, for goodness sakes, no longer just wielding that Sheriff. They found enough potential, and now you get to face that Horn. The Rhino will bulldoze you down, and that's looking like what we're going to see Akuma Valorant do. They want this 11th round win.
I mean, I don't blame them, considering, I mean, all the trade-offs they get in this round. They just shut down the entire economy of Hitman. I mean, this is a swing round. They would get themselves almost a free 12th to back it up as well. I mean, this could be the game right here, right now, if they end up winning this round, even if it's by a very narrow margin. Maybe 2 players surviving towards the rear end, and already Shattered's making sure to keep things even. Finding a trade, making sure that the damage is maintained even across the board, but with a full lurk right there towards the middle of the map. The push coming right through market. That's going to be a little bit of a curveball that I don't think that Akama are really expecting, but you still have a full KJ set up towards that B site that can really come out if Demo was still alive, but that's just not the case. You have to pray that these shots come out and an even exchange does come down once more.
Here was praying for the isolation. They had the crossfire initially. That's what netted them the kill over towards Tree, actually. 2 players, the Omen and Shattered, lingering in that direction. Degrees cannot miss those shots, buddy. And because of that, Mercs finds the kill instead. 3 for them alone in this round. Mercs has almost single-handedly given the berth necessary for Hitman to step towards a site, but Addy's actually given them plenty of space. Map control is heavily evident for them, and Mercs even nets the 4th inside mid onto Franks, trying to step over towards Pizza. A great round for Hitman. The recovery there, they even dropped the operator at Akuma Valorant's hands. I think that is nothing but a dub. One of the best and more important rounds we've seen in this one. Now Degrees with no money, no problems, forced to buy a Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, that round was obviously a huge swing round. We're expecting one side to win in favor of the other, and Akama, with that operator in hand, you're expecting at least somewhat of a result, but that's just not the case there. Hitman with all those guns and the 4K already to open things up, knowing that Merc is going to be going off here, you're saying, okay, well, that's something we possibly have to shut down here. Their duels are starting to fill themselves. Now one off from that showstopper as well. That's going to be a free push on the side. They're probably going to be in a mostly post-plant situation. So if you're Akama, you start to play back a little bit. Sure, you're going for somewhat of a budget buy in this round, but knowing that going forward now, you have to kind of give the respect to them. You have to hold them down, and that your attacking side was so darn strong. Just put yourself in those shoes again. Wait for the spot to go down. The timer's ticking, and you have plenty of resources to really make sure to get that control once more.
Honestly, Dallas, at this point, I think one of the weirdest things I've seen is the fact that we've seen a Sova on this game, on something we lacked in map 1 or game 1. Honestly, it doesn't feel like we've seen them as much. It almost feels like Ahira has been doing good enough work to not have to be concerned about the kit of a Sova, the limitations of information. And while they didn't get any of the kills in that round, it was a buddy ace between Degrees and Franks. They still found a lot of impact with information. We saw the recon built over the top, gathering a little ping. While here maybe bottom fragging, I don't think that's necessarily their fault. I just think Demo keeps stealing everything at this point, Dallas. That's 11 round wins for Akuma. Valorant. Demo's at 21-11 still. Disgusting scoreline and stat differential.
We're obviously expecting somewhat of a little bit of a budget buy, and even then maybe a showstopper to come out if they feel like it's actually warranted. But I don't know, honestly, if we're going to see Akuma trying to play into this. They're going to be trying to space themselves out a little more so, rely on their utility, and even then the full A push may come out. But honestly, these rounds like this, I wouldn't say run it down. You got to play smart. You got to look for these initial picks, but that's just not going to come for you. Instead, Degrees will be the one to come out for you. And already finding an easy little double there towards A main. Just going to be chasing players down for the third. Trying to go for the 4, trying to hunt down Addy, who will be right there towards middle gate, trying to get a little bit of a pick there. But I mean, they're on a solo mission right now, and that's just not going to be the case there. 4K on the board for Degrees. Another huge round for Akuma Val, knowing that only one player really got into the fight there and stayed alive as well. So a flawless security themselves over on the match point. Hitmen have to win 7 in a row now to even get themselves into an overtime situation.
What did we highlight the strength of Hitmen in that first half? It was the post-plant situations, Dallas. Guess what Hitmen have been completely incapable of doing in this second half? Planting the spike, for goodness sakes. They're not even allowed to set up for the post plant. I think that's probably game 1.1 strategy for Akuma Valorant. They felt the disparity of their post plant and actual defense of that site differential, and so they say, okay, don't even let them get to site. Don't even let them get that plant down. We'll aggress early, we'll aggress fast, and we'll put them on the back burner to allow for us to find these early frags that are a little bit more influential than what Hitmen have been able to find. Quick rush, though, for Hitmen, trying to follow behind that Fade utility. Looks like Degrees will be the first player to intro the duel. Tags both Addy and Boy Wonder, but not really getting any damage off of the information there. Shady tries to solo swing with Spike, might I add, towards A main. Dealt with by Franks, and an assisting player of Chapo at top mid, also felled by Shattered. That is Spike under control. Now Hitmen have to send all 3 to try and fight this one back. And the relocate by Franks, they can even take the attacker spawn player Merc, but finally a fight is won by Hitmen.
And every single time you run into one of these players, you're just hoping for a little bit of damage. That has not been the case. Mercs and Boy are looking so good so far, at least in maintaining these fights, and even at least one-sided to some extent. But the showstopper's going to come out as a desperate attempt, and I really don't blame you. You're in a situation now where the game, you have your back against the wall. You don't have too much to really work with, and Degrees may have the opportunity of a lifetime with those shots hit, but the spike still went down. Merc is still alive and well with the 3K, and it comes down to this 1v1 with the gate all in the way. You could possibly get a free half right here for Degrees, and that's exactly what's going to go down. You take the swing, but it's not it. Mercs keeps this game alive with a clone control clutch and makes sure that it's only 6 now to close that gap for the OT.
I'm aghast right now, Dallas, at this point. The fact of the matter is that plant shouldn't have even gone down. Degrees had information, the live ping, the actual highlight given to them by Ahira as their last desperate death throw, sending that utility out before falling to Mercs. They had the shot, they tagged them through the wall, they stepped up, they tagged them again, they can't hit the head. Patience is a virtue, you don't have it in that moment. What is Hitman's strongest suit? It's the post plant, and Mercs highlights that right there, finding 2 inside trade, turning a 4K total in that round. And while it may be too little too late at this point, Dallas, it still is too big of a moment to highlight Hitman finding a round. That could be a big mental boon for them. But Akuma Valorant are still on the precipice of match point. They're on it. They want to end this game 1 round. Any simple mistakes by Hitman could be the end.
It most definitely could. I mean, that's exactly what it comes down to. So we see him trying to invest appropriately, trying to make sure to get these trades out, trying to make sure to invest whatever they can. And these ultimates are going to be the first, say, line of defense on the attacking side, as odd as it is to say. You got to find the push, and it looks like B-Site will be that main advocate for at least bringing this spike over towards, but with full control going down already, this is a post plant. You mentioned the post plant already coming into effect here. This is where they feel at their strongest, but problem is the retake still has to come out. Marks is coming alive and well. Demo finds one, so with that player still being alive and having a shutdown at their disposal, this could be a huge opportunity. You just caused a divide your entire team off. You are now caging yourself instead of actually allowing your team to breathe and find this space that you need to really open up the map and find your essential kills. This is now 4v3, Hitman with their back up against the wall. They have to work on this constant divide, and there's just not enough here just yet.
Degrees is in a good spot actually to fight Addy on this initial swing out. They'll go for it. They'll go ahead and go to the far side and maybe go for that destruction of that lockdown. They do succeed in doing so. Chapo now the only player left standing down to the 1v1. Degrees will have to swing this one. Who gets the kill? Looks like Degrees finds the success, but they don't go for the defuse just yet. I don't think there's enough time, so I'll apologize for the technical difficulties we're all been having. That is the problem, the byproduct of online competitive play. These things can occur. If we could have everybody up in Rochester Square in New York at the Great Lakes Gaming Lounge, we would, but unfortunately that cannot always be the case.
Even then, knowing that I would say Riot and their great little development here, even then it'd still be online, because even then, still, they like to hold their LANs on their servers because they're just so reliable. But
So reliable.
regardless, yeah, I mean, hey, more power to you. I understand you bought them, might as well use them. But
We have them, we're using them.
I mean, why not?
We've
baby?
got
But-
servers at home, all right? We're not picking up new servers on the way back, all right?
Well, I understand you have that luxury. Not all of us do. Okay, I don't know. Like, none of us are like wizards like that. But still, one thing that is wizardry is the scoreboard. Already, if you look up there, you can tell that it's 5v3 in favor of Akuma. So this round has just breezed by, really starting to put that last nail in the coffin, almost hammering it down. Just one more swift little hit, and you find yourself within the end of the game here. But Hitman have to play this cautiously once more. They won what? It was a 2v4 earlier, so they can definitely manage something now, and every single opportunity has to be forced out. But with no showstopper available and all the players trying to push onto this B side, it could definitely be successful. But problem is, the health just isn't there. You go ahead and pick off Mercs, who's been the MVP. It all comes down to Chapo, if you ask me, because Shady is also done and dusted as well. And that's the entire game being done and dusted, as we see a 13-6. One round differential from the last lineup we saw on this map in round one.
What an interesting play there by Degrees at the end. Swings with the shorty, goes for the tailwind and updraft against Sightline. Now they don't get the last kill in back of Boathouse. That it will be taken by their teammate. A W is a W though. Love that smart player. And that was a really great game by the Akuma Valor Insight. They played smart. They played really strong. That second half started to look like maybe what the first game of the night looked like, a sweep in the second half, but rounds did get won by Hitman.
Yeah.
And it was in post plants, majority wise for it, which was their strongest point. They just got to work on getting that plant down. And what you don't necessarily get your chance at that prize pool may not have that $200 single elimination bracket. You come into this and you face a really solid team, and that information, that knowledge is worth way more than $200 at the end of the day.
It most definitely is. I mean, talking about these two teams and what we saw, even then it was on one side of the fair, on that second side once again. So, I mean, Ascent not really looking like the most even map as we expected so far, because, I mean, it's looked even for the first half on every single occasion, but it's just been a one side of the fair past that. So there has to be somewhat of a twist up. There has to be somewhat of a change. There has to be some warmth around the fire to make from these squads to say, okay, let's hunker down this defensive end. Let's make sure we can hold things down, have a much better half to really make sure the score makes that much easier. But if we're talking about warmth and we're talking about keeping yourself together, you can get some GLG socks as well, because those things are going to do a pretty darn good job at it. We got those a while back now. They're still fully available for you to go ahead and pick up. So you can put exclamation point socks in chat. It seems like a little bit of a weird merchandising item, but hey, think about it. You don't really think about socks, so why not go ahead and cop yourself a pair? But speaking of that, already done and dusted, out of the way, we're going to go ahead and throw things to a short break, see what we can get, and make sure this third game is now going to be a little bit more, I'd say, smoothened out for us, because it's going to be the last one that me and Scott are going to be on until we get around to the playoffs of quarters, semis, and finals. But we got to get one more match to get there. Maybe it won't be a Ascent. So we'll go ahead and keep you in tune as on the other side of this break.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not!
Are you serious? My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Pit of Valor. We're now moving on to the round of 16. It's right before we get ourselves in that top 8 situation where we start thinking about what teams are going to be possibly contending for this prize pool. But one of the teams here on today, at least on this roster, on this little matchup we got so far between the likes of We Are NPCs and Demon Time, is I would keep your eyes on Demon Time to be one of those teams. Because they actually, a couple weeks ago, I want to say probably during Pit of Valor number 93 or 94, they ended up taking it all, and they've been in the grand finals or the semifinals for the past weeks consistently on a week-to-week basis, and I don't think they have any idea of breaking their string just yet, but they're going to be the likes of Haven this time around, so we got a different map on our hands. It's not a sit once again, so maybe we'll get somewhat of a different composition and something a little bit more of exciting gameplay.
Yeah, a little bit of the new with a little bit of the old as well, with our past victors of Demon Time. And while we always like to welcome in the new, like a new map for sure, and getting away from Ascent and heading over to Haven, I also like to welcome the old. We've had 2 years running now of weekly $50 tournaments. Now, obviously, that prize pool has increased thanks to community gaming, now being at $250. But make sure to sign up for more from us here and having more Pit of Valor to continue on and on and on. We've been filling it out constantly. It's been really nice to see all the support coming from everybody trying to join in and participate. Sorry. And while you may not win that ultimate prize pool, you get that experience and you get that knowledge. And like I mentioned before, at the end of the day, that experience, that knowledge, the strategy, the workout, the scrimming that you do against everybody else, that's worth more in a lot of ways than that $200 prize pool you get in first place. Though that $200 prize pool is quite nice. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the agent selection and more specifically the players' names are going to look like as we head over to Haven.
Yeah, and Haven, this is going to be one of those maps that I mentioned earlier. Phoenix kind of coming to light once again when it comes around to being in the meta. And that's honestly one of the maps that we saw, thinking of the conception of Valorant, where he honestly felt his strongest. Even then, when he started to feel nerfed a little bit, we still saw some presence out of him in the tier 1 scene. So I could possibly see him having somewhat of a little influence here. But already a name I'm noticing actually is Infernape. So oddly enough, I think I may have casted for We Are NPCs over the course of this past weekend for DreamHack. So this is going to be a probably disgusting matchup on paper, at least in my experience.
Yeah, having casted before for Pit of Valor and more specifically for Demon Time, the players I'm looking at in regards to their roster is going to be Fipe, who popped off previously just a couple weeks ago that I remember, and Hidden Dog, who was really strong on that duelist role. Now we're seeing that be locked in. A Neon is coming to fruition. Bison's looking to pop in that Sky. We do have the Omen being locked in from Bunryan, and a Chamber has already been guaranteed by Royal for the opposing side. For the defensive side, Infernape looks to be popping towards that Sova. Misu's on the Jet. Iwunners on that Chamber. Kirasu is on that Omen. We do have that Sky once again. Very standard lineups for the map here of Haven. Neon is a wonderful choice for this map as well. That highway that you can create for yourself allows for really easy entry over towards that C site once you escape past that death funnel that is that C-long attempt on attack. Once you get past that, you can lock down the majority of that objective and it allows for your team to really quickly step towards that site.
Yeah, it most definitely does. I mean, this is definitely a map where you could really find yourself to steamroll to a side, or even more so, really switch things up. Is while we're seeing the Neon come out from Hendog, who is a player that I've seen just notoriously beyond that Jet as time has come along. But waking up here and saying, you know what, Neon has looked really darn good on Haven. We've seen enough film of her now, and honestly, with her starting to trickle down the ladder a little bit to look more influential in the tier 2 scene is something I'm really looking forward to. So that breach to follow up as well. I'm loving the setup already for the likes of Demon Time, and I want to see what they can perform with here. But on the defensive end, even then, from the likes of We Are NPCs, I'm looking forward to see what we could possibly get out of this squad. Like I said, I saw them this weekend, and they're outstanding, and I want to see what they can really do here today in the Pit of Valor, considering that this isn't them going for like DreamHack tickets or something like that, but still a prize pool nonetheless that even then this could be very good practice for them.
Now, I want to point something out before we officially jump completely into this game as the action starts to unfurl. We do actually have a winner for our headset that was given away by MSI that we helped do. That's actually Mike Reeder will be this week's headset winner, so congratulations to them. They can now hear more clearly and more pristinely in the game of Valor, as well as any other FPS or games in general that they like to play. Maybe just listening to music is an end-all, be-all. But this round going officially underway, no one has really pressured too much to go for a kill, so still a full 5-on-5. But note the very even amount of pressure being garnered by We Are NPCs. They've sent 2 players up through short A, 1 player up to long, now holding over by ramp. There's only 1 player truly there to defend for Demon Time, but they've still given pressure and given away locations over towards Hay and Garage Door, which would lead the rest of Demon Time to still linger around B and more specifically C to bide their time. But that's full control over A, Dallas. Only Flickbaiter is here, and they haven't seen anyone bar now, just seeing Royal, who gets the kill instead.
Yeah, already a pretty good start here for the likes of We Are NPCs, or at least I'm pretty sure that's actually a little bit of a switch up on the top. Demon Time will be the ones who are attacking initially, but I mean, they're making sure to make sure they have their influence, already getting themselves on the side, as I mentioned, and even then more so having the numbers in their favor as well. I mean, looking really strong here. Look at even push all the way into spawn, knowing that Chamber has nothing but a classic. It doesn't matter how many players you lose, you'll win the round, you get the first here. We're seeing Demon Time following things up and saying, all right, let's get these guns in our hands, let's get these Spectres to work with, let's start getting things on the road.
Yeah, it's definitely, the names are definitely flipped. I noticed that once Royal was getting that first frag. Great shot as well to connect onto the head there of Flickbaiter, was lingering over towards A main. When you're talking, or sorry, up in Heaven on A, when you're talking about this map of Haven, you're more specifically going to talk about the retake potential on the A site. A lot of teams love to unfurl themselves quickly towards C, and the Neon will be a great facilitator to help that when Demon Time starts to push that direction. But they'll want to do that a little bit more when they have proper weaponry and rifles in their hands, so possibly round 4 or 5, or maybe when they're weaker, they can try to use that fast lane, that highway to their advantage. When you're talking about the site, though, it's A. It's the retake, the most retakeable objective in the game of Valorant. And we saw We Are NPCs start to try to think about that, but when they lose Flickbaiter in Heaven too early, they lose their Omen trying to step over through halls, you kind of lose that potential for the retake, and it becomes a major problem, much like this round with already Mizu in and Fernape off the board.
Yeah, looking to go ahead and have a pretty strong start here, considering the main squad. They're going for the aggression. They're trying to get themselves on site. And I mean, they're doing a pretty darn good job at it. They're looking to push things up. They're looking to have some presence, at least in the middle of the map. Try to have some diversification when it comes around to their approach. And they're doing a pretty good job, I would say, even then setting it up. Making sure to have some of the Trojan horse towards A, but really pushing onto this B side. And even then having those lineups so they can go for the one-ways, or at least have that pressure in the early little peak, knowing that every single advantage is going to be necessary, and keeping all these guns relative inside this matchup will be good going through in the 3rd round when they're playing once again against those rifles that are going to be brought into effect. But I want hers to be the last one standing once again, and it's going to be a flawless round almost coming out, so long as you can get this one last player, and Flickbaiter will be going off the board. So that's a second now done and dusted for Demon Time here, and a little bit of a follow-up that's going to be coming into this 3rd, as we're going to see the rifles come into full effect with kits as well.
Hopefully this will be enough to maybe give some assistance to We Are NPCs. With a flawless round gained against them garnered by Demon Time, they're going to be pretty poor when it comes economically. You start to worry, considering only 2 kills have been netted total for their side, and it was all gained in round 1, whether or not they can full buy their utility. And Sova is a very important factor for that. You need the Owl Zone, you need the information, and you need to be able to try and zone out Demon Time from the actual spike itself with those shock darts. And occasionally you've seen Sovas do that. We didn't see it as much from a hero there just last map on Ascent, but we still felt that influence of that Owl Drone and the information as a whole gained for their side. And I'm hoping we see that here, as We Are NPC should defensively stay strong, but the quick sprint gain now by Hendog using that fast lane and sprinting forward, they'll give themselves 1. Though Flickbaiter does find 2 kills, Vibes quick with the refrag, and that's an even 3-on-3, and the post plant can come to fruition, and they can set themselves up because there's still about 5 to 10 more seconds before We Are NPCs start to push towards this site.
Yeah, and this is a good setup for them, and considering they not only found themselves aggression on the site, but the kills to back it up and fight, you give them a gun and say, all right, let's run up with it a little bit. Let's get some more damage on the board. Let's get this 3rd round in almost a near flawless manner. That's guns across the board for everybody to pick up, and considering that a lot of those were on site, you just give them over for free. Everything exchanges over, and you just give them that momentum to be working off of, which is the last thing Demon Time needs, because they're outstanding contenders and they're looking to carry it over, considering that even then already Vipe has a Rolling Thunder to play with. So that's going to be a free site to work with. Without doubt they're going to use it here, knowing they're going to be up against very cheap guns on the other side.
You don't need to necessarily waste that ultimate at this point. We noticed in round 3 on the map of Ascent just last game, they had the lockdown available even though they had the weaker arsenal. They utilized it. That's the right timing to do so if you can get it, though that's extremely difficult. You don't need to waste it here when you're facing off against pistols in the hands of We Are NPCs. But they can play cheeky, they can play smart. Both Tasmanian Tigers sent for both sides, tagging each other over towards short of A main side. And notice the map control that We Are NPCs are attempting to gain inside Courtyard. Hendog dashes towards site. They'll get one, make it two. Inferno only finds one before they're felled and returned by Hindog. And now it's going to be up to Hindog to start to aggress through this smoke. Rough spot to be in. A couple right clicks from Mizu will get the job done over the overextended Hindog. Bison's quick with the refrag though and still has the man advantage for Demon Time. Royals playing from the back of A main at the bottom of ramp. Knows Karasu is up in heaven. Iwantar's playing from the back of Hall, looking to swing outward, but Bison's got a great extended position, and Boonrion's long flank from C Cubby has managed to find themselves a kill here in the last few moments. Just Karasu left standing. Paranoia sent out here by Boonrion. Karasu has no real utility to get into it, has to play with the Sherp, though they do leap the head off Boonrion's shoulders. Bison has the rifle, and that one's too much to fight back against.
Yeah, good way to follow things up here, but even then more so a very, very good answer from a We Are NPC. Sure, they wasn't a round one by any means, but showing they can have potential with just cheap guns in hand shows that they can make sure to have the potential to close out a round even more so with bigger weaponry at their disposal, and that's going to be the case right here, right now. But we're seeing it being matched up completely evenly on the attacking side as well, because not only are we going to see two ultimates to work with to kind of really get that effect on the site, but we're going to see the operators come into effect for both sides. Demon Time picking up one for that chamber, and even then We Are NPCs going ahead and picking one up for the Jet. So a little bit of a role reversal going on right now, where Chamber on this defensive end is expected to get these first bloods and then go ahead and TP out, but still you're looking for an even trading. You're hoping that util enough for both sides will make sure that say, okay, who can use this more efficiently? Who can make sure to hit their shots more accurately? And even then more so, who can choose these right sites? Because there's a 33% chance, even then, if you buy an operator in the defensive end, that you will actually run into somebody with, I mean, all the aggression going on to the A side. It looks like Chamber or Jet isn't going to have the opportunity today.
Fast lane can still be used on this A site effectively. We noted that last round. It was a great injury for Hindog, and they tried to utilize it as well. We're trying to be speed through that hall when the smoke was placed by their controller of Omen, but unfortunately falling victim to the classic. That could be changed up here. The overdrive is also available, like previously mentioned. Here comes the fast lane. They'll start to sprint their way forward with high gear. They tried to go for it. It does not work, though. Karasu does get the kill instead, but they'll fall to fight. Same will be said with Flick Vader. This one to Royal G, though. Royal G has that operator, and they're playing quite close to the fight. They tag Misu just a little bit, somehow does not kill. The op-on-op fight does not really fall into anyone's favor, but Birdram finishes the job to Mizu, but their teammate could not. Iwantar has assistance stepping out of Pulse. They'll manage to deny the guided light sit by Bison, but they can't deny the Phantom's spray. The Fury comes through, and now it's just Infernape left standing. They'll be blinded once again. Paranoid as well. A lot of utility being dumped from Demon Time. You may consider this to be a bit of a waste, but ultimately, you have to respect the player at hand, and Infernape has been quite strong. They'll even tag and finish off Royal G. The operator now dropped to the floor. Bison from within Hell, close corner being held by Burnion. They'll look to swing. They'll lose the fight. Now down to the 1v1. The recon bolt's giving so much information. Infernape should have the advantage, but Bison wide swings and gets the kill. Collects the operator, but it's too little too late. Every single weapon has been dropped, and Bison will die to that spike.
I mean, more importantly, though, all the weapons dropped in the meantime. It all just comes down to the round at the end of the day. And when you see that spike going off, you know that's the attacking side, which is going to be Demon Time wrecking them in one more round on their record. So knowing that they have this absolute unit of a kit to work with right now, considering the overcharge there for the Neon, to where you can just run things down. You have the Tor D4s, you have a Rolling Thunder, and even then you have it from the Shadows if you can find a way to use that, which a lot of teams really haven't been using all that much once they get the opportunity. So speaking of this round and what's going to have to provide, we already get 124s coming into effect from We Are NPCs, but that's going to be shut down immediately by Fipe and Vandal. That's an outstanding start, but a very, very quick answer coming out from Mizu. But Hindog capitalizes the push up right towards B, and this may be the site to go for, but the aggression has to come in because the rotates will be coming out almost instantaneously as a reaction.
You've got supportive ult still. If you're Demon Time, removing the Tour de Force is the biggest fear factor against your side. They note that at this point, We Are NPC should definitely have their ultimates available, so they're gonna have to respect these ranges, as well as respect the flank possibly with that from the Shadows, as well as being wary of the dogs that will be sent out by the opposing Sky. But they've swung over to C, found a kill, and now planted down the spike. A 4v2, twice the man advantage now gained for the side of Demon Time, and both players for We Are NPCs are looking to step in from defensive spawn through this back alley. maybe you can have Flick Bader try to swing out with a guiding light and then have Karasi swing off of it. That seemingly is the case, but a crossfire by Royal G in Brunrion nets them a kill. Quick B-hops being employed by Hindog. They want the kill. The Paranoia even tags, but thankfully Flick Bader will escape with their life for now, but it will only be for a short time. They'll acquiesce it thereafter. Hindog is brutal. They're hunting the dog, aptly fitting more like a hound, and that will be another round win, uncontested for Demon Time.
This is now 6 in a row for the likes of Demon Time, and not even really too much invested from them in that last round, if anything at all. They were just using their guns, they were using their utility, everything they can really just buy up, and they didn't have to buy too much of it, considering that round was darn near flawless for them. So they're going ahead and I'd say going home scot-free, or at least in this next round. But a guaranteed even half on the board is an outstanding lead for them. I mean, considering that We Are NPCs has 0 rounds to play with right now, they have to step things into high gear immediately, because they cannot let this get out of control. They can't let this lead, which is now, I would say, definitive after every round afterwards, would go ahead and really start to throttle a little bit. But an even exchange goes right over towards the seaside, but that's not even where the site is actually going to be moving towards. Instead, we're seeing one of a default towards the back of spawn. Nobody on Demon Time has really pulled the trigger yet, but thankfully you've only lost your chamber in that Torty Force, which the rest of the team has more than enough equipment to really dish the damage out regardless.
We've got a little bit of information here as well, Dallas, that Miser Inferno and Karasu actually played last week here for Pit of Valor under the team name Nostril Hair. So they did get knocked out by heavy triggers at some point or another. We have seen them before, but I'll tell you the team we've seen a majority of the time. It's been Demon Time, and we're seeing them a lot right now, not just in the kill feed, but as well just on the route count. 6-0. They'll use that fast lane to lock down the sight lines towards C, as well as just utilizing a smoke over towards that garage side. That's a great way for Demon Time to isolate positions. They'll spray through as well, getting a kill. Now they can send 2 players, maybe just one over towards Cubby, and lingo the last few over towards Hay, and watch that flank to deny the possible rotate. They just need to spray through these smokes and try to go for these frags blindly and deny the possible defusal in this position. Crossy will tag down that spike, not sticking to it at this point. Hindog's actually not just stayed over by Hay, but actually pushed forward. Hindog overextends though, and though Burnrion does give them a kill, they lose their life in the process, and fight finishes the job. 7 rounds now to Demon Time, and honestly, it felt like they haven't really been utilizing these ultimates. They haven't needed to. They have not been forced by We Are NPCs.
I mean, there's been no pressure put on the Demon Time whatsoever, and honestly, I can't blame We Are NPCs. They can't really find the opportunities. And a map like this on Haven, you don't have as much trade potential because of how you're scared of where the map is going to spread out and how they're going to split themselves on the attacking side. That's one of the biggest exploits for this map, to where you start to say, okay, well, is the defense really favored all that much? Well, the attack should be favored. It's a huge debacle that lots of teams start to encounter over the course of this game, and even on this map, depending on how practiced you are. But when it comes around to practice, I mean, practice makes perfect, and Demon Time has a perfect lineup on the scoreboard already, looking to once again do that damage, because the only thing that's really going to go ahead and contest him will be this Blade Storm, but it's not going to have too much of an effect just yet. I mean, you get the intel, you know players are towards C, you knew one was towards window, but you're not really finding the frags. You get some damage if you're Misu, but you haven't found the kills, and Fife is going to get an easy little flash off, make it a 3v5 situation now, and honestly, that's 1 player towards side if you do the math. And casters, I know we're not supposed to, but that's a little too easy for us not to, quite honestly.
You know, it's not just not being supposed to. I mean, capable of it. That was my worst subject in school, but we'll figure it out. 3 players left standing now for the We Are NPCs. I can at least count. Flick Bader's trying to bide their time with the Sheriff in hand. They'll send out the Tasmanian Tiger, and there doesn't really find much impact. They're at least able to gain a little bit of space, but that space is now being pushed through by Demon Time. Voodoo in the opposing side of Link on A. Catches I Want Her unaware. Hindog will spray through short box, and now it's only Infernape left inside garage. They're playing up towards window. They do get the shorty kill to Hindog. They know their life is forfeit, so they're saying, I'll take my 1 kill, I'll take my consolation prize, and I'll sit and wait for the final frag to come through. That will be the case, and another dominant round garnered by Demon Time. None of the ultimates by We Are NPCs are working out for them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, looking at this game and how it's going, We Are NPCs, I'm not sure what they can do. I'm trying to think of a game plan. I'm trying to think of a shred of hope for this squad and what they can really do to get onto the board at least. And sure, there's going to have to be a good bit of blunders on the side of Demon Time to really create that opportunity. But as it seems so far, I'd say the pretty diverse default they come into would be pretty favorable. That could be an opportunity you really find those initial kills and say, well, first bloods really do mean something. I mean, look at it. Even then, a lurker over towards the seaside, if you find 2 players stationed there, but even then, when you find an initial blood coming out from Demon Time once more, Royal G getting that pick onto the opposing chamber, there's just not much you can do now. You have to retreat. You have to play for retake. You got to do something different because the full aggression's coming down. And you can't really put too much to stop it.
Mizu's holding close corner, pocket of this A ramp side. They've sent 2 for Demon Time. They're going to go ahead and send the Rolling Thunder as well. Hindog will slide towards the site, and though they can't collect the spray enough to get the kill, they do get the refrag back by Bison and even Fight finding one more of their own. That is a great trade in the process. 2 for 1. Demon Time now have a 2-player advantage netted for themselves. Karasu forced maybe try to tag Bison from Cubby. Until the information is gained, it's not Bison or Karasu who gets the kill. It's Infernape instead. World G gets the refrag back, and Infernape is isolated and alone. Iced out towards the back. Maybe stepping towards Halls. Be aware that Bison is in this corner. They swing out. They aren't aware enough. Bison goes for the knife and the disrespect. Humbling Infernape. That is now 9-round wins for Demon Time.
9 in a row, uncontested, and even then more so Demon Time being almost flawless in these plants. Finding almost a flawless record, I would say. Even then, I think it actually is. In terms of first bloods as well, they're converting these properly. I mean, perfectly as well. They're making sure they don't overinvest early. They probably find themselves maybe 1 or 2 breach flashes or a stun to back it up, but any piece of util they use is either going to be recoverable, is going to recharge, or it's going to do something they can get once more, and they only invest when they know they can find that kill, and they almost invest 1 for 1 on that basis and find a free follow every single time. So the post plant just goes perfectly for them because they have so much to put into it. But Hindog getting aggressive on the site, having that overcharge fully available, even charge as well for 2 kills. Can't find the third as Karasu goes ahead and swings out that smoke, but you know a player's inside, and he doesn't even get blinded because Bison's going to spray right through, find one more, making a 2v4 retake on the side of where NPCs where it's these close situations every single time they have to find themselves into to really just even find some presence on the board, but it's just not providing itself. Even them, Blink Baiter being locked out to even get on site, can't even contest, can't even set up, can't even have the time to think about playing because the full push comes down, but there's a little bit of a collateral, a little bit of shred of hope, but Bison swings out, full blinded as well. That's now 10 in a row, double digits immediately for Demon Time on track to possibly get 12.
Nice clip. Give it to him. It's yours for the taking. Now staring up the sky quickly thereafter with the blind. Maybe not. We can cut the clip there. We'll cut it right before that. We'll say they win that round. But that is Demon Time taking their 10th in a row now. It is a lopsided affair, 10-0. And you're talking about the even trades, the opening frags going to Demon Time. That has been consistent. Let's also talk about the diversity of their attacks and their post plants. We've seen them push and plant on C 2 to 3 times now. One of the more important ones was when they all stacked back towards that C main side and sat inside lobby and just played for the spray down through the smokes and isolating the individuals trying to go for that defuse. That last round, they didn't do that at all. They stuck on site. They defended it absolutely. They did not let the Sentinel defense of themselves be cut off by weird NPCs. Even with a flank through C lobby, they still cut it down with Fight finding the kill. It's a great job by Demon Time to be diverse and to be able to catch weird NPCs unaware at every turn. It's a difference, a huge disparating figure in terms of playstyle and total overall wherewithal for game knowledge.
Let's keep in mind here, there's a little bit of work off of, considering the ultimates that, well, were available for weird NPCs, but instead, I mean, Infernape just kind of being burned down. That one player who was always alive last, actually getting one of the first deaths in terms of the team's comps, and honestly, there's not too much to work with here. You gotta win these fights towards Garage and at least get somewhat of a potential onto site, but even then, the door to the door isn't even opening. You can't even get to the front door because the gate won't even unlock, because they have the entire map on lock if you're Demon Time. Now getting 11 in a row, this is an absolute utter swipe. I mean, that's what it comes down to. There's no other way to put this. Your best case situation where we are NPCs is 1 round. And that just seems absolutely just, I'd say, embarrassing to say, and it's almost disgusting to say as a caster, knowing that, I mean, we're now on the round of 16. We're expecting these teams to start stepping things up, really keep things close, but maybe if their attacking side is just as flawless, which would be pretty damn hard, but pretty damn impressive at the same time, it could still definitely be doable, but good God, is it a long road ahead.
Yeah, that's a major hill to climb. You may need to be packing it up with about 15 different semi-trucks if you want to try to make it up it, but from the looks of things, the caboose that they're using to climb is given out. This engine has started to falter, and this round looks no different from the previous. Demon Time already netting themselves to Bison. They're finding Karasu and finding the one before. Burn around with some assistance, able to take down Infernape. That's only 2 players left standing for We Are NPCs. Flickbaiter working alongside their chamber to maybe find a frag, but I Wonder is going to get blinded instead by his own teammate. Flickbaiter extends off of that and gets killed because of it. Only 1 kill netted for We Are NPCs. Though that statement may sound kind of sad, that's not the first round we've seen that. There have been 4 or 5 where only 1 kill was gained, if any, by We Are NPCs. This has been Demon Time's game for the taking, and it has looked theirs from the beginning.
This just seems like predestination, quite honestly. I mean, with how you're sitting at a 12-0 score line, this is, I'm not going to say it's never been seen before. It probably has been within GLG of 98 weeks running this thing, but and even then with best of threes being for the grand finals for the longest time there until you ended up making that change. Because, well, I can say from a caster's perspective, that was a very late night on our hands every single Wednesday. And even then, as an audience, I'm sure y'all want to be here for every single bit of the action. But speaking of action, there just doesn't seem to be too much of it on one of the sides here today. I mean, We Are NPCs not really coming to light, and this could be their one potential round where this, okay, sweet, things are potential. We can find ourselves something, but Demon Time, I doubt they're going to really mess around right here. Usually a lot of teams that start to lighten up, say, okay, well, this is easy pickings. Well, I mean, maybe if you give them a couple rounds here and there, it feels like a 10-2, but you want to find that 13-0. I think they're more determined than ever for this round alone.
Especially considering that they don't necessarily have utility in the round. And I think that's been one of the big factors of success for Demon Time is proper expenditure of utility. These pistol rounds can go either way, and I would sure as heck want that 13-0. Quick sprint out, though, by Demon Time. They're gunning up through Courtyard. Royal catches the flanking player of I1 Church, kind of lingering behind. And though Mizu does find a frag, it's traded for 2 by Demon Time. Slide in by Hendog does not work. Now down to the 2v2. Mizu's gotten a 3K, a necessity for them, and it's denied.
Wow.
1 round win by We Are NPCs. Mizu single-handedly, it feels like, getting enough of those frags to shut down Demon Time. We're not done just yet. The question is for how much longer, though.
Yeah, that's really the biggest question. Can you do that 11 more times in a row? And it's not going to be pistols every single round, I can tell you that much. There's going to be a little diversity in the buys, whether it comes down to ultimates, whether it comes down to guns. That is going to change, and you're not going to get that same result, even though it was still, what, a 1v2 at the rear end of that round. So it wasn't easy by any means necessary. But Infernape will be forcing out a Phantom on this round, really looking to cash things in, trying to at least deteriorate the likes of Demon Time on this round as much as possible. But that is a lot to ask for because you're going to have to really settle yourself down and I'd say submit yourself in this game on this round alone to know you can get a follow-up like that.
High ground held by Mizu. A step to behind Gong. Hindog just kind of sprints in with a frenzy, and though they do get 1 kill, it's fragged back. Fipe with the shorty actually tags down the chamber if I want her. And now you're just down to 3-on-3. Demon Time not in a terrible position, so to say. You've got Fipe working through middle, and it actually works out. Royal G with a Headhunter, also good for 1. It's just Flickbaiter left standing, and they're paranoid. They're short-sighted. Demon Time finally have utility in the pocket, and though they did not bring that strong of an arsenal to the round, they've still picked apart the NPC side. It's a struggling thing to say, but that was Demon Time's game from the get-go. They looked in control. They looked solid. They looked like they've been packing that one in from the very beginning. They knew their luggage was ready to head on to the next round. They're going to continue onwards here in this tournament.
Yeah, they're guaranteed for quarters here. I mean, and that was to be expected going even into this because I know the Demon Time, I've seen them on a consistent basis now. They've looked outstanding, but yeah, that was just another performance. I mean, that was just something almost that curtain call was met. They, from start to finish, really performed, and they said, okay, well, let's see how fast we can speed run this. Maybe it's dinner time where they are. On Eastern, it's about 7:53 right now. So they're saying, look, let's grab a quick bite to eat because that was possibly one of the fastest things we could have done in this tournament. I mean, all except for 1 round. So, I mean, a little bit of a break in the record there. You got to optimize that eventually, mid-max it as much as possible. But, I mean, with something like a 13-1, on Haven, you obviously knew they were going to be bringing something in. They switched things up on the Neon from the Jet, as I've seen Demon Time do every single time, at least on Hendog's case, but everybody else really shown up as well. I mean, the crosses, the utility, they never had to invest, as I mentioned earlier. They found the early first kills. They knew what players could really have the impact while still having somewhere else of the map under lock and under control, because a new key I've kind of termed with these controllers is what I like to call Angel abilities is they linger around the map. They can have that effect onto a site without actually being there. And we saw the Omen on multiple cases be over towards C on the attacking side, be towards the middle, be anywhere else, with saying no matter what, I can still throw a paranoia out towards middle, make sure it has an impact on A, and at least tag 1 or 2 players if they're in that spot where they typically are. Smokes, those are always going to be able to throw them down somewhere. And honestly, I may not even need to, because looking at Fipe on that breach, you just throw out those flashes, and I mean, you're already on site, already finding the kills. And by the time the Hen Dog is there, you just can't react to it. They had rehearsed this and they have perfected this almost, all except for one round, which was a pistol, which is always a toss up.
Uh, it was such a fun matchup to watch, not just first game, second game, and that last game that was much faster. We cracked jokes in the booth saying, because first one was 13-5, second one was 13-6. We're like, all right, 13-7. It's been guaranteed at this point. It didn't quite get there. It didn't quite get there, Dallas, unfortunately, so to say. And honestly, I think a lot of that's off the back of Hen Dog. Hen Dog, I have something I want to say to you. It's Valorant, not Apex Legends. You're not playing Octane, you're playing Neon. You can sliding around and jumping like that everywhere. You may be playing the wrong esport here, buddy. You may be destined for another one, but you're popping off here, so I'll give it to you. Your dub is a dub, and you guys well deserved that one, picking them apart so handily. But that's unfortunately it for me in Dallas here tonight. We have another set of duos coming up right after this one. I believe it's Strive and Anton. So you guys will be in great hands. Make sure to stay tuned for more. We've got more games coming up after this one. Make sure to have exclamation point socials in the chat if you want to follow any of us on Twitter. Stay tuned for more here from GLG for Pit of Valor.
All right, for those of you that might not have been here in the first half, we're in the quarterfinals of the 98th Pit of Valor, brought to you this week by Community Gaming and MSI. Best of one single elim all the way down to the finals, which means we've only got a couple more maps until we find out which teams go home in the money. And yeah, I said teams with an S, because, I mean, thanks to Community, again, these guys have been so generous to us over the past few weeks, like multiple different weeks. They've multiplied our prize pool by 5. Remember the $50 that we had going to first place? Yeah, that's going to second place now. $200 to first place. Big stuff. So thank you to Community, as well as, I mean, they're helping us give these teams what they deserve for working this hard to get to their wins, and MSI for helping not only the community, but also you guys and the individuals in the teams for playing oh so well. So the MVPs get a must, and all of you guys also get headsets. So keep an eye out for that. This week's winner has already been announced, unfortunately, but we've got more weeks incoming. So obviously, yeah, keep your headsets on, and maybe you'll get a new one eventually. But without further ado, check out Community at communitygaming.io to sign up for the next week's tournament and secure your spot with the basic GLG membership, or for a little bit more, you can get the Instalock, which gets you 3 months of access to the lounge up in Rochester, which is super cool stuff. And while supplies last, you get free socks. So who doesn't want that? But as always, we don't want to keep you guys waiting any longer. We know these nights can get quite fast or quite slow. Sometimes we have some pretty long games, but right before the break, there was a banger of a 13-1 matchup. That was absolutely amazing. Demon Time, they've proven themselves time and time again, but not often do we get stomps like that on broadcast, especially in round of 3 or the third round, right? So I'm excited to see what we've got going on. Demon Time, I'm expecting to see them in the finals, but right now we have a reprisal of a team that we've seen here before, Akuma, that has been on broadcast already today, and we're going to get to see them again against Swarm 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one indeed. And for those that are joining fresh, welcome to the party. For those that have been here since the beginning, of course, welcome yet again. Anton's already given you the lay of the law. So we're going to the land of Bind for this best of one as we get deeper and deeper. This is quarterfinals. So sit tight momentarily as we get ready to send it. I hope, like Anton said, take this time to get on the socials as well. Please, !Discord to follow us on that and get in Discord. We post all of the goodness of what's coming, these giveaways. And for clarification, of course, the weekly giveaway for the headset is !giveaway. So please don't miss that opportunity to enter as we get into 8 selection here. Let's see what these players want to enter for their picks on Bind, which I have to say, Anton, is one of my all-time favorites and is an absolute banger of a selection.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I love playing it personally. I know teams, it's not entirely too popular in the pro scene nowadays. It's kind of, it's like a bottom 3 if I'm correct, but tied with a couple other, like, give or take a couple of percent. But even still, I'm surprised. I mean, I gotta admit, I think the portal really plays a big factor into whether teams either like the map or hate the map. It's one or the other. There's no in between, because it's such a big deal to have those instant rotations between one site to the other in just about like no time, right? Because you can be like 20 seconds in the round, and any other map would be like, oh, there's no time to go to B. That we heard this last guy outside of A. That's it. They're either gonna push us or gonna lose. But on Bind, that's a big different story, right? Because you've got instant rotations multiple different ways. You can, like, there's some teams playing Yoru nowadays. You never even know. Paper X with the innovation. I'm surprised we haven't seen many NA teams pick that one up, but like, who knows? We still got quarterfinals going on in VCT, but no, we're not even talking about that right now. We've got the game going on here right now, and unfortunately, no Yorus, but something that's not entirely surprising. We see Chambers on both sides. Strongest agent in the game by far right now, pretty much like above and beyond the highest pick rate out of any agent. Doubling KO, which is the second one. Yeah, there is absolutely no shocker that we've seen one on both sides. Raised on both sides, Brims as well. And in fact, I think we've got an exact mirror matchup here if these two guys lock in Evie and Franks on the Brimstone and the Rays. They're taking some time, but it does look like that's what's going to happen right now.
Yeah, for sure. This is like pretty standard run of the mill. I mean, I had the chance to cast some Bind, actually a whack load of Bind this past weekend with a fellow co-caster that you guys witnessed here with Mick, and we saw a lot of this coming through. Much of the same composition. The Viper works well, the Chamber work well, and we noticed that on Bind, especially teams have kind of found their run of the mill solution. And I don't mean run of the mill in a negative way, but always in goodness, as it seems to work. The composition just comes together and really solidifies nicely on Bind. Great picks as a whole, but let's get into pistol round here and see what's cooking. What do our returning members of Akuma have in store, and is Swarm 3 keen on making a showing for themselves here on desk and on cam, live here on GLG? For those, again, that have joined us for 98 weeks straight, thank you so much, and lots of love from the casters, production, observers, admin team, and everybody else in the background. It means the absolute world. We're building up towards POV number 100. That's going to be a spicy one, but 100 weeks put that in your in that mind for a second there. That's almost 2 years, actually more than 2 years. 48 weeks times 2 is definitely less than 100. Wow, big math. Huge. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in and all the love and support. It absolutely means the world to us.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, it's just exciting talking about it, but not even talking about it. We're going to be getting into the action right now, and it looks like Akuma want to send really fast through that short B, and it's not going to work out. There's going to be a lot of aggression from these attackers towards this U-Haul position. Pumpkin's going to take a lot of damage. He's going to get pushed, and the shorty from Evi's going to take him out. As already an entry, first kill of the game goes to Swarm 3.
Yeah, with that opening pick, things are looking mighty on fresh here now. They can kind of take a bit of a backseat, albeit they have taken a fair amount of damage. Nothing that a Sky can't fix, assuming that Sky does have some heals on the board. But as Degrees and Co now looking to make some moves, a lot of Viper activity. This Pain Shell is going to be massive, forces them out for the swing, and that is the right decision. Good play, good aggression, and entry, and Shrony on the board to continue ahead with the push, but Ahira going to respond very quickly.
All right, that's a huge nade. I don't know if that's even hurting Swarm 3 more or Akuma, because that was perfectly placed, but it forces the push. And speaking of pushing, Shrony does just that, finishes off the last member of Akuma, and has 3 left alive for Swarm.
Yeah, nothing more spicy than running full send out of the Viper wall there just to peek it. And I mean, that Pain Shell kind of left you very little options in terms of what you could have done. So the plays, the aggression, Swarm 3's opening pick, everything kind of panned out. And now they're off to a great buy round here. Anton, I see a Judge, I see a Spectre, and the rest of the team kind of keeping it light and fresh. And that's a good thing to do here on a Wednesday, as they're most keen on keeping some funds for the gun round.
Yeah, Shrony, I'm a bit shocked that he's not going for a buy in this round. I mean, he's got a Viper, so I mean, yeah, they're sure. I don't know. They're saving for maybe 2 ops. I don't know. They're the ones that are here. We're not the ones that are playing, so I'm not going to question them too much. But obviously, the chambers of both teams want to conserve as much money as possible. And a bit of an early shot has the TP out as he reveals his location. That's a big flash. That is a perfect flash from Shattered, and now the peaks. But Evie, what has this happened here? How has this just happened? 5 kills. He gets them all in the midst of a second.
I mean, talk about the judge, the gavel. Court is in session. It is now ended. I mean, I dropped that left, right, and center, but that is literally the epitome of what could have gone wrong or gone right, depending on what side of that judge you were on. For Evie, mighty on good there. 7-1. Ultimate is primed and set. Albeit the rest of the team kind of on the back foot in terms of weaponry. They're not going to have to go up against Akuma's gun round, which might be a bit of a an interesting moment here as we see how they play out. But very, great dominant first 2 rounds and showing from Swarm 3.
Yeah, what the heck? Well, I mean, doesn't matter how good your flashbangs are when you've got Evie with the judge, I guess. Sometimes he's got an ultimate. It's round 3 and there's a rocket launcher on the field. That's an 8-cost ult, by the way, for those of you guys in the audience that don't know. He's the only one with an 8-cost ult in the round, or on his team, and he's got it. Ahira is going to shut down his teammate. Saint's going to go down first, and that could be a bit of a problem. As that is the smokes, one of the only smokes on the server, and certainly the only for the team. And the teleport, ooh, that's a great response as well. Smoke prevents his counterpart from getting away, and even spams through that second smoke, his own Viper wall. And that's some beautiful stuff to entry on, even without the Brimstone.
Yeah, with that spike now going down here for entry. 4v3 again. Swarm 3 are in possibly the best case scenario now, as the hero's kind of on the back end looking to clear out of heaven, but there is a lot of work to be done here, Chief, and time is obviously not necessarily in favor, as they have to get on that site and hop on that defuse, the Viper utility, making it that much more tricky to manage. But Ahira very keen on watching the back end, and rightfully so, as Evie here looking a little bit picky, trying to see if they can get a bit of an aggression or aggressive peek out from that back end. But so far, so good. Patience, Ahira looking away. Do we get the back end flanking from Evie? One onto smoke. That is good, but Evie's got to make the play. This raise, swinging. The judge, yet again, strikes, and that's going to be the equalizer for the most part. But still, showstopper, that 8-round wombo combo. Here it comes, flying from nowhere land, and goes actually nowhere, as Shattered shuts it down very quickly there, Anton.
Oh, and last alive, yeah. Shattered at least shuts 1 down, but can't manage to get the final kills. And Swarm 3, what a great response from these guys off the back of their bonus. And even Evie keeping the judge as well. He's not upgrading, and he can kind of see the concept behind a couple of their saves in that second round as well. You'd think, I mean, most people, I would think, and I think a lot of people in the community would also say that you must buy up when you win the first round. You have to go for the force. And these guys, they were calculated. They actually didn't do that. It almost bit them in the butt. They had a couple pistols down that long B, but Evie just came in with a shotgun and just shut everything down. And that round as well, he gets the flank all the way through pipes up into spawn. That's not often that you see a raise all the way in the defender spawn location, and that is definitely proving fruitful. And he still got it this round. Everyone's got rifles on his team. He's against a bunch of sheriffs, so it's probably not going to be the hardest situation for this guy to get some entries again, but We'll see what's going on. They're expecting a push from Akuma as well. That's just not going to happen. They have all the pistols in the world, and they have to play it safe if they want to have at least a chance in this round.
Yeah, making the moves, making some traction here, looking to get towards showers, and Akuma's got to do something a bit different if they're going to want to keep Swarm 3 a little bit occupied for the time being. This U-Haul fiasco could be the solution. Degrees, bit of a jiggle. Entry now looking to do, as the name suggests, get some entry opportunity for the team here. Viper walls again are down, smoke coming out of shower. This segregation between the showers and, of course, U-Haul with this Viper wall has proven to be a bit of a tricky one for Akuma to manage.
It's heavy. It's heavy every single time. And here we go. Smoke just closes it out. Yeah, good playing. Aim labs down in spawn. That was a nice shot by one of the defenders remaining. But it's just not going to be anything. It's 4 rounds in a row for Swarm 3. And yeah, that one was a save. Fair enough. But this is looking quite scary as Smoke pulls out the 24s. It's 5 kills. And it's really... It's been quite fast, hasn't it, Strive? It's been, I don't know, a couple minutes. And we've already got 4 rounds on the board for Swarm.
I think the word of choice for this afternoon is festive. I'd like to say it's been quite festive, right? It's been lively, energetic, you know, turkeys out, stuffings out. In this case, it's been Swarm 3 stuffing rounds down the throats of Akuma, left, right, and center. No room for opportunity here. So far, it seems like Trailblazer says, I might be able to do something, but no, quick shutdown yet again from Swarm 3. Pumpkin has a lot of scoping to do, and it involves looking upwards, and guess what? Evie's already on the back end of U-Haul. Basically a gymnast at this point. Just acrobatics, flying axe for the air, and with that 5v2 situation with the spike down.
I can't wait to see this guy's econ rating at the end. If I know it's a bit of a it's a weird stat because it's just the number at the end. You're like, what does that even mean? But it means that the number you get there is the damage you deal every single 1,000 creds you spend. So Evie, he's gone 5 rounds. And he's kept a judge every single round. So, hypothetically, since he's 12-2 right now, he should have a pretty ridiculous econ rating. And not only that, he's even upgraded into an operator because there was an op on Akuma's side. They didn't get a single kill with it, and he just ended up picking it up. This could be disastrous for Akuma leading on if they can't manage to find a round, because not only have Swarm 3 got 5 under their board, they have a hell of a bank. Like they're not hurting for money at all. It doesn't even matter who's buying for who. I think Shrony's even at the lowest money right now, and he dies. All good. He's gonna rebuy. It literally doesn't matter. Look at how many people are almost max. Evie's gonna max if they win. Smoke's gonna max if they lose. Entry's gonna max if they win. Saint's gonna max if they win. They have like 3 free buys. Even if they lose the next 3 rounds, they're gonna have guns for every single one of them. And Akuma, their economy, it's a little bit lackluster. Pumpkin's gonna have to farm for an order in this round. There's no other choice. They have to try for something, and everyone is just gonna have to force up. And this is just looking dire. This is painful. I don't. It's only been 6 rounds. No, it's been 5. This is round 6. But at this point, I've already lost. I don't know what Akuma could possibly do.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to doing things, you know, we saw a bit of aggression towards short. That was one aspect of it. Didn't work, and now we're kind of back down again to them actually semi-aggressive towards showers. But Chief, I'm telling you, this Viper wall has been absolutely disastrous. And look at that, Dries going for a bit of a jiggle, kind of sticking the nose up a bit too far, gets picked off with that op, and once again, it's a Swarm 3 kind of round thus far.
Yeah, and here is here. He's gonna take a couple of first engages, but technically his teammate's already been treated on, and here we go again, Heavy. He's still got the judge. He's still got the judge. It's round number 6, and thank goodness Smoke TP's out in time. But no, it's Shrony and still Heavy. No, never mind. Not Smoke. Pumpkin. That's his name. He's on the defense, but he's not going to be on the defense any longer because he's been removed. And now Shattered's already been taken out again. Saint with that headshot, and it's up to his doppelganger of Frank's last alive, and he can't go past his own Brimstone's molly or his smoke. He's just getting everything tossed at him. They're running at him. Evie's front line. He's still got a shotgun. He's in this. What are they even doing?
Evie is looking mighty good through the smoke. Franks for the 1, and Evie, of course, like an absolute gopher, just coming right out of that smoke, 1 tap with that judge. And that's going to be Swarm 3 now, 6 consecutive. We fall into this kind of cyclic trap now where money is kind of a bit of a problem. And besides that, rounds are looking a little bit more bleak and bleak. So for Akuma to have something to work with, it's going to be now or never, I'd say. They're going to have to build up their money, get back in with 3 or 4 solid rounds to get that comfort to at least swap off and assume the attacking position. But at this point, you wonder, what do you do, right, Anton? Do you go for a 4-man, maybe 5-man stack A and play rotate? But even then, I think, you know, there's just the shots of Swarm 3 has been a mission to deal with. It's tough. It's a very tough moment if you're an Akuma team member.
Oh yeah, and not only that, but you look at the scoreboard. Evie has literally got the rest of his team's kills combined in one guy. He's got 14, and everyone else adding up is 14. If you can't deal with that guy, I think it's kind of game over. It's round 6, but you remember round 6. This game is a 13-round game. Round 6 is halfway of a half, and if Akuma don't get around, it's halfway to the end. It is really hard to sugarcoat this kind of thing, because when you have a guy with practically 2 kills around for the last every round, and oh no, when you miss a shot like that, Pumpkin, that's a little bit inexcusable. That was a free one right there. They didn't shoot back. They had shotguns on the other end. And he doesn't land one on Saints. And he's already made his way up. Gotta be careful. This guy inside a U-Haul has a shotgun on the other end as well. This Raze might be able to take that fair one-on-one. But it's gonna come up to luck because they're in the smoke as well. Evie's still here. Degrees, does you read this?
I think Degrees has got a bit of a spidey sense that's tingling heavily here. Showstopper is set. Evie around the corner. Nice bit of activity. Hey, welcome to the party. I was going to make a comment kind of midway through that round, but the overall equation was looking good. I like what Akuma did. I was going to say maybe some passivity is kind of on the radar. And in that round, you can see they kind of played the back lines, let everyone kind of do their thing, and were very, very patient. We're not necessarily caught off guard and pinched off. They've gotten used to the Evie double satchel looking for the flank at U-Haul activity with the Judge, as you mentioned. So that's a bit of a wash at this point. We've kind of maybe come to a bit of a level ground. The money's looking a little bit fresher, and I'm feeling mighty on good. But the battle continues as Swarm 3 are sitting on 3 great ultimates, and as an attacker, I'm ready for a double satchel showstopper mess right here.
That's not the only thing that continues Strive. He's got a Judge again. They have, I mentioned before, they have infinite money, and he's bought up the Judge. This is the strat. This is legitimately what they're going for. It's not even just like, oh, I have no money. I kept the Judge from round 2. He's actually just straight up buying Judges. This is the player Evie is.
I'm okay with this because you know what? Here's that showstopper halfway through. Satchel 1, Satchel 2. Oh my god, I hear a hello, good morning, and good night. And the Judge is out again. I was going to say, if Evie got a long shot Judge kill, I might have some questions to ask. But meanwhile, bit of a push here on the opposing end of things. They've decided to change it up from the letter A to the letter B and looking a little bit more towards that side. The rotates are here from Akuma. And let's see how patient they are before they retake and how much damage they can do.
Up now holding elbow. He's just gonna wait. It's kind of a similar story to the last round. 4-on-4. Fair on the man count, but there is a Brimstone ultimate. They have to be careful about that. Pumpkin gets a nice re-entry into the site. Degrees a second kill, stereo frags, and he follows up on the headshot as well. Now it's a 1-on-4 and entry. That's a lot to ask. They might have 6 rounds in a row, but they can't get another one.
Yeah, really good work on that retake as a whole. I love just how patient they were getting on that site. A lot of good duo swinging, good control on that elbow. I think that elbow pick in itself was worth its value in gold. They get on the board for the second, and it looks like Swarm 3 now. Bit of a question here. How many strats do you have in your strat book that don't involve a double satchel wrap around U-Haul? That is TBD, but as we kind of get further into this initial half, I'm feeling a little bit better. I got a little bit more breathing room here with Akuma, I think.
Now they've got double ops, like you mentioned, so I have faith. I think I have faith. This has been a super fast game so far, not only in the fact that Storm have gotten 6th round in the midst of like 2 minutes, but also Akuma, the last couple rounds are also quite fast. And that's kind of thanks to Storm being at the pace that they are, because they go in real fast, they rotate real fast, and they plant real fast. So Akuma, if they want to take the rounds, they have to be fast in of themselves as well. So this entire game has been quite speedy, if I must say so myself. And this round, though, has been a massive change of pace because everyone's just loaded right down. Default across the map for the side of Swarm 3. Have an op looking into showers with the Raze on the other end as well. This could be a bit risky because Smoke, is he going to read the off angle? It's a crouch from the Raze. Still holding this, and they both have operators as well. So Degrees, just a game of reaction time if Smoke wants to peek.
And as we say, things have changed, and they may change. It's like Evie's got basically one note on the record player, and it goes around and around, and it includes double satchel with the Judge. So on that, we get the 1, but it falls with the trade. Now Degrees here looking to get away from the mess of the situation. Nice little flickeroni onto Shrony. And with that, we get right back to it again with Akuma in that driving seat of the round, offering some heals and such. But now how do you retake? Fair amount of utility, but nothing too crazy. No orbital strike. That's the last of the Smoke cover coming out. Degrees fearless bit of a swing there. That's going to be 3 on the board, and they're continuing to get and retake. Smoke's got to have to worry now, stuck in showers with an op.
Ooh, no, a missed shot. Little bit of movement there. He shifted his feet, and that made him off target. That's a bit unlucky. I think he was on it with his crosshair, but that little bit, that's really unforgiving. The operator, it doesn't really let you have that much room for error, and he misses the shot, and that's the third round for Akuma. And now, a little bit of life in them with that double up setup, and even though Evie, he went for it again, like he said, he went for that double satchel, he's got one thing in his back pocket, and he's doing it again. He's got another judge. It just didn't work out last time. Degrees with that massive reaction time, flicking all the way from that shower's door up practically like 180 into the sky. Very nice mechanical abilities from him. And now he's got a rocket launcher of his own. Nothing for the side of their opponents. There's maybe the brim is one off the ulti. That's all they can really hope for if they want to farm up an orbits out of showers, but they're not even there. The brimstone's towards that short A position, so that's not going to be any kind of hope. It's going to be Shrony towards the showers, and not really going to want to farm up that Viper Spit, especially as what happened last time. That was what lost them their first round. And now it's just a spot. Pumpkin with a shot. Now these guys know, Storm 3, do they still want to peek into this? They send some info utility once again, and it's going to be a shot again, and Pumpkin needs to get out.
Yeah, with that escape here, bit of a pop flash as well. Guiding light gets Degrees a little bit occupied, but still that spike is dropped way far back here, Anton, which tells you Swarm 3 is not yet done probing this map, and Pumpkin says, probe of my own, gonna shut you out real quickly and get back in that position to hopefully capitalize and bring home that fourth. But so far, man, love the change of pace, and look at the mobility of Akuma as they've now shifted some bodies off to A and are looking intently to see how Swarm wants to get on the site with that ticker now down to 40.
Another flash, and another kill as well. Smoke goes down. And speaking of the mobility, they send the operator back towards that B side as well. They didn't expect from the side of Swarm. They didn't expect double ops down that short, right? One shot goes out, the chamber TPs. You're like, okay, he's gone. But in turn, there's a race sitting there with the same gun. Who runs that? Like that? In what world does that happen? But that ends up happening, and Swarm 3 are punished for their. You can't even say their ignorance, but they just straight up didn't know. They didn't understand, and fair enough. Akuma adapting, and it looks like they've got their fourth.
Pranks. That smoke's about to drop in 3, 2, and I believe 1. 2 seconds left on that clock as well. Nothing really happening. Talk about stalemate. That's a first for this matchup, and I believe a first for this night, at least from what I recall. So right back at it. My smoke calculation was invalid, but if you and I can do math, we're seeing Akuma definitely back looking super good. I've said this time and time again. Whatever changed, it changed for the better, and they're making it work. Chief, they've come together, and Evie's kind of been shut down a little bit, which may be part and parcel of kind of what we're seeing here so far. Those first couple rounds with that judge and getting into U-Haul was kind of overwhelming, but it looks like Swarm have said, you know what, backseat's kind of cool. We'll chill a little bit, let you do your thing, and react accordingly.
No pun intended, but it might be an omen, the fact that Evie has gotten only 2 kills within the last 4 rounds. He's at 14-2 when you praised him last time for having that massive impact with the judge, but now he's not only not have a judge, but he's bought up a rifle. So he needs to have some more impact of his own if he wants his team to have any more success, because first 6 rounds, honestly, it was all this guy, man. It was this one dude, Evie, just going in with that shotgun and making everything happen, just raining havoc, and now he's got a rifle. What can he do? Already damaged. That's a lot of damage from Degrees as well. And Evie, even inside that molly, thank goodness he doesn't go down, because then there would be surely no chance. But now at 3-on-3, Shrony gets a response as well on the opposing Viper. Shattered remains on the site, but he's now the only defender until the Brimstone gets over here. It's only a matter of time when Storm 3 want to exec.
Yeah, the exec here, 50 on that clock, spike in hand. So at least we got the goods here, and we'll see the migration out of the smoke out of Hookah. Shrony. Oh, this is some ninja stuff, but I heard a noise, and I'm pretty sure the defenders did as well. Pop flash, that's the reactive look for the one. Shrony looking for the wrap. Oh, poor Franks. Operator in hand, getting destroyed. And with the silence and with the ninja-ness, Swarm get that spike down, and this time with a reasonable amount of time on that clocker. Now it's Pumpkin on that retake. A lot to cover here, Anton.
He's got an op looking at him. He's got an op. Yep, smoke. He's not going to miss that shot any day. And he thought for a second that 3-on-3, no, not even the 3-on-3, the 5-on-3, the double entry with that rocket launcher from Degrees, finding so much value, he thought that would be the game all tied up at the half, but not quite. Storm 3, they have some life in them. Evie finds 2 with the rifle. And now, if that's what he needs to make some impact, that's what he's going to do. He's got another one. He's got the Vandal. Not going to buy up that judge once again. They were switching it up, and 4 rounds as Akuma. That's all that Storm 3 want them to get. They have adapted. They have figured out the judge plays. They're no longer going to get surprised by the stuff that Evie does. And now, Storm 3 have to change it up. Straight on to B. And Evie's going to first peek. Franks takes some damage, and he has to get out.
escape ejecto cito cuz, but here Evie looking for that double satchel now out of the hookah variety, getting to back sight reasonably well. Entry and Saint one apiece. Entry just doing mad amounts of work as Frank's and Ahira back for one. Shrony absolutely dominating that lurk in hookah. Ahira slaps that teleporter, and you might as well have hit the foghorn because you can hear that from across the map. Swarm 3 back at it, and quick take, but a very equally quick shutdown coming out of Swarm 3. And with that half switch, Chief, you got to count your blessings here. I think Akuma made it out reasonably unscathed from that half, and are looking, I think, in a much better position than I felt in the first couple.
Yeah, what speed, man. That is an absolutely lightning fast final round of the first half, and honestly, I wouldn't put it past their communication. Storm 3, once again, 4 rounds is all they allowed Akuma to get, which is very, very nice. And, after the 6, I was like, okay, Akuma figured them out. Maybe there's something to this. Maybe we can get this tied half, and we go into the second, and it's all an even playing field. But Storm 3 answer right back, and they're like, never mind. Not today. We won our last game on Bind, and they won it a lot more convincingly than this one. It was 13-2 for Storm 3, and Akuma did play Bind as well, but it was nowhere near this one-sided, especially not against them. Not even close. And now anti-flash, a lot from Akuma, trying to walk down this long B, and Entry does get information off that one blind, but he doesn't know how many, and he doesn't know how much gunpowder is on the other end, and both these members have to leave that long B position.
Yeah, with that departure comes a bit of a molly to keep the attacker side occupied. This is where I'm curious, what is Akuma going to do, and how much are they going to cover? How much ground can they cover? A lot invested here on this garden area for the time being, and it's pulled some rotates off as well. So you can see Swarm 3 looking to get on that site and hold steady with a grouping. But of course, you know the X Factor, Anton, the teleporter can easily send you off to a different area code. And you got a Raze there, just kind of hanging out, Chamber making some tracks, but looking kind of juicy at this point if you're an attacker.
They've got so much space. They don't know what's outside of showers, though. That's the thing. That's the only risk factor for going all the way back. All they know is that they've not been flanked. Is that one little trippy inside that market position, but a push from the defense. And Swarm 3, they live up to their name. They swarm that long B position. And the thing is, this guy's still alive. Shrony's got one after Franks gets his own. But can they take him out? They finally can. 1-on-2 now for the defense, and this pistol round is going to be absolutely huge for Akuma. Nade's going to go through. It's going to kill the Brimstone. Now it's all up to Evie, the savior and the angel for Swarm 3. How much can he find? He has no idea where Shattered is. Absolutely no clue. And this flashes. There is stuff in the back pocket of Shattered, and Evie still needs to find some stuff out. He's still looking all over the place. Util being used. Big flash, and the headshots come out. 1 to the body, 1 to the head, and Shattered. That's all he needs to win the pistol.
Yeah, I love it. The double flash was present. Why not use one guiding light for the jiggle or the peak? And then the jiggle turned out into the frag. Well done. Good decision. I mean, I'm going to say low key. Very, how can I put the word politely? Affirmating, is that a good way to put it? Like I low-key would have played that a little bit differently, waited for a tap, maybe jiggled it differently, use 1 or 2 pop flash, like, but regardless of that, you know, situation, Shattered clutches can be looking great on the board for the pistol. And despite the Swarm 3 attempt, not happening here today, Chief. I think we're going for the long haul so far.
This one might be quite close. This is going to be longer than both these last teams. Like their opponents did not get this many rounds between them, which is something to say with this kind of matchup, because this could go the long haul. I wouldn't be surprised to see in overtime. I was slightly shocked to not see a 6-6 half in the first, but Swarm 3, I mean, they proved me wrong, so fair enough. But now they're going on this defense. What do they have to show us? Because they have nothing in their pockets other than a lot of buckshot, double shotgun inside of hookah. No attacker entering shall come out alive, so they don't enter. Smart from Akuma. You really don't want to be pushing hookah after you win that first pistol, because you know this kind of thing could happen. Shrony's also here, so not only the long range, but the thing is, Entry tried to cheat his way off the site and has been punished for it. Shattered gets the first one on the second half. Now, looking around, I think he knows that Shrony's in this corner, and now after that little shoulder peek, he surely knows. Double kill inside this B. But somehow Storm 3 are still sitting pretty. They still have a chance in this round if they can find someone to catch up inside of U-Haul, but that's just not going to happen. Plant going down.
Yeah, here Plant's heavily slapped on through, and they're just kind of dancing around these smokes. Good backside control for the time being. On the back end of that as well as smoke, but Pumpkin and Franks 1 apiece, mono e mono, 4v1. Lots of hit points to offer to the battles. Lots go down to 50, but in that case, man, statistically speaking, things are shaping up for Akuma as they've got a really good start in this half. And off the gun round, this is where I start to ask some questions. What is Swarm 3 going to do here? And just how dominant can they be with some bigger weaponry? I'm pumped. Someone's got to do something. And there's something about bind, honestly. It's one of those maps, Anton, maybe you can kind of agree with me. It feels like you low-key need to kind of telegraph your opponent, whether you're an attacker or a defender, and kind of be proactive in thinking, there's no shot they go hookah, or there's no shot they double back and go towards showers, right? But that's a kind of adaptation. I think bind's just such a really fast map, and it keeps things vibrant for sure.
Oh, speaking of fast, well, Degrees is in shower, so I don't think there's any doubt that this is a fast map. But he's gonna get taken out of the round just as quickly because Evie is still here. Can't underestimate this guy, especially not with a rifle, as he can do so much with the judge. But Ahira's taken him out as well. Quick trade in return by the other Viper, and now all of a sudden it has been Strive 20 seconds. It's been 20 seconds, and we have half the server alive.
Yeah, I mean, I reached down for a drink of water and I looked up and things had happened. So, orbital strike continues to happen, and I mean, why not? It's the sugar and spice and everything nice. As Satan goes ahead and wipes up the rest of the floor here, mopping bodies. And Swarm 3, yep, you know how it goes. I think frustration set in along with some good old guns in hand, and they're back at it once again. Good response, but question remains here. Where do we go, right? We're kind of in a bit of a lull when it comes to some buys on the side of Akuma. The top two fraggers, a little bit worse for wear. Half armor Phantom is coming out for Degrees. Here we're going to have to hold on steady, but we are getting closer and closer to some ultimates on that side, and I believe the Ahira Pit would do quite well as well in a post plant. So I'm just patiently waiting for that Viper to come to life, and they're really hinging on that Viper, the wall and the orb to get on that site. And I'd say low key, partially not as good as Swarm 3 did.
Yeah, and that's definitely not a great start because Degrees has taken one out already. Evie's still here. There goes one of his pieces of util. The nade is also gone, so no availability to get some free damage other than that. The shotgun, he's got the judge back in his hands. And we know how much damage this guy can do, but he's sustained a lot as well through that little wall. Very nice crosshair placement and prediction by Akuma to spam that. Unfortunately, they couldn't take a kill, but still a lot of damage, and especially onto this guy, you want as much as you can possibly get.
Yeah, it's a goal. Bit of a slow around here, starting us off. Bit of a split, I'd say. I like how they have that map control towards Fountain as well. That is Akuma's side, just leaving that chamber to keep things busy for the time being as the rest of the team looking to make some moves. What is that chamber going to do, though? No real major contribution as the wrap is occurring. Looking to get on through Ahira, galactical peak on that U-Haul. The shoulder around the bend, and it's Degrees to get that entry out of the way. And this lonesome chamber flank kind of okay with me, considering the rest of the team has absolutely dumped all over that A site.
Yeah, wow, that is... that's probably the best way to put it. Galactical. That is big brain. If you guys in the audience didn't know what happened there, that was not only a wallbang. He didn't just guess. Ahira actually angled Evie in that U-Haul position. When you're closer to an angle, it is disadvantageous for you to not be swinging. So I think that ever so slightly, Evie was a little bit closer. So Ahira saw his shoulder and just went for the shot, and he gets it because the Sheriff is it's just that kind of gun that could shoot through walls like that. So very nicely done to take that U-Haul control. I thought for a second maybe with the shotgun there they wide swing that, because it is good to wide swing close angles, but they're wise to it, and they just absolutely demolished that entire position. And the Saint is just gonna have to save his gun. No other option. There's no option to win the round. There's no money for the rest of his team pretty much, and everyone's gonna have to go for an economy round. So a bunch of pistols, maybe buy up the headhunter for smoke. That's all you really got to do in this round. Is not even, you can farm with 2 orbs, but even still, that's very, very deadly for the scoreline. And we've already almost tied it up for Akuma. That's 3 now in the second half.
Yeah, indeed. And, you got to appreciate the fact that, what Akuma did there, minus the chamber that was lurking long B, that's notable. That is some clean work on getting that A site. And this repeatable Viper wall that's going up as well at A, it's working. It supports the site take. Albeit it's a little bit aggressive in the sense that it's not necessarily short focus, but oh my goodness me, smoke focus on the head of Ahira. Hello? One more for the books. I don't mind. Shrony there to clean up shop onto Pumpkin, and mamma mia, this was a spicy meatball here, Chief. I'm going here on and on about whatever Viper walls, and people are just clapping faces, but this is a pit. How many of you have ever seen a pit in this area? Go ahead. I'll prove me wrong, Anton. I've never seen a pit dropped here before.
I would be lying. I would solidly be lying if I said I'd seen that before, but yeah, gotta think that this one's kind of smart. Is that Spike is inside it, and they surely don't want to push on through.
I love
Storm
it.
3 though, they've only got 1 left alive, and it is the Viper with the pit. So how much can she find? They don't know where she is. There's no like default corner that you would possibly sit in, so you just gotta kind of guess. And I don't have util. There goes a flash. Shatter has something to work with, but how are they gonna get him out?
Great question to ask, and I don't think it's going to happen here. This pit's going to be nasty to deal with, and yeah, definitely not there going to work out. So, mamma mia on that, dude. I am I'm at a loss as to what's exactly happening. We've seen new things, we've seen some old things, we've seen a flying heavy with a judge, and now we've seen a pit drop down and spawn. So, yeah, tell me more here, Chief. At this point, it's been an interesting one.
It's been a crazy game. I think that was probably one of the best flashes that you could possibly go for in that kind of scenario. Shattered does, again, I mentioned before, you don't really have any default corner that you sit in. There's one box. There is one box inside that Viper's pit that you could be like, maybe he's there. There's no reason to check anywhere else, so just flash the box and hope for the best, and that's what they did. And it works out. That is so beautiful. I don't think there's another way to describe it. Akuma have shown some prowess, and Smoke almost shows his own. That is a very close timing shot that doesn't land, and that might have been the game changer, but that is one bullet and the 34's used up. He has to get out of hookah, and he's trying to retake the position, but now, for the next couple of seconds, he does not have a TP, so he will be at a little bit of risk, but thank goodness for him that no one on Akuma is actually trying to challenge this position.
Yeah, not so far. And again, it's that Chamber on short. I mean, Akuma's got faith in what Chamber's been able to do, and leaving it for a flank this time closer to a teleporter makes me feel great that some quicker rotates can happen. But with Smoke up there in hookah, if anyone wants to dare enter, they can try, but might face some turmoil and resistance, including that TP as well if it was to come through. So still silence, borderline radio silence here as we're waiting for Akuma to make that explosive move.
It's so slow. They are simply waiting for the timing for anyone to cheat off site, but they're not gonna. Storm 3 are very content with just sitting here, and Smoke is still here. He's still got the TP up. It's been more than 20 seconds. It was a flash, but these guys, they want to seemingly take elbow control, and that is a very smart Viper's Pit, hearing that Tour de Force ring out at the start of the round. They want to counter ultimate. But the thing is, Entry is just going to push on straight through it, and Pumpkin gets another kill, though. 2 responses, and that's some beautiful stuff. Orbital Strike has to come out, and Smoke is going to run through it to try and get the frag, and the Spike Planter is actually going to die to that ultimate as well. He tried to stick it, tried to just get that plant down for the rest of the team, but it's just not going to work out. Everyone on Swarm 3 swarms the site and gets all the kills they need.
Yeah, dude, that was clean. Nice job. And I think I've learned a thing or two, or found my rhyme and rhythm when it comes to Akuma. And I think you may agree or not, but fast-paced Akuma is a good Akuma. I think when they're a little bit united and they make the explosive moves and do it as a squad, it works out well. In that case, maybe Chamber would have been that differentiating factor, having Pumpkin join the party. Or not. Not necessarily sure, but I like it when Akuma's group, they go for a fast split and they get on site. And Viper's dropping this wall off in a bit of a, I guess, defensive method to at least cover off showers. And that's problematic because the attacker wall is really set on taking showers. So yeah, you can see that they're going to go ahead and lean on that heavily and get Evie out of the equation. Still, Saint, despite the turmoil, looks to push on through for another. So not sure why, but that gives off 2 quick picks to the side of Akuma again.
Wow, well, he certainly wanted to trade or something like that, but that's not exactly the kind of peak that you want to be taking against 5 different members. It's a nice little spray down. Good transfer from Frony. Can he get a second headshot? No, that aim punch from Degrees. Great first engage, and now Smoke is trying to do something from the back of the site. Is able to get at least 1. But the 2-on-3 with the orbital strike on the other end as well. Their own was used in the previous round to secure their 10th, but now Akuma has a chance for their 9th with this. Hero still alive. Entry's going to have his Seekers, but no flashes just for the time being.
Hello? Anton?
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Are we
Hello.
back?
We're back. I thought the storm had hit. I'm expecting a storm, T-minus 1 hour here. I'm like, wait, this is a little bit early. I didn't get the invitation, but hi. Something happened. Many things happened.
I have no idea.
But welcome back, everybody. 8 to 10, we are continuing ahead. That was a moment. I feel great, though.
It's 8 to 11, actually.
Oh, true. Good
Swarm
talk,
won.
actually,
Yeah, Swarm won that last round on that retake. It was great stuff. But now, difference, Akuma is seemingly winning this round. So they want to take it back. We didn't get to see that on stream. I don't know if the audience did, but whatever the case, we're going to be continuing. It is 8 to 11 and a 4-on-2 as Evie, he gets 1 back sight, but instantly gets dropped.
Yeah, quick joust and post plant in a 4v2. That's it's got to be one of the greatest feelings, I'd say, is just having bodies to spare and be able to, just kind of take the back seat and see how Swarm wants to react. And given the fact that we're kind of down to the wire, we're seeing Entry making some moves, but the friendly Chamber, not so much. Chamber's like, you know what? Entry, you want to go for a leisurely walk? That's a-okay. I'm going the other way. It's loner Saturdays for me, and makes that move off to the long B area. And okay, now I see why. So it's about conservation of the big operator here in this case, Anton.
Yeah, large gun. And I'm slightly shocked to see Akuma not actually hunting for this, but yeah, fair enough. They've got 2 players and $300, so can kind of understand they don't have too much money to work with, but they're not too bad in the bank, though. Degrees and Pumpkin both have 2K, and Shattered is very, very close to 2 grand as well. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go hunting, but they are still down 2 rounds. It is 9-11 for the guys in the audience, so Storm 3 are 1 up for the time being. But we're getting close to a tied game. This is not looking too far off. And Akuma, they have brought it back so far. 5 rounds in the second half versus Swarm's 3. They've adapted seemingly a lot quicker than in the first, because they don't have Evie with the judge to deal with, I guess. But yeah, it's grid stuff, so excited to see what's going to go on now, especially with this triple long B aggression through smokes.
Boy, it's a counter push and a half, and my goodness, that is one way to style it out there. Looks like Swarm are not even really keen on getting on the backseat of it in a bit of a push. Oh, if only it wasn't a classic, that would have been an absolute spray down mess. But Franks gets it. Heals go all around, and Akuma get on that site with so much goodness to back it up. Spike here being planted, and Smoke. Well, Smoke's just doing smoke type things, you know?
Well, deja vu. He's been caught here a couple times, and we see exactly the same scenario. And in this round, I would be even more shocked. It would be weirder than last one to see Akuma not ending up hunting, because Smoke, once again, he has no money because he saved last round. He had to buy armor. And he has no money this round because he still has to buy armor. So he's going to be left with no cash, and there goes Akuma. They want to hunt him. They want to take the op out of his hands. And a TP comes out as well. This is an absolute pinch, but he should be able to win at least one fight. Legs shattered. This could be a problem. He doesn't know that this guy's coming from showers, and Ahira doesn't even need to get the frag. Shattered is not going to let himself get shot twice, and he gets the headshot into Smoke, takes the op out of his hands, secures 10 for Akuma.
There's something about buying on attack side that's just different, right? You're just kind of like fending for dear life when it comes to defending. And, you know, part and parcel due just to how really, I guess, powerful that Viper is, right? Especially when executed correctly, getting that deep backside control on A and doing much of the same on B, winning those correct battles at elbow and not getting overly aggressive, because, you know, 9.8 times out of 10, the rotates are happening through spawn. More than often, we see teams kind of jiggling that back hallway area, getting one tapped in from there. As a defender or an attacker, sorry, you're on the back foot. So, you know, I'm appreciating this matchup. I'm really starting to, you know, get a good feeling for how Bind is, and just the combinations of agents and plays that are working for or against each other. But back at it again, Anton. Sub 1 minute left, or actually not sub 1 minute, more than a minute left on the clock. Lonesome activities towards short, back and forth. Smoke looking to connect, but not so much here.
Very lonesome, and well, his only friend is a bullet that's found in his own brain, because that was through the wall. Nice shot from Smoke. And they send a lot of players towards that A just because of that wall goes up, and the damage as well. And partially probably because the Viper's pit here on B. The Shrony, he's doing the trick where, again, if you guys in the audience don't know, if you look down at the floor when you're in the Viper's pit, because of the way the shroud works inside that smoke, you can see people's feet before they can see you. That's exactly why he's looking towards that ground. Not because he has really bad crosshair placement. We know that's not the case. This guy can land all his shots. What is going to happen here? He's not going to let the shots that he can't exactly hit, because agrees. He just sprays on through. Shattered. The drop pit allows Saint to get revealed, and now Evie has a response. He's still caught here, but caught inside that little... How did that just happen? He's caught in the orbital strike, but still lands 2 different headshots. A dink through another player, but can't secure both kills. Entry is here to try and recover the round, but now they know where he is. Franks gets a kill on his teammate all alone with 20 HP is the Sky, but they've lost him. They have no clue. He's now in between both of their gazes, and Entry is just waiting for the smoke to fall because he doesn't want to run through that and get decayed. Knows there's no one past it, but the Brimstone Molly is going to prevent his movement for just the time being. Go for a tap. Now he's been surrounded. Now it's a big problem because he has no clue where Franks is. Just comes around. His teammate doesn't even need a challenge. That's 11 for both teams.
Yeah, this is turning out to be Akuma doing Akuma type things. Evie did the best case thing that Evie could do, getting one pick before falling, but that Brimstone ultimate, I'd say single-handedly, figured that round out. Had Evie gotten the opportunity to dance around that container, I'm sure we would have been for a whole different bit of pain. But 11-11 now, Anton. Tell me, like, what is the situation here in your head? Where are we going and what's next? I am holding on by the seat of my pants, as it feels like, but yeah, this has been great. A super clean matchup.
Well, I mean, we can certainly see the situation on the screen right now. That is exactly what we need to go do, because these teams need to talk some stuff out. They need to figure out what the heck is going on, because there is no team that has been so close, but also so far in terms of their strats, in terms of who we can really see on the screen to be winning. And there is no better headset to really immerse yourself in the action, to get those comms through, than this thing right here, the GH50. Thank you to MSI once again. One of you guys in the audience has a chance weekly to win this thing. Unfortunately, again, today, the winner has already been announced. But for the future, remember to hit that little QR code. And of course, if you have any questions or answers that you would like to receive, we have a Discord, we have a Twitter. Go follow us there. But yeah, for the time being, getting back into it, this, dude, it was 6-0. It was 6-0 at one point, and now we're 11-all, which is, I don't know about you, but to me that's completely unreal, and it hasn't taken too long to get here as well. I'm pretty sure this game has been lasted about maybe 40 minutes, which is pretty ridiculous to say with the spike time, with all the post plants that we have. This is not the longest situation that we've had on the broadcast, not even close. But now, similar stories. Deja Vu Evie. Guess what he's got in his hands? It's the judge. Once again, sitting alone in hookah. But given the damage this guy can cause, don't really blame them for leaving him alone with the Viper.
Here are now on short spike towards that shower area, getting regrouped. So you can cut this tension with a knife there, Chief. I feel it. But Evie, despite the turmoil, looking to get a bit aggro, deciding maybe not so much. Now the rest of the movement now occurring towards that long B. Sending on through the Trailblazer and not finding anything. TP is on the agenda potentially. Shrony and Elbow. You hear the satchel, which means Degrees is looking to cover some gaps. Now Evie going for the push, and my goodness, this judge in close proximity is great. Shatter though goes for the trade. Now they're getting the plant down. Haven't secured too much control at Elbow, which may or may not be the problem, as the rest of the team now coming in for the retake. Swarm 3 want to get the site back.
Yeah, but Pumpkin, they're going for the push. They want to take this space before they have a chance to get flanked, but it's too late, way too late. Saints already found his way all the way behind these guys, pushing onto Elbow, and now last alive is Ahira, but he's been walled off. He's not got enough bullets. He's only got a couple bullets left in his Phantom, but finally gets the reload off. Now, they're going to go for the tap. He's stuck in a corner, though. They're going to need to push him, and Smoke doesn't even require any vision, straight through his own Viper wall, and he gets that shot off. Swarm 3 on the lead first team to map points.
That retake was quick, and I mean, it was spicy. They came out swinging despite that, the situation of what was happening on site. That orbital strike, how quickly they decide to get through. The ult on Garden, I mean, dude, that was down to the wire in the sense of making that call with so much on the line, and with that, they get it to 12. They're off the match point, and I'm uberly happy to see that this is kind of come back to life again for Swarm 3.
Yeah, it's not going to be not a battle, though. It's still close. Both teams, they both gone through that kind of scenario where they can lose rounds and still have a massive bank in their back pocket, and Akuma is at that kind of scenario right now. It's the last round. No worries about anything. They buy out completely 5 rifles. Now this is still going to be a war. They're looking back towards this A site. The thing is, Smoke is here. Not sure if they understand that this is exactly the position he's playing, because very, very deep and off angle in showers. Can't escape it for your regular agent, but this guy's a chamber. He can get out just as well as he needs. And now that orb has been farmed up, they have the Viper's Pit once again for Akuma. Now they just have to get through. Big flash, shot, and the timing misses. And Smoke needs to get out, and finally the Viper's Pit gets popped.
Yeah, I like Smoke's decision to get out of Heaven area, knowing that Smoke's going to be coming through and be segregated. The pit goes down. That's going to get them some coverage. Degrees battling with some demons, but is able to get that shot onto Shrony. Still, the rest of the activities towards A have kind of halted, full stop here, as that pit here is a bit messy. It doesn't offer that comfort of getting backside control as much as you like. And on that minimap, you can see that Brimstone, Chamber, and Sky have got that A site mostly under lock for the time being.
They want to be careful. They could just sneak onto triple and get a plan off, but they really don't want to, because there's a lot of players backside that could end up going for a spam. And this is an issue as well, because Evie's really quick on this flank. They've already taken one out on the back lines that's gone through market. Don't know there's another one here, but they still have to be ready for it. Flashback sight, they're going to take control, but the chamber TP's out once again. Such a smart positioning from Smoke to be the one that's able to get in, get out, and he gets another kill. Entry with another one, and Smoke still up in heaven. He's not been shut down just yet, has a rifle, has an operator to play with, and now big blind on a pumpkin. That's it. That's how it ends. Smoke with yet another one, and Entry to close it out. 13-11 to Storm 3.
I mean, what a absolute game and a half. A total banger coming off what we saw with Demon Time just in the previous matchup. So, Anton, 13-11. I could not have asked for anything better. I don't think you could have either. We saw a lot of great plays, a lot of really good unified decision making, and I think that goes for both fronts, right? Despite Evie's dominance, despite the show we got in the beginning, that 6-0, we ended up on the backside of, I think, one of the biggest banger bind maps that I've seen that really went the distance. And if that's setting precedence for the next two to come for you and I'm pumped, man. I hope you are too.
Yeah, for sure. This one, again, I mentioned it before. I was surprised that it didn't go into overtime. I would be, and it didn't, but it got as close as it possibly could have. And after the first half, yeah, sure, fine. Storm 3, they proved themselves. They were up 6-0, and they looked oh so dominant. They go in the second, and they were struggling a little bit, but finally, they pulled out the adaptation that Akuma had. They figured it out, and with those retakes, those lightning fast plays, that won them so many rounds in the first half, they pulled it out on their defense. That's exactly where they shine. That's exactly where they found the success.
Yeah, and with success comes more opportunities for them as they get further and further into this bracket. For our fellow viewers, yet again, you might have seen at halftime that QR code popped up. It's a good thing to keep your mobile device handy by you. You can always take a picture of that. But if you're more keen on using fingers and typing, ! giveaway in chat, please. That'll get you signed up for next week's headset giveaway. Mouse MVP is yet TBD. That's going to be happening at the end of the night. So if you're part of the chat and you want to throw some love out there for your favorite teammates and teams, please go ahead and do so. But regardless, let's go off to a very quick break, resettle, recalibrate. Semifinals is next. So given how that map went, I'm expecting that to be primed and ready to go quite soon. So don't go too far away from your monitors. Back to a break and coming to you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, gents and Johns, welcome back. The saga continues here on Pit of Valor number 98 here. A fantastic Wednesday. I am Strive, joined by the marvelous Anton, and we're going to be taking you into semifinals. If you all know the drill as per norm down below, going to be Swarm going up against NFE, Never Forgotten Esports. We watched Swarm in the last one on Bind, and boy, was it spicy, but now we get to change it up. We get to go to a great pick. I feel like everything's great on a Wednesday. Why not? Heck it. It's going to be the land of Ascent. We are about to get into agent selection here. Anton, it has been a good night so far. I hope you're ready for this one.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be exciting. I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get to see Pearl on broadcast because if you guys don't know, I took a look into these teams and their previous matchups because obviously they've won all their games, so I wanted to see what was going on if they played Ascent before, and so far, I got a bit jealous because these guys on Never Forgotten, they actually played a Pearl off stream. Yeah, you heard it here first. They, no, unfortunately, we didn't get to see it on broadcast, but maybe one day, maybe they'll show us again. Maybe if they get to finals, they might pull it out another time. You never know, because they did win it after all. So that was pretty close, 13-10 versus their adversaries. Swarm, obviously, you guys saw them on broadcast. They played a bind. They played a bind previously before that as well, which they won a lot more convincingly. But now we're on Ascent. So, bit of a fresh start for both these teams. I feel like we're probably going to see some standard stuff. I wouldn't be surprised to see a bunch of Chambers, a bunch of KOs across both teams, Smokers, probably Omens, and you see some initiators. Like, if you want to run a double initiator comp, you have some Fades, which we already seem to see. Some, well, yeah, we'll see if this, if the graphic is going to update in time. But yeah, so we do have some standard picks here. We see Fades, and yeah, the KO is going to be hovered. Everything's pretty normal here. Evie is going to switch off of the Raze, which is so staple for Bind, and onto a Jets on Ascent. So double potential ops for already the side of Storm 3.
Yeah, double potential disaster is what I'm expecting, and disaster in the greatest of ways, Anton. I love what Evie did in the last matchup, and I'm definitely keen on seeing how they manage NFE here. Everything's looking good, nothing out of the ordinary. I do like the fade pick. A fade on Ascent is great, works really well in the entry opportunities, the tighter alleyways, the backends of market, through mid, through A, everything works out superbly well. For Saint, as we're going to get Shoni to lock in that Omen. Evolves is hovering the exact same thing as well, and let's see what Legend lands on. You and I can safely assume it is going to be Legendary. Assume, yep, there it is, the good old KO. So equalized and leveled out here as we get into this matchup.
Yeah, there's one difference between the two teams, and that is Saint versus Chubsta. One of them a lot more newfangled. The other one is quite traditional, if you could say that. If you could use that word, because Sova, after the nerfs hit him, the drone being pretty much half the length that it was before, it probably isn't the exact half, but it just certainly feels that way given the amount of time that you cannot drive with it anymore. It's kind of crazy how hard they nerfed this kit. But yeah, so there's a reason that Fade is coming into prevalence. She is so powerful in the fact that you can just send her I almost said Lear, that's the Reyna util, but her haunt all the way up to wherever, like literally at the top of the Big Ben, all the way on the top of the map, and it will see everyone, which is crazy. That's one of the multiple reasons why she's so strong. She's got like an Astra similar pull that she can drop in a doorway. She's got 2 dogs that just provide you with free wall hacks wherever they end up turning to. So very, very powerful agent. Shopsta going to be opting for the opposite. So this is going to be curious. Almost a mirror comp, other than the fact that they have different agents, but the roles are the same. So we'll see what these guys have in store for us.
Yeah, let's get down into pistol round number 1 here, with NFE hugging that B side to get us going, leaving that Omen to kind of be that lurk tactic. Evie and Co looking to get a bit of aggro towards mid. Tiles is on the agenda, but we got Evie with a Sheriff in hand, looking to go for the peek. Gets the one, nice tap onto Chubsta with another. Hello, good morning. What in the, looking great. Do we get to follow up onto Omen? Almost, but entry is there to support and Shoni as well with that unfortunate, or rather fortunate pick with that Frenzy Insane out of B main, like an absolute demon come swinging. That was a round, Chief, and I think it all elapsed in about 20 seconds flat.
Yeah, no, we're right back into it. There is no break. These guys do not take breaks. They were probably in the range the entire time that we were all getting water. I went to the bathroom. I don't know about Never Forgotten, but Storm 3, they're definitely not slowing down. Evie was up in that mid on that catwalk, just tap. Two headshots immediately for the second kill as well. 2 bullets. I know my sheriff does not hit like that. I would love to know what this guy takes in the morning or what he has for breakfast, or maybe it's 9:50 at night, so maybe it's dinner. But I need this guy's nutrition, because that was absolutely miraculous. They're going for it again, and it looks to be the same kind of scenario. 3 people falling, only 1 response.
With that quick and easy, we continue with big guns in hand and look to grow that gap. DJ now, market. Has a counterpart. Smoke does the clear. No, yeah, that scout can only look so many ways and look to quick scope so quickly, but regardless, or quick shots. But with that pick now, here we go. DJ, hello, good. What in the? Everyone's feeling mighty fresh today with these 1 taps so far. First it's Evie, now it's DJ. There, the Haunt is going to go try and, or rather the Prowler is going to go look to find a body or 2. Nothing connects, and they do get that spike onto B side, but there are 2 members of Swarm here. A little bit lackluster on the rotates, but Saints primed up towards market. We got Jet making the moves towards spawn for the pinch retake.
They're taking it slow. They want to check absolutely everything right now. Maybe some util to be had from Saints. How much does he actually possess in his back pocket? Actually, almost nothing. There's a Haunt. That's it. He's got 1 wall hack. He's got 1 chance. Throws it in. Does he see anything? It doesn't even matter anymore. He still has 1 right by that default box, but DJ just takes every single head. What a performance by this guy. Started off, we saw him inside a market, and he follows up with the kills all the way inside a spawn, and both lane and the stairs. That is some miraculous gunplay to win them that round.
Yeah, so far I'd say things have been kept simple, relatively level grounded, and with that they get right back into it. Now in the gun round here, we have the reset coming in from Swarm 3, whereas NFE, I love that. DJ is just living the best life, to say the least, Anton. Yeah, let's see what this gun round's got in store for us here, and with that continuation of the Marshal, DJ's definitely keen on building up some economy towards that operator, and is very close to that tour de force as well.
I don't want to underestimate those pistols, though. They've got 1 shot potential. Look at that! Body shot from DJ. Yeah, in this round, it might as well be an operator. And he does drive successfully the chamber all the way to the back of the site, and Evie does reinforce with the shorty if they want to push on all the way to the back. Starbound just a wait. They do want to go for the dash play to close the door, but they're waiting quite a while, letting Legend get all the way to the back of the defender spawn. And does he spot one? Does, and that is a very fast headshot from this guy. Should be rotations completely cut off, and now he's able to look on from the market position. Very long angles from both these angles.
Close proximity to the fragment. Evie gets away with the tailwind and off to safety after destroying Legend. Smoke, back of sight. No rendezvous possible there as DJ looks to collapse on through now. 4v2 situation. NFV primed, ready. Spike should be planted. Evie is just taking body shots like it's nobody's business. Has a shorty and now in the dark cover of that Omen. Probably not going to make too much ground, but Entry is going to be saying a thing or two towards B main. Starbound for the one, Chubb stuff for the spray through. And on that note, NFV continue on through with the gun round and pick up that second.
Man, what a nice, I mean, nice try coming in from B main. There's only so much you can do with 13 bullets in that frenzy. And it's still a pistol at the end of the day, so they did have a good effort. But DJ with that shutdown, he's got 2 more in that previous round with the rest of the team doing the work as well. Very nice sight take, just waiting and making sure that there is pretty much no risk other than losing 1 man to Evie, but you don't expect someone in that in this stairs position with a shorty in this kind of round. So they go into this one with a tour de force already. In round number 3, not even an operator. Smoke's got it in his hands, but the opponents have that ultimate to play with. There's no gun being bought up in the chamber, so it's going to be an entry duel, seemingly who wants to peek first. But so far, it's very slow from both sides. They both seem to have an inkling on where the other are, and Smoke now has been revealed.
Yeah, I like what both these members are doing, the Chamber and the Jet, respectfully, right? We got that Chamber peeking towards B main, getting intel, Jet doing the same towards Long A, but intel now has been gathered. Time to put away the notebooks here and get down to business to try and hold off the push here. Smoke gonna shut down Chubbs at close proximity. It is Legend and that Jet here to swing around the back end of that, or the beginnings of that entryway and respond for a pick as well. Saint and Co have rotated lots of bodies here from the side of Swarm 3, but you can see just how positioned NFE is on this plant, and we'll see what the retake can come through and how much can Swarm do. DJ, oh boy,
that's a bit risky. That's his only gun. He's gotten shut down, and now how much time can he buy? A little bit. Entry does get finally the kill onto him, but the swoosh from Evolves, he knows he needs to take that manpower back in their team's favor, but that is punished. Evie gets that second frag, and Entry follows along with that. That is a nice 3 versus 2 retake. And never forgotten, they knew they had to get aggressive, but it just doesn't end up working out. They get followed up on by every single member of Swarm 3.
Yeah, the B main pokey poke could have been maybe executed differently, maybe site-based, staying more planted with the rest of the team. Ventured out a little bit too far and went off the straight road, and that's going to result in the round passed over. Meanwhile, you can see with the reasonable money management situation of the side of NFE, they've got their guns. We have DJ back on that operator. The rest of the team looking pretty fresh. We got Evolves in the back end of things, but at least has 4 members to kind of get some friendly support. Actually, got a buy, so we're okay. We're in it for the long haul here.
Operator again. This time can't get shut down by the knife. Very big knife from the side of Entry in the last round to take away what was the Chamber's only weapon. This time Smoke doesn't have a TP, but he still has the gun to work with. He's just going to hold. It's just going to be patient, like both teams were in the last round. Waited for a drone. They'd never forgotten. And this time this is not going to exist on this side of the map, so if DJ wants to challenge us, he's going to have to do it blind.
Starbound on the short area, making some tracks. Evie with the jiggle. Nice head connection for more. Flying for a follow-up. Does not get the connection, but my god, that first peek was superbly clean. Gets a gun off of it as well, so in my books, that's a win there, Anton.
Yeah, it's a recovery. I don't know how or why the Sova didn't turn to react. Maybe the comms just weren't there in time, but whatever the case, he does get out scot-free. And not only that, with a weapon, like you mentioned, as a very nice upgrade for the side of Swarm 3. And DJ, now they're finally looking back at it. Yeah, you better. It is a 4-on-5 for your side, and they have taken a lot of control up towards that cat with that KO ulti as well. This guy's completely suppressed. Effie doesn't have any way of getting out, but he does have his shots, and he lands them every single one. So clean. Evolves finally shuts him down, but Entry still on the site, available to defend. It is a 1-on-4 until this guy gets picked up, and that's simply not going to happen. DJ needs to land all the shots as well, and he's got the first, but now he's left alone as his KO does bleed out. Effie finally secures that kill from beyond the grave. And a 1-on-2 though, still doable for DJ. He needs to look around, but the time is ticking very, very low. And this is nigh on impossible. But the thing is, Swarm 3 have vacated the site, so they're letting him get a plant down.
Plant here being situated, smoke, jiggle, and it gets secured. So not choosing to commit, but rather waiting for some support to come around. DJ up in hand. Gonna have to be decisive on the never mind. I was gonna say Entry's gonna go ahead and just collapse on through. Well played, and knowing that DJ is kind of in a pinch situation at Jenny, not much can be done there, and they hop on that defuse.
Timing a little bit unlucky. Maybe if he had a couple more seconds, he might have considered that someone could have came for where he did. Because yeah, that's one thing, right? You know exactly where your opponent entered from. You just kind of follow him a couple seconds later, and they don't really expect it. So well done on Swarm 3 for that sake, and even though that I mean, yeah, they land the entry as well, which is the impressive thing, that the Jet on the attack not expecting that angle from Evie, and that's kind of the story of this guy's entire playstyle. You don't expect anything that he does, and that's what really wins them rounds. This time he might not have a raise, he might not have shotguns in his hand the entire game, but still able to make some impact happen.
Enemy suppressed.
Double aggression towards long A. Legend from above cannot connect, and they're gonna have to be careful. There is a double stack towards Wine too, so yeah, that worked out great for them in the grand scheme of it all. They get Legend and Evolves out of it here. Evie still hunting for more. Starbound, Lonesome Wolf kind of left alone here to fend. Meanwhile, that Spike trying to make some moves off to the B end. We have some sort of support from the chamber and market, though, that is yet to be determined. As Sane here spamming for absolute dear life. Still ample time here, so, you know, slowing down the round, not a bad option. Ooh, that was not bad.
Yeah, a little bit. Damn it. I'm surprised that the Sofa didn't get taken out of his drone, but you know, it's fine. He's still here. Maybe decayed and he get pulled for a time being, but no one's wanting to go for that re-aggress. And Smoke has been caught off. What a nice lurk from DJ. He's not going to get punished either. The shot. Oh my god. That is fast from DJ. Switches off. And that is a nice reposition. Evie just gets deleted from the round, and now Never Forgotten in the man advantage. They're hunting this B site player. Saints back here still, but now they've spotted him, and now 3 guys need to take him out, and they're gonna do that. 1 on 3 for Entry. How much can he find with just a knife in his pocket? He's got all his util. Has to run in. Is he gonna throw a flash? He actually is going to pull it out, and Starbounds is gonna catch him off.
Nice stuff here, and we're going, you know, like to like here when it comes to this matchup. Back to it though, regardless of this. Yeah, it's just panning out to be a great matchup, even across the board. Fun's looking mighty on fresh here. I'm loving the overall unity when it comes to the side of Never Forgotten, right? Although they get caught on the back foot of things, they manage the double stacks, they manage the peaks, and they work together, and obviously their individual play has been stellar. Look at DJ, 10 and 3, star player so far for this, and kind of giving me those Evie vibes on that Chamber, and doing what Chamber does best. I think Ascent lends itself well to it, Anton, kind of extending yourself, getting messy, and using that rendezvous to get away right back to home base.
Yeah, for sure. I think, honestly, before Chamber existed, I think Jet was probably one of the best agents on Ascent other than Sova. But now you see DJ, he's doing exactly what he does best, like you mentioned, on that Chamber, making him shine and smoke. He can't find the same thing because his gun's sticking out of the smoke. You'd think that maybe he would realize that, but that is not the case in that instance. Maybe a chance backside. Shoney's got 1. Is still here. Throws a very thick paranoia all the way through that lane. And now 3 stuck in this position. He can't capitalize though. And now it's still man advantage heavily in favor of Never Forgotten.
Yep, on it. Site now secure, planted, and it's Entry yet again. It seems like the thematic Swarm 2vx retake seems to be the status quo here. And they're kind of separated, and lends me to believe that they're not necessarily keen on retaking, but unfortunate for Entry, kind of left to fend for whatever little bits of love and support there is. But my god, talk about fending, absolutely scraping away, gnawing at the bones of the opposition. Gets 1 pick, runs mostly to safety with 50 HP. Got to be careful, and if we can get a couple exit picks here, I think that would be absolutely stellar.
That would be good. That would build up his economy. That would build up not only that, but also his ultimate. He's 1 off right now. Would definitely help in the next round. No armor for Entry. Gonna be saved over, but at least he keeps his rifle. And the thing is, I think the worst part is they don't get a loss bonus either, and 3 of their players are pretty much dead broke, so they are not going to have a very healthy buy. There's no Jet ults. There is a Chamber ult, so maybe they could go for something here, but it would be very, very risky. I would probably, best option would be to toss the op to Evie, but they give it to Shrony. That's quite curious. So they're going for something. Entry's gonna keep his rifle. Evie's gonna maybe farm 2 orbs. That would be quite impressive if you could get that done. But yeah, they're gonna be trying for something. Smoke's gonna pop that rifle, and we'll see what they can find.
Looking for the initial pick. It's Shrony. Gonna go mono e-mono with this DJ opposition, who actually ends up not looking at that tiles. That would have been a great battle. See who has the faster reaction time, as they were both primed for it. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, Cloudburst, dash on through to safety. Standard all across the board. Coverage towards door. Entry gets 1 onto Evolves. And where did that come from, Anton?
The haunts, it was all the way up in the sky, and that's the strength about Fade, right? You have no idea where that thing ends up, and now it's all even. No, it's actually Storm with the man advantage. Finally, DJ does chime in, has a response, but that is so dangerous. You would never, as an Omen, you would never expect to get wall hacked in that position, but that is exactly why you play that Fade. You don't have this ping coming from an arrow, and you don't have any indication that the wall hack is still there, and they just get absolutely demolished for it. That A-site push gets destroyed. Now this trademark gets taken out, so Smoke knows what's going on right now. What he doesn't know is where these players are. He knows one's on site, second guy completely missing. He's worried about B main, but this guy's in market. He's got a very advanced position, and even watching kind of into spawn, the Omen's gonna go past, and DJ is gonna hear this. Now there's a pinch from backside all the way onto the stairs, and this is absolutely deadly for Storm 3.
Deadly. DJ being absolutely beyond deadly at this point in this matchup. Smoke ends up walking it, but still now brings it to a 1v1. Chubsta playing the angle. Smoke. Ooh! Smoke was feeling it there. Knew something really odd was up, either at the boost box or playing that drop position or the quick sidewalk peek. But wow, talk about it. To get DJ out and bring it to that situation was, I think, step one. But man, falling ever so short of that clutch, just it broke my heart. I felt that was pretty much bound to happen. Maybe if there wasn't a tour de force or an operator in hand, it might have been something different for Smoke. Struggling on that chamber. Need to get maybe, you know, I don't want to say more aggressive, but maybe change out that position. We've seen Smoke kind of center on that B. Do we need to extend more mid, look for a pick towards short or long A? That's you know, some food for thought here to keep the agent pool moving around the different parts of the map.
Yeah, and I think that might be one of the factors why they're not doing nearly as well as they did in the last game. Of course, I have to mention Evie. He was 25 and 18 in the last map, but Smoke was following up not too far behind him. He was second frag on their team at 17 on the chamber just as well. So right now, with him on practically the bottom of the scoreboard, it doesn't prove too well for the side of Swarm 3. So really got to see him step up. But in that round, unfortunately, he did shoot the incorrect head. It's a bit higher up there where he wants to aim. But here, it's still a 5-on-5, so he can make himself known in this round because he's watching this B flank, just as Sentinels usually do, not going for the entry this time. But his team is going to be regrouping towards this A site, where the site itself has been abandoned. But they are playing very quick response out in spawn, watching this mid, just in case anyone wants to lurk up this B side, but that is not to be the case right now.
Looking for the pinch. Chubsta sprayed out by Shrony, so no pinch potential for the most part here. Shrony continuing to hold off Tree Room. Low-key, never forgotten going very deep into Tree Room, which begs the question, is that necessary, having lost an individual? Starbound looking to keep up with the same thematic situation for NFE and get aggressive towards Heaven. Looking to spray, no connection here, and this is the ult coming through from that Fade, sorry. Evie dashing on through, nobody knows what's happening. They are completely in the darkness as they retake on that site. Clean stuff, and that is the demon known as Fade, and just how strong that agent is. I know you love it, Anton, and you can see the utility come in on that round.
Yeah, I know. I absolutely love it. That is some beautiful stuff, and they do exactly what they need to when the Fade ult is in play. No one can hear anything, so you go for the plays where they can't see you coming. He jumps on top of the generator and goes behind the jets. Beautiful stuff, and that's exactly the combinations that you want to be using. That's why she is so strong, is because you can combo her with so many different ridiculous things that you would never be able to do because you have sound cues, you have a vision, and all this stuff. But with the Fade ulti, not only do you know exactly where they are, but they can't figure out where you are, even if you make some ridiculous moves that normally have a straight up counter, because you can look at them and be like, I hear them and they're behind me. They can't, and that just straight up wins them that round. That is all pretty much flawless. Now they come into this one. Okay, never forgotten. They're quite mad. They want something in response, and they take that entry kill within 10 seconds.
Now coming in through ultimate KO. Prime gonna go to aim to shut down whatever utility exists on this A side. Smoke's being sent here. Lots of rotates are present. So I don't know about you, Anton, but face checking through a smoke like that, not the greatest feeling. And they're gonna go ahead and back off. Still minute 12, and the beauty of this is they have reasonable mid control. Look at that movement here from that chamber going deep into market. That is DJ with that tour de force, absolutely hunting like it's duck season.
I don't think this guy's a gun. He doesn't have a regular rifle or anything, so he's gonna get blinded. This is very risky for him because he's got this. Yeah, he might be the best sniper in the game, but honestly, it's only got 5 bullets. If he misses a bit too much, it might be maybe get punished. He's out of his TP range as well, so he couldn't even get out if he wanted to. He is going to be wise and drop all the way back because his teammates are doing work across the map. They've opened up the A site. He doesn't even need to be here at this point, but Saint is still watching just in case, and now he's been spotted. And surely, finally, they're going to they pay attention to it. which is strong. That is all he needed to do. He needed to reveal himself and just walk all the way back to the site.
You know, talk about opening doors. I mean, I think we did a little bit more than that. We just absolutely swamped that A site, and post plant now 5v2. Still, we have that Hunter's Fury. I don't think NFE's at all phased by this situation. They can play it long, they can play it short. They have everything going in their favor. And with that, you can see Swarm 3, yeah, much of the same. Saints kind of prowling, does have to be reasonably careful as the hunt has now begun here with NFE on the prowl to snake some guns away. Smoke jiggles for the 1. That's good enough for me, and I'll take every little bit that I can here, Anton.
Yeah, he definitely needs to stay alive somehow. Okay, nice shot. That was very fast. DJ doesn't have that kind of reaction speed as good as he is, but even still, ooh, this is getting quite close. I really don't think this hunt should go on any further. These guns are definitely, they're not free. They do have money. And I think the saving grace is the fact that Starbound does have an ulti, which is not the worst thing in the world. They're going to be able to buy. Ooh, he does buy. Fair, yeah. He wants to have as much security as possible, just in case the blades go wide. So this is quite smart from them, because they do have that much in their bank. But just in case, don't go for those hunts too hard if you don't have to. But yeah, just fine. Everyone's pretty much got rifles. There is an Odin, even in the hands of Saint, for the wall hacks. Guns at B, usually see that on a Sova, but not available. No. Big information being gained outside of A as well. 3 players, and they're staying for Never Forgotten. They're just playing with the minds of Swarm 3, making them wonder, making them think that maybe with the detection they might rotate off, but they clear a lot of space. And now they know where people aren't, and they look like they just want to go for this fast exec.
Yeah, being picked off by that cow early on, I mean, at the most, it gives you intel, lets you know where you can and cannot push, how many bodies are kind of all over the place. It doesn't necessarily solidify where they're going to be necessarily taking, as Evie, oh my god, jiggling the wrong way into the Hunter's Fury. DJ gets a pick as well. It's down to Entry to hold off the push, does a good job, gets Starbound. The rest of the team not even coming out of main for the trade. They're kind of waiting for Tree Room to execute, and Shrony now pushed off really far back. Pop Flash, or rather Fragment here coming in. Doesn't matter, they're going to tank it, go for the spray. Not happening there as DJ's supporting. Shrony for the 1, Shrony for the 2. My goodness me, so spicy with that, but it's Trebsta in the end to get a little bit aggro, a little bit testy on Shrony and pick up that nice clean round for NFE.
Last round.
Wow, that one got close. That was almost a really solid control clutch from Shrony, but he didn't get anything that he really wanted in that engage. He had 3 players looking at him. He actually wanted to get out, but perfectly timed was the knife from Legend. What a shot from that guy. I mean, he just throws it at the wall, but that's all he needed to do. Shrony was trying to get that from the shadows off, and he just wanted to get away, keep his life alive, and wait for the rest of his team, but that was simply not allowed, and they just completely swarmed that tree position. And yeah, he lands some nice shots, and it would have been nice to see a couple more from the rest of his team, but sometimes that's all you can really ask for when they end up running into you, because they're so confident. But they're not going to make that mistake earlier in the round. Thing is, Smoke, they haven't seen him in this position before, and he's going to take 1 and get all the way back to the start of the sites. So man advantage really early on for Storm 3. First time in a while that's happened.
Yeah, here, this is something fresh for you now. Shrony getting aggro, DJ getting caught in the side of the head, and that's a great pick too, getting that chamber off. Storm 3 now. This is Ascent for you. Such a great back and forth map as now Starbound making some tracks over. Oh, that must feel good. That must feel great there, Anton.
Yes, that's clean. All right, clean response as well. Evie's on the jet on the other side, and they take the spike down along with them. Might have felt good for the time being, but now it's a bit painful because the... Oh, no, never mind. He's got a TP. He's in the ranked play where he just TPs onto the spike and cancels it to get it right back onto the site, and he's got in the pretty much the best position possible. It's under hell, and he's playing that position as well. His teammates coming in from heaven. This is so much control for them, and Legend, if he wins this fight now, this round should be all but unwinnable. Up in heaven, high ground, he's got the shot, even onto Entry. What a performance from Evolves. He's got it. He doesn't even need to participate in this round at this point. The flash is going to go wide, and the shots, they land from him somehow. I don't even know how that works. So many whiff bullets from the guy that was trying to challenge, but even still, the 2 players left alive and Never Forgotten secure the first half.
Here.
I think the omen might have come true. No pun intended. But that paranoia that missed might have gone a bit too far. It might have hit Strive I don't know if you guys remember from a couple games ago, but we mentioned that, yeah, Strive does have a storm incoming. So a couple times we might see him disconnect for just a little bit, but you're getting information that the router is restarting, so hopefully the connection issues will not persist. But for the time being, we are going to be still going because this game never slows down. We know that Storm 3 never slow down. They're going right back into Cat once again. Very, very fast, but this one little piece of util, one thing, that's all they needed to send 3 players onto that A site. The Chamber's going to TP right back to try and be quick towards this B, because that's where the attack is really going, but Saint, through the smoke, doesn't even need to see Chubsta to be able to take him out. There's no one on the site. The spike should be planted for free. Shrony gets yet another one with this mid lurk. Now, very big danger. DJ, can he land this shot? Absolutely not. Well, excuse me, it took a while, but he's finally got it. Entry with a response. A second headshot follows up on a spawn and now called upon again, but DJ is all that's left alive. Had a lot of bullets in his headhunter. I was a bit surprised. I thought he would have missed after 2, and then that would have been it, but it doesn't even matter. His Swarm 3's picked up 4. Looks like Strive will need to be right back. He will be restarting momentarily. But once again, this game does not stop. 5 to 8, and Storm 3 with the pistol means that they can make something happen here. This is definitely not as one-sided as the last side, right? Because like it is back and forth. It might have been the same scoreline, might have been an 8-4, but I feel like that 8-4 was a little bit more convincing than this 8-4, given the fact that we've had some back and forths in this one. It's been around, then a couple in return, then we see 3, 1, 3. It's kind of tight. Smoke with a nice quick scope, keeping his own confidence. And he has lifted himself off the floor of the bottom of the server. In fact, he's not even close. There are 2 members on Never Forgotten somehow, even though they have the lead. 2 members that sit below the bottom 2 on the side of Swarm 3. They are storming the site for the time being. How much can they find? Shroomy with 1, Heavy with another, and they're just going to shut him down. Yep, that was quite squeaky clean. Maybe I'll scratch on the screen just a little bit. The KO did end up falling, but that was the only casualty that they had in the round. And now we go on to Never Forgotten's bonus. Full rifles, Chubsta has the potential, and there he goes for it. Maybe lacking a bit of utility. Yeah, he's missing a couple of shock darts, but everyone else is sitting pretty. The Jet doesn't have any updrafts, excuse me. And the KO only 1 flashbang, but even still, lots to fight with in terms of weaponry, and they're gonna have to take these duels because up in the mid, that's some shots. That's a close one. But Storm 3, they still do what they do best. They just go fast, and they're up in the mid very quickly up Cat. Good bite. Good info. Once more. There's another one in. That's both Prowlers have been expended on towards that A site, and that's good enough to keep 3 people Never Forgotten on that spot. Storm 3 are sitting very patiently in mid. Can they find a frag? They can! Smoke does manage to sneak his way into that B site. Chubsta does not expect him all the way in that door already. Evolzo tries to respawn. He gets 1, but low HP. He's been sprayed on in turn, and Smoke gets another headshot. I'm pretty sure that was a dink through that solid wall. That little bricks, he finally gets punished by Evolves. He's been doing quite a lot over here. A little bit risky with that team flash, especially crossing. Entry does not know how low this guy is right now. That is so darn close. Spike still sitting outside B. And they are available for this attack as Starbound's the only one here. 61 health, by the way, and he's not going to get fouled. Oh my goodness, that one also got tight. It is a game of inches. The end. Entry, he just walks through the smoke. Why not? Nothing to lose. Only a pistol in hand. Does manage to pick up a rifle with the team. Now they've got 2 on 3. Guns recovered. And the TP... Oh, it's a bit of an... I don't think that's exactly what they wanted, but it's still all good. Shuni plays in the smoke. Yeah, it's so tight. The bullet's just whizzing right past him. And Entry needs to hold on the stairs all by himself. Only gets 1. And now... Truly left alive, has full HP. That's the only thing that's really... Oh no, the smoke. They thought... They got baited by that perfect smoke at the back of the site. I was about to say, that health value was the only thing that gave him a chance in this round, but even still, that little piece of utility, that is such a big brain on this guy right now. The Omen taking out his counterpart on the other team and winning Swarm 3 another round in a row.
Mr. Anton?
Is the man's back?
The man is back. The house is intact. And my house didn't turn into a shack. Hey, let's go.
That is good. I am very
But
glad.
yeah, I'm
glad.
alive. All is good here, Chief. In abnormal weather conditions up in the land of Canada. If it's not snow, it's rain and hail. It feels like in the middle of July. So all good in the hood here, Chief. We're back at it. I hope I didn't miss too much, but by the looks of it, looks like we're kind of going mono e mono in this matchup.
We are going mono, not only in terms of the round count, but also in terms of color. All good.
All right.
Is it just me?
We're vibing here, Chief. We're doing a lot of things, and it starts off with Smoke and Saint. Let's get right back into it here. We keep it fresh. We keep it live and vibrant here. With the Prowlers going towards that long gate. The take coming through. Do we have that ultimate? No, we don't. But the dash in is going to create the gap. DJ gets the one and done, absolutely ignoring the flying high of the Jet. Starbound as well gets Saint, and with that, DJ is just slapping foreheads like it's nobody's business, hunting heads like it is an absolute day job. And it's down to Shrony here. Picks the right battle, gets that marvelous chamber off. Starbound hunting, continuing more and more with that Sheriff as well, and it just leaves it down to Evie, your Raised Demon on buy now, in a 1v2 to manage off NFE here.
Oh, the door is still closed, but finally it gets shut down. Dark goes through. Oh, it does detect him. That's an absolute disaster. He thought he could tuck in, and that might have been the play to win him the round if it was possible, but it was simply not, and they just get the info, and they just go for the pre-fire. Nothing more to do. What? Big balls on Evie, but that's just not going to work out.
Nope, 8 to 8. Attempts are good, but when you got numbers working against you on a retake like that, it's just that much more difficult to manage. But now getting into the latter portion of this matchup, right down to the wire. Anton, you and I are getting absolute bangers here. Sorry, 9 to 7. We're getting absolute bangers here tonight. It feels like a complete contrast from the matchup before you and I came on desk.
Yeah, that's funny how that works, isn't it? It's 13 to 1. I mean, that one was swift. It's sometimes we get them at the end, sometimes we get them at the start, but you never really know until you really get into the day. And so far, this day has been an absolute barn burner towards the end. I'm excited for the final. If this is what we're seeing in the semis and the quarters. And speaking of seeing, there is no sight, no vision on this B site, especially after those smokes. But Starbound does get one little piece of vision onto Evie, and he takes him out. A response from Shrony, and evolves even another response on Entry as well. It's just kills all the way back and forth on both teams, but Saint is the one to follow up on the site. He's the one that has the control over the entire space of B. But how much can he find? Has the Spike in his hands, has tapped it once as well, so they know he's got the objective on this site, but he doesn't know where these two players are, and it's a lot of risk because now 29 health, he can get spammed. There's not really any breathing room for this guy right now. And the dart, this could be disaster. Now he's just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, shooting through the walls. The entire thing is paper thin. There's nothing for him to do, nowhere to hide.
Yeah, no, you're not escaping that mess, and that final little ping of that recon dart just spelled trouble right across his forehead. And with that now, we're just really going to the wire here, Chief. That's going to be 10 rounds for NFE, and they're teetering on what feels like victory in double digits, and couple that with a whole slew of ultimates to back up that defensive side. This is their chance to get really messy and up close and personal and take that double 11 or that double 1, sorry, and see what they can do. As you can see, Swarm kind of on the back foot of things, running much of the same of what we've seen here tonight, grouping up towards short, but they haven't learned a thing or two about going A. You got DJ there, and typically bypassing DJ becomes a bit of an uphill battle, it seems like.
Yeah, and they're running into it. They don't know that he's here for the time being, but the thing is that is going to try him out, and he has a chance for a second. A little bit close, flash going through. He's going to dodge it just perfectly. Surely there's no way they re-challenge that. There's absolutely no chance. Instead, they're going to run into the Omen as an engage, and Evolves is the one to win that out all the way on B, so they have no success anywhere on the map.
Evie heard you and said, definitely I do. And what I love about DJ is, despite people pushing, even that KO peak, didn't even bother going for the rendezvous. Said, I'm staying here. Like, this is my house. I'll happily take the peak all day, left, right, and center. Now has the high ground. Evie going for the jump there. Nice bit of Blade Storm knife activity. Takes it to a 2v2. So despite the lack of attempts or lack of success at that B side and at the A, things have changed. The tides have turned. Evie is looking hot. Ooh! What? With the ding, with the classic? Tell me more what a free gun can do. That is amazing. Just, wow. Really bringing the epitome of what jet play is all about. So mobile, so energetic. Nice job, Evie.
Why can't I do that? Hello, Riot? What is that? He didn't stop moving. He sidestepped twice, out, and then tap back in. That is unreal. That was such a fast kill as well. Like, I don't think he planned on getting that frag. Like, he wanted to go for some pot shots. Maybe it's lucky he gets a trade because he knows where he is. There's no reason not to go for the shots because it's going to be hard to land that transfer because the guy's already spraying. But he just secures the frag because why not? He just does everything. No one else. Only this guy.
Heavy after all. We've come to appreciate that as now. Looks like we've at last changed our focus, and I kind of like what Swarm 3 is doing, right? They definitely are not looking to lose any kind of map control and are keeping things, you know, open, right? They're not closing any chapters, which makes it just that much easier to move and retake a different site when the time comes.
Mm-hmm. You're playing slow. Very patient. It's a weird spot there because there is a potential of someone ego challenging inside of tiles and seeing your gun, but that is definitely not what Swarm 3 want to have in mind. They know the potential that Never Forgotten have with their sniper rifle players, and that is not a risk they want to take. Instead, straight onto this A site. Legend's been wall hacked. That's a problem because there is a big little gun on the other end. Evie does get that trade. Excuse me, Starbound trades out on the other jets.
30 seconds
Still
left.
even, and the spike has not been committed just yet. There is still presence all the way onside that A, but the spike is being ferried towards this B, and it looks like the entirety of Never Forgotten understand this.
I think they've got it loud and clear. The message has been heard. The paranoia comes out and further resonates with the attempt to get on the site. 13 seconds now ticking. Spike goes down. It's planted smoke. 30 HP. Intently holding towards market, and Spawn could get clapped on from either direction, and DJ is so quick. Quick scope. Smoke can't even get that chamber. Talk about tour de force diff as Shrony back at it again. Starbound on team looking to wrap. That's a shot.
Ooh.
Nice connection with Shrony's Domsky. 2v1 now. Entry has a lot to manage and not really close to the action for the time being.
Yeah, DJ's just cutting that line off. There's no way he misses this. Surely. No, he doesn't miss, but the thing is, he's not going to get a chance to miss. Entry takes his head off. It doesn't matter. Starbound was so far ahead of him. Yeah, so far displaced from the site was this KO that he didn't have anything to do with that defuse. It was a nice try. It was a very nice shot onto DJ, who has shown his prowess in terms of shots so far. 22 and 15, might I add, at the top. He does not have assists. He doesn't need assists. He just secures all his kills. He finishes everything.
This is where I'm loving it, and we got that double one that we talked about for NFE, and it's beyond perfect considering Swarm 3 is on a big save, and it's time, if it's time to close out, it's right here, Anton.
Snake Eyes. Let's see what they see, and it looks like they see 3. Speaking of 3, Swarm 3, I mean, they're still going to be here. They've gotten detected outside this A main before just with that same knife. They want to farm up this orb. One closer to an ulti, which they have pretty decent on entry, 6 out of 7. Maybe not the best showing for this kind of round where they have a little bit of a half buy with a judge, a stinger, a shorty around the board, but you gotta try something when you're up against 11, or else you play for overtime, and that's not what Swarm 3 are willing to do.
Going for it, Legend. Close proximity, giving some heavy energy here with that judge in tight battle. And around the corner, there are absolute monsters ready to contest. Oh boy, it's an absolute standoff here, Chief.
Smoke. Oh, who's gonna win that fight? Of course it's Evie. Of course, why wouldn't it be? He's the Judge King. He is the master, and he even goes and hunts down that sniper up into heaven, but he doesn't have the range to finish off that kill. DJ tucks himself just enough behind the wall to avoid half of those pellets, and he keeps himself alive. But it is a 4-on-4. They still have a risk here, but Chubsto with that beautiful shot. What a transfer. DJ with yet another one. Chubsto following up, and Saint now last. Only has just a shotgun, finally switches off, but he has so many angles to look at. It's just not possible. 11 rounds, up to 12. Never Forgotten have secured map points.
Fiery plays from Chubsta there. Amazing control of Helen. Was really intent and super aware of where the peak was coming from. The retake was almost just textbook, I'd say, and that's going to be the match point as well. And boy, it looks like Swarm 3 pretty much invested everything they could for the most part. Have a little bit of cash left, Anton, but you know, between you and I, it's going to be a little bit more challenging to manage with a Stinger and a Spectre in their back pockets.
I think this is where the story kind of starts, where Swarm, obviously when you see most games, when you have a team reach map point, they don't win it. Like 90% of the time, it ends up going, there's a question there where Swarm 3 are just, they've run out of things to lose and they just kind of go in and do whatever. And it looks like that's kind of what they're doing right now. Big play from DJ. Thank goodness he was the one that was there because he can teleport out. But yeah, he understands that they're just running it down cat. Why not? What else are you going to do at this point?
Send it. I mean, go fast pace and hope that it equates to a round. But they got DJ on tree as per usual, locking down that B side. They walk through it, and Evie, nice jiggle. DJ caught in the middle of a wildfire.
Oh.
So that is a repeat of the classic, but with the Vandal. I mean, come on, someone give Evie a high five or a hug or whatever you know, tickles your fancy. That's just superb gunplay.
Yeah, gunplay, teamwork as well. That the double peek up into heaven. Both of them jump up at the same time and Evolves is in a 1-on-5. Hold on a second, as 6 health. No ammo in the gun, and Evie's got the pistol as well, but he's got the better jump shot. I mean, this guy's just, he's unreal with that thing. It doesn't matter what weapon he has, he just completely bamboozles you with anything that he can do. And once again, I mean, I can't say I predicted it, but I did predict it. Like, the teams, they never win on the map points. So now's a chance. Swarm 3, they've actually thrown Never Forgotten onto an eco run. There's no money for them.
This is a huge turn of events. I mean, coming off of a bit of a mix buy, like we pointed out, to now dishing out that same light buy situation to your opponents. NFE, they got a Blade Storm, and it is on a very key individual. The question remains, how much impact is it going to have?
There goes. That is pops, but are they looking the right direction? DJ is going to take first engage, and that is a stunner of a shot. How fast is this man? Absolutely unreal, and he gets out unscathed. Oh, he took a shot, but that's not enough to kill him, of course. Evolve still watching down mid. There's, mind you, there's no Sage. It's the only character in the game that can provide a res. So 5-on-4 will be the story of the rest of this round. Starbound does burn his dash, but these guys don't know that yet. And they don't know that this is where he is either. They're going to be looking on. Haunt's not going to find him. So very big position, but he's not going to hear anything as the attackers push onto the site. Smoke and Evie stereo frags to get on, and Smoke even following up for more.
On it, Spike now getting planted. It's Legend and DJ. Can't dismiss these two and what they can accomplish, but the light buy doesn't make it that much easier. And yeah, there's the impact of that. Oh my god. At the hairline of that angle, just clicks mouse 1 superbly quick. And look at the crosshair. Can someone give DJ a high five for crosshair placement? Do we get like crosshair placement awards here at GLG? New thing. If it existed right now, I'd crown that to DJ. Superb play with that headhunter, and why am I not surprised? We saw the same thing happen earlier.
Yeah, geez, this every time we say this guy's name, every time we see him on broadcast, he just pops off. And look at him, 27 and 18. That is 5 kills above the next highest player on the server, which we know what Evie can do, and he is. It's not even like he's not showing up. He's playing out of his mind. It's just DJ is just better. There's nothing else to say about it. He's just such a miraculously mechanical player, and it looks like, I mean, is he going to be able to shut this down again? He's not here for the time being, and Evie is going to take first contact. It's so awkward. It's so weird through the floor. They're trying to just go for these spams. They do have sight control. There's a lot of players up at heaven able to retake.
Yeah, there's everybody, everyone's mother, brother, sister, uncle, aunt, distant relative rotated at this point, holding it off. Entry, pop flash, not necessarily setting up anything for the Jet, but does get the pick off of it. And meanwhile, in a complete different area code in a whole separate part of the map, we have that spike planted, and they're continuing to clap on this A site. Tell me more about what's happening. DJ's got to make a move. Is it going to be quick enough to stop the rotation from the backside? Very, very unlikely, but DJ knows what's coming. Totally primed, but 3 shots in the chamber. Uno. 2 more, recovers a gun, on it to retake, but has a mega hill to climb.
On a second, 1-5. He only gets timinged. Wow. If he didn't get timing there by Saints, you never know. That round brought him to 30. I just want to point that out. That potential clutch. 1-on-2 it ended, and only because he got caught off guard.
I mean, I think that's the first for tonight is the 30, Anton, I believe, and I think a first in a long time. This map is going the distance, and there's been plenty of rounds to collect those 30 picks. Still a notable achievement. With that, one more kick at the can. This is for overtime or match point. Love it when we get down to this point, Anton. As so this is the creme de la creme of GLG matchups.
This is gonna be. There's no money. There's nothing. There's an operator for them to defend. And this Jet's already been spotted too. The Haunts is so good. And in the doorway is Chubsta. Is he going to be able to find anything before it closes? That is a resounding no. And there goes that spike. 5 on 4. Now 1 operator, a Bulldog, 2 Spectres on the defense. They have to take it back with that. With Evie on this headshot angle and trying to look up as well. What a perfect flash. That is such great teamwork from these guys to close. Oh, okay, maybe not yet. Legend's still alive. All right, 1 on 3. Has already 2, but needs to reload, and Evie's still hunting. He's still going. He's not stopping with the rifle out, and he's just playing with their prey for the time being. Legend now. How much can he find? Hold on a second. No, not enough. For both teams, it got a bit dicey there, but all good for Storm 3. They throw enough bodies at their opponents just to take him all the way to OT.
OT on ascent. What a huge hill to climb. Look at that scoreboard. Back and forth. You know, sequential rounds collected for both these teams, but on the back side of it, to see what NFE pulled together, I am, dude, holy cow. DJ at 30 and Evie at a, you know, I'd say borderline 30. I mean, dude, put your feet up. I don't know if you have a drink and a snack, but I gotta go BRB and grab one because this might be one of the matchups on the scent. You know how it goes here.
It would certainly be disappointing for either team to lose at this point, because it's been a while, 24 rounds, but both these teams have fought tooth and nail. And what do you do when you're either Evie or DJ and somehow you drop the ball? Because they are playing absolutely out of their minds. It's an early engaged Starbound versus Evie. Speaking of that aforementioned Jets, no one wants to take any undue risks. That's 3 players. Aggressive aiming. 3 guys. 2 guys in wine. Now they spotted 1. They've taken him out. Oh, they're not going to expect a second, though. This could be a really big mind game that Storm 3 are playing here. The problem is they've also died from across the map. That is not good. Kills across the entire map, and now the spike is also relocating towards that B site where it technically is weak. The entire site is weak. The entire map is weak. Storm 3 have lost 2.
Part of me says the opportunity would have been that double swing towards long versus KO being pinned out in wide. Now, as you know, if they went as 3 or 4, they for sure would have traded that out versus the impact and the presence of the double swing would have been. But now it's Saint here, has the lawnmower instead. Paranoid, nearsighted, still okay for the most part here. Evie's on that flank, tailwind, prime, but you can see that Never Forgotten's like, just forget about that situation, guys. Like, site's pretty much free. Let's get on there, and they do. Starbound hears that activity towards market and is primed up and has called it out for the team. I'm sure there's no shot they missed this crossfire.
Oh,
or not.
Okay. Yeah. No, I guess you can't miss a crossfire if you just don't even get in a crossfire. That is insane. Just pre-fired. It's a bit risky to sit in the corner, but Evie very, very aware. Nice job. 2-1-3. Still winnable. Don't count him out. Low HP, but Entry's got the molly. They've cleared out 1 single corner in the site. Big pop flash in that. Okay, that might be over. Very nice heads-up play by Evolves, and even takes the last one. Entry gets his teammate all the way at the back, but Evolves, that is the stuff that you need to see. You need to get aggressive in that kind of scenario, because you know Evie's going to do the same. Bring the fight to him, and he can't manage to win it.
What's nice about these OT rounds is we see a different type of animal come out, and that animal is a team, or teams rather, minus the operator, right? We're not, I haven't seen any glass cannons come out, and knowing that DJ is very much an op player and knows how to frag with it, it's a different play style. It's a different type of energy, and you can see that we're not necessarily getting as aggressive or as pokey or playing as risky because we don't have that one and done potential. And I think that's what's going to lend to a, first of all, amazing dart from Chubsta, and second of all, a great OT.
Yeah, that's oops. At least there's not too many people outside this aiming. The thing is, they don't know that at this point, so maybe it could be kind of not the best thing in the world. But it was flashes and smokes, so okay, a lot of attention being paid towards this A short. So they have to know exactly what's going on right now. Starbound is gonna be ready for the haunts, but it's not gonna land on him. So he's gonna be ready for the next fight, which he gets 1 for 1 across the entire site twice in a row. He's in a 3 versus 3, and the spike already planted. 35 seconds in the round, Strive.
Yeah, this is where I want to see DJ with some Vandal play and what that's going to be. Coverage across the map. Hell and Tree Room kind of doubled up here. They're spread, but that spread could be disastrous if it doesn't pan out into crossfires. Fragment goes out, not in the best position. Legend kind of shooting the teammates in the foot. On the back end, dropping down to Hell. Jamming. Now Generator occupied. Smoke has to be clutch. Smoke falls to Legend. Shrony trades it. DJ equally as good with the Vandal for the 1. Entry and a clutch. Is this the dub?
Oh, 5 bullets. He has 5 bullets. What is this? He's 3 health and 5 bullets. Headhunter. Oh, he gets it. DJ. Does he have time?
No.
I don't think he has time.
No.
Oh, no.
Anton proceeds to fall off his chair, as do I.
Switching sides.
OT again. Take it all the way home, Chief. I told you. I don't know if you placed an Uber Eats order or something. It should be here by now if you didn't. I know mine just showed up, but unfortunate problem is they can't bring it to the basement. Regardless, the long haul continues here as we end up seeing what, you know, I was going to, not to fault of any specific player or individual, just boiled down to that 1v1 situation and the better positioning of entry on that post plan, and of course, not leaving too much in the DJ back pocket to counteract and get aggro.
Oh, man. That round, I mean, it netted him half a stack of kills, if you get what I mean. So, he's counting them up. He is tallying them as we speak. Saint's going to try to do the same, but no success just yet. Smoke here. Now on the defense as the Chamber wants to do exactly what his counterpart is. Oh, Trubsta takes a lot from that wallbang spam. Because that's not where the focus lies. The focus lies towards this A site where Evie has found some attention of his own. Takes some shots. Nothing connecting. But he at least knows a couple players are inside this A main as he hears two different guns fire off at the same time. And he's going to go for his own spam. Not finding anything. The thing is, this round, so darn slow compared to the rest.
Very much so. And making the moves. Joining up towards A. Comms are cut, and this time we don't have that aggressive wine position. You do have Evie at A, which is going to make things a little bit more difficult. And of course, the KO with the fragment can easily halt any kind of entry potential. Couple that with the smoke, and very quickly your plan can go to the dumps. But they have to act fast as to not let that happen. Legend sends out the required utility to get them on through. Entry pop flash out of hell. Shrony spamming. Not able to get it, but that's bought so much time for the rest of the team to make the magic happen. Fragment goes ahead and segregates Starbound. Does not give any kind of push potential, and Shrony cleans it up from above. My goodness me, not from above, rather from below. It don't matter. 14-13, and what was looking definitively, concise on that A take, quick shutdown, and the high ground reigns supreme.
Yeah, what a hold from entry as well. That is so huge. He is second frag for their team on the initiator, on the KO, with the most assists on the server by far, and also that triple kill as well. He's holding that perfect angle to watch for anyone swinging out, not being detected by absolutely anything. No util can see him in that hell position, and he just clotheslines every single player. What a performance from that guy. He knows exactly when to use his own util, how to avoid everyone else's, avoid the bullets, and land his own. And now, map point for Swarm. One more on the attack. And they're looking towards this A site where 3 people do reside.
Coming in, hot. Starbound's tailwind dwindling, and I have yet to see the X factor of mid be explored in this OT as much as I'd like, but they're kind of sticking to their roots, making some tracks. Shrony does have support from fellow Chamber. But where does that take you here, Anton? It's a reasonably open field at this point with a minute left, and no one's looking to make any kind of noise. This is kind of giving me vibes of the last round. It's going to be a quick one once it does explode.
Oh, util tossed. It's an A hit, but it's not actually. It is a hit, but the spike isn't here. They're sending a lot in. The problem is they're all dying. Not a single frag. Nothing found. Pop flash. Can he get one? He needs at least one. Oh no! Well, that's the round. DJ and Evolve stereo frags across the map, honestly. And the spike tried to make his way in, and that was the only hope they really had left. Saint's gonna recover 1 kill, and that was the only player that's on this B site, so on for the clutch. He's gonna go for it, nothing to lose. Another overtime incoming, or the map ending with a 1-on-5. Saint has everything to do right now.
Everything and anything. Yeah. You called it earlier, and I felt that resonated with me. I do agree that round was kind of done and dusted, given just how much was available for the side of NFE. So they hop on that defuse again, and we throw a second set of laundry in the rinse cycle. Dryer comes up next here, Chief. I feel like I'm in the dryer right now, just tumbling infinitely through this overtime.
Oh, you look at the first ever images of James Webb Space Telescope and the deep field. We're all the way at the end. We're where I think yesterday they found the oldest galaxy to ever exist. Okay, maybe not to ever exist. The oldest one we've ever seen. You look all the way. You kind of zoom in, enhance, AI enhance, and you'll find us there. This is the length of the game right now. Super redshifted. 14-14, round 29.
getting flashbacks to the GLG days of best of 3 grand finals when we used to get these kinds of OTs for 3 maps. Felt really good, man. I'm not gonna lie. And this might be that map and might summate the extension of it as we go heavily dashing on through smoke, forced a rendezvous, and that's going to be beneficial to get some sort of map control. But Saint goes ahead and says hard no. One rendezvous isn't going to stop us from holding. Chubstep goes for the Odin on this round of all things, but it ends up connecting. Legend, more and more activity. Shrony battling in market, low HP. They have yet to really collapse on this site, and having cleared out so much, it is available to take, and they do get that spike down now.
Oh, 3-on-3 though. It's still fast from both teams, and the spike was delayed by just a little bit with that util, and it's still what he got off. He still got off. They're still waiting. I'm not entirely sure what they're waiting for, but I guess these guys are so close that they really don't want to risk anything happening right past his smoke, so they're gonna wait for it to fall. Oh, the wall bangs even still. What is happening in this round? It is utter chaos. 2 people on Swarm 3 are absolute. There are no shots. 1 bullet, and not even a bullet. Shock Dart is all that's needed to take out Shrony. And on the site, Evie dies to 1 as well. Entry on a 1-on-3, lands the first headshots. Needs to find 2 more on very healthy players, and he's just gonna get spammed. No chance.
Sorry, Anton, just had to collect my my thoughts there. Take a big breath, and one more time we swap it out. Do we take it to the finish line? Is this the end all of it? I'm gonna go ahead and say hard no. For those that are in chat rooting for whoever you're rooting for, drop that love and support, because this is bordering on one of the spiciest Pit of Valor Wednesdays I've cast in a long time. And for it to be on Ascent, I was gonna say this before, like, this is the map to do it on. This is the map to put on the show, and it feels like we're here for the ride. It's not like one strat or one player or one team member or one anything specific has been the highlight. It's just boiled down to, honestly, very, very tight strats, really quiet in the beginning, and they all, lend into big, big explosive plays thereafter. And with that, it's the same type of thing. Heavily grouped up, everyone's looking to back each other up one more time again for Swarm.
Yeah, starting out very fast, but they go right back. Oh, it's another Swarm strat where they take up Cat real quick, shoot that trip out in mid, and try for this B split, because they've baited so many players away from this site. Shubster, though, not going to get detected. They have to know someone's here, but just where? Just where is he going to be? He takes the first. That's all he's going to get. Good enough, honestly, taking the best player out of the hands of Swarm 3. Shrony is still up in the mid, and is able to chime in on his own on his kills. And Legend detecting nothing as well. He knows nothing is market. A lot of presence backside. But what he doesn't know, he's expecting B main, but he doesn't know exactly where. Not exactly when. And when is the question. Swarm 3, it's going to be up to them to activate. Now they know exactly where, because that Omen did throw a paranoia, but the timing, I don't know if it's good enough. Is Legend sneaking all the way out, spots a gun, has at least 1 frag, just for the second. That is so darn good, and surely now it must be over. Saint in a 1-on-3, big misses, and the clothesline, he actually gets 1. No ammo in the mag, not enough to get those final 2 kills. It is barely any health left on these last 2 players on Never Forgotten, but you never forget, they take this map 16-14.
I mean, what a final round to summarize this matchup. I want to go ahead and talk about one critical point where my heart, honestly, it completely sank, Anton. It was that, I think it was Chubsta in sight playing what was really and honestly a one and done angle, right? It was good for 1. The 2 was an attempt, but it was a stretch, and there was no real support at Crossfire. When Chubsta died, I'm like, oh no, they're going to collapse on site. This is going to go sideways. But then the patience and diligence and the retake coming out from that KO from above, like, just clutch, beyond clutch, super, super patient. And part of me says, why was there not anyone peeking out of sight? They could have been adding value, but instead decided to play super hidden and not necessarily predictable, but in the end, the retake was supreme. And for it to boil down to what it did, again, that round, my heart sank. I think we ended up on the better end of that roller coaster. Bravo, an amazing, amazing job there to NFE.
Yeah, we ended out with, I mean, none other than a Counter-Strike ulti. It's 16-14, if you know what I'm talking about. Shout out to you guys.
Hey.
But what a performance from DJ. And ironically as well, he was sitting at 34 for a couple of those rounds. If I'm correct, they didn't get a couple, I think, for the last, like, 2 or 3. I can check right now. But yeah, 34 kills. Unfortunately for Evie, he did not manage to break that 30 bomb threshold. It's a bit disappointing, but honestly, you don't want to point fingers at anyone, because again, everyone played exceptionally. Look at Evie, 29-23, Entry 25, Shruni at 24. It is 3 players from the losing team right below DJ at the very top. And yeah, he is above and beyond. Just, he's got a backpack on right now, and he might need to get a back massage or something like that, because throw some hands at this guy. Again, like you mentioned, Strive, high five. More than that, give him a hug or something. Give him like a snack. This guy deserves everything. He is one of the main reasons, if not the absolute main reason, that their team was able to take this in the OT as well. So very well done. 5 entries. I mean, you can't even talk about anyone in particular, honestly. Everyone's got such even stats across the board. Everyone is chiming in. Entry specifically with the 19 assists on the KO. He was doing as much as he possibly could to shut down DJ, but the gunplay was just way too much for him. DJ, you mentioned it, was playing without the op in the overtime rounds. He doesn't need it. He just lands the shots anyways. The man's absolutely insane.
And that's the summarization of that entire map. Insanity all across the board, clutch plays from everybody, DJ going off, Evie going off, star plays on Ascent. I love it. It's such a great map, and it really showcases the diversity of players and just how creative you can be when it comes to managing things. Like, opposite of that bind that we saw with Evie on that raise, kind of rinse and repeating that double satchel, this was the polar opposite I felt in some ways. Like, once we got down, especially into OT, the strats went almost 180. It became very quiet, very tactical, and down to the second almost, it felt like. So that summarizes the semifinals, and I say that after 20 rounds of gameplay. Finals is coming up around the bend. For those that have not yet entered in the future coming giveaway of MSI for the headset, please do so. ! Giveaway in chat. We're going to be managing next week, obviously, so enter now. GLG Country Club, it was mentioned by Anton as well. ! GLGCC, of course. You can get 3 months for the price of one. One team member holds it. Your entire team is covered, given priority entry into all of our events. And like Anton said, to communitygaming.io, powering and partnering with us to bring you that amazingly hyped up prize pool of $250. So with that, let's go to a quick break, come back fresh, and I guess right back down to the level ground. It makes me wonder, where are we going next? Where's the next map, and how is this finals going to pan out given what this one was? So, Anton, don't go too far. For those that are in chat, pray my internet doesn't go out and hail doesn't break down my house or something of that nature. Back to you guys momentarily after this break.
Looking like it's all over. Hold up. Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Welcome back. The saga continues. After some Riot shenanigans, we're right back into the grand finals. I am Strive, joined by the fantastic Anton here. You got PDB on the back end with Blizzard as well, keeping it real, taking you through the evening. We're going deep here tonight. And I'm primed, ready to go. This is grand finals, going to be Demon Time going up against Never Forgotten. And yeah, this is going to be a finals that we definitely do not forget as we are about to get into agent selection here. For those that have already looked down below, you already know what to expect. We're going to Ascent, Anton, yet again. And I think at this point, as much as it's my favorite, I think you and I are starting to get a nice, friendly appreciation for this map.
Yeah, 30 rounds is a lot. Like I like playing on it. I mean I could play on it every single day if I had that choice, but watching 30 rounds is quite a bit. We're gonna get even more. We're gonna get a minimum 13, of course, and we're going to try to send it to the lobby as quickly as we can. But yeah, there have been a couple technical issues along with the riots, so unfortunate to say. But yeah, Demon Time is going to have one, if not more than one. I think one sub. Oko is standing in for one of their players, which I should have looked it up beforehand, but I was like dead in my chair because but yeah, all good. I think we should be sending quite soon. But yeah, anyways, Ascent once again. It is I don't even know. Dude, my brain I'm sorry. My brain has absolutely been fried by those last like four overtime rounds in the last game. Absolute barn burners of rounds. Trades back and forth, literally one for one. All of those rounds, what ended up happening was, I'm curious to see if it's going to happen again because we're resetting back on Ascent, and we're going to see one of the teams back on it as well, NFE. But they just went neck and neck. They went in with like 5 people. They traded out one by one, and every single round ended up like a 1 versus 1, except for that last one where NFE just were able to kind of sneak on in and just take all the heads that they needed to. But this one, I don't know, man. They've had quite a bit of a break for Demon Time. They've had a long one, if I'm correct, and all of us, even still, have had a long break because of the technical issues. And it looks like we're gonna have a couple more. Unfortunately, oh, sorry, wait. Okay, because of the technical issues, I didn't hear PD in my ear. I apologize. Because of the technical issues, PD isn't. Our observer is actually not the lobby host right now. And I am, so I apologize for that. Literally, caster start game. That was the definition of caster start game right there. So we are going to be getting into lobby right now because I said so. I have the power. Not often do casters have the power to start game, but today I have the power, and we're going to get into the grand finals right now.
So basically, we're going to have a complete swap of roles here. Anton's observing. PD is going to be hopping on desk with me. No, we're good. We're getting back into it here. Here's the selection on the screen now. You can see that being solidified. And going to Ascent, like we said. And if we've come to expect 1, 2, or 5 things, or 10, depending if you're counting all the agents, I think we're pretty much settled in terms of our picks, albeit we have a bit of a mix-up in terms of that Astra, which I think if among many of the maps in Valorant, I think this map still has superb viability. I think Astra works well on even like the binds of the world in some cases, a lot of close proximity, tight entryways that lend itself well to that utility.
Oh yeah, it's actually quite an old style as well, because I haven't seen Astra on Ascent since she got hit pretty hard. Like her star recharge rate when she picks it up, it went from like what 10, 5, I don't remember what it's been a while, but it went from like no time at all to like 30, 20 seconds, and that is a big hit. So the playstyle that really Astra was trending for, because you would be able to fake smoke so many different places, and you'd be like, oh, they're hitting here, the smokes are going down, but then 2 seconds later they're all gone. It's like you can't do that anymore because you can't react as fast with your Astra smokes, Astra pulls. Like even on defense, you have them placed down, and then you have to pick them back up because they're hitting the other side. Now you can't. Like it's not an option. You just can't do it. It's crazy to say, but they're going to be bringing it out. So fair enough. They play it. Yeah, all good. This is one of the maps where she is the strongest. The next one being Split, but obviously that's not in the map pool anymore. So Ascent by far above and beyond the best map for Astra, probably out of the entire 7-8 map pool. So yeah, I'm curious to see what they're going to show us.
I'm pumped and most intent on that Astra, but if we've come to expect anything out of Demon Time and NFE here, it's going to be that Ascent is a great map to go to, and B, they're coming off a win. We saw DJ absolutely drop galactical size bombs on the opposition. and I'm expecting much of the same here. And again, of course, back on that chamber, shockingly not surprised. The key differentiating factors, of course, is going to be that chamber difference between that Astra, right? And of course, KJ. Feels like a hot minute since I've seen a KJ on Ascent, but it belongs. It's always belonged deep down in my heart, and I think I get to see it one more time and relive that glory of that agent.
For sure. I mean, this is the one map where she shines. There's no other map other than Icebox. 10%. Killjoy as a whole has a 10% pick rate, and they're gonna have to show some gunplay if they want to be able to take this map. And they're gonna start out well, but there's a quick response from Starbound, and he wants even more as well. Dash in hands, and that is some nice little taps from both these guys on the defense. They don't even care about the util that Demon Time have. They just take the heads and go.
Yeah, they got those heads, and like you said, they're off the races now in a 4 versus 2 situation. Fipe does have that spike in hand and is kind of relying on Astra to maybe go on a pinch through market, but tons of ground to cover, and you can see just how passively NFE is playing. They've decided to play that way back towards stairs area and market. And I mean, not way back in the grand scheme, but you get my drift, as they're looking to spot and support each other. Meanwhile, A is secured. They're kind of splitting some bodies between the two. Grouping up now, 45 have made no real noise to sell or push, so easily can explode and take this. And now with that initial look, they've pretty much sounded the alarm. Unlikely they're going to be able to rotate back either, as the full commit should come out.
Royal's got one. Tag on another. Wall hacks, so that gives some info. Starbound is going to try to push into his own smoke, but get punished for it. And now, a little bit dangerous, 2 versus 2, but one of them is low on the attack, so this should be quite clean. Legend, a couple missed shots, but still, it's a even man count. No one is falling just yet, and Fipe is very, very low on HP, and his teammates got a shot though. 1-on-1, 70 health versus a wall bang DJ. That's all he would needed. No health on Fipe means that anything would have taken him out, and that's all that DJ had.
All that DJ had, all that DJ needs, it feels like in these clutch situations. Once again, NFE pick up their pistol rounds, or their first pistol round, rather, question marks in the air. I feel the same, DJ. I truly do feel the same this evening. With that, getting into the buy for them, this is the status quo, it feels like, when it comes to round 2 buys these days. Haven't seen anything exorbitant, except for Oko, who's gone in and bought that Spectre. Looks like more are joining in suit, and no, some internal debacles back and forth. I would have loved to see a Spectre counter buy. Why does that not happen more often? You tell me, why are counter buys not a thing on round 2?
That's a good
I mean, it's really risky. Like you lose a second round, and then you don't have a buy for the next like 2 or 3 rounds.
YOLO.
So you're kind of giving up a free third round to your opponents, because like now you lose a second, and then you have a guaranteed gun round on your third round. If you force buy, it's like you gotta win it, and you're going in with less armor. You're going in with pretty much less everything because you're not going to have util. It's a big problem, but now Flash Pistols, they can still do some work unless that kind of thing happens. Hendog, it's a bit, yeah, it's all right. I like the push. I mean, he's deep in, he's blind, but they don't know he's there, so he gets 2 heads. That's a big deal for them because they're able to recover a couple guns off of that. Never forgotten in a 3-on-5. Big issues for this retake.
What if like they knew Hendog was there, to be quite honest with you? Pop flash out, no, but yeah, they went for the nearsighted push, knowing that Hendog was most likely around the corner. Otherwise, they wouldn't have double swung it like that, looking that way. And it should be a given that you're not going to win that kind of battle in close proximity. The paranoia doesn't do that much magic. So, Chief, we kind of... I said it once and I'll say it again. We're kind of down in this pattern when it comes to Ascent, and that's okay. But this is where I start to get excited to see now. What does Demon Time with my, I guess, OG composition of that KJ Astra Wombo, what can they accomplish with bigger weapons in their hands now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I mentioned before, they need to bring out the gunpowder. They need to bring out the aim, and that round definitely showed not only that, but they also had positioning. The jet all the way in like 10 seconds. That's what they needed. It's so hard to say. I think that they really expected the jet there because they looked the other way, didn't they? I don't know if they looked at her, but whatever the case, like it doesn't matter at this point. It's 1-1. So Demon Time, this time they're on the upper hand. They've got the guns, and there's a bunch of pistols, a couple half armors on the other team. There's a shorty, and hence a Chubstud. It's the only shotgun in the round. We'll see what they can end up finding is DJ still inside his mid. We know what he can do with the Headhunter, but it's gonna have 1 missed shot, second follow-up, and he's got so many bullets, I don't think they expected it. He's able to follow up with 2. A lot more back and spawn, but that's more than he could ever ask for.
It's a value, number 6 combo with a side of fries, and The turret also delivering much of that same intel, much needed. Starbound getting a little bit jiggly with it and tailwinding away to safety. So intel gathered. We know KJ is off towards that market. The rest of the team basically unknown. I did hear a bit of a drop towards tree, so I think that should cue KO to know there's some funny business happening. Evolves on the back end. Oh, what in the name of Sheriff differentials? That's just unfortunate, man. I don't know how one of those 6 did not connect.
Well, that's a nice little Twitter clip for Oko. You gonna like that? Feel it? 2-on-2, still winnable technically for both teams. Bison's kind of low. Could take him out with a couple body shots. And his hand's been spotted. But that coverage from Hell, that's all they needed. And that right click might end up landing, but he's got enough armor to survive. 8 HP. God, that one got a bit tight.
Tight is good. I mean, in the grand scheme of what we saw in the last matchup, that's pretty much what we had is OT upon OT, tightness upon tightness. And with that, skirmish, we're into the counter buy now for NFE. What I do appreciate about these matchups has been the money management has been on point. Where I found that teams are, let's say, struggling financially, and I'm like, okay, this is definitely going to be a save round. No, they've managed to scrounge together reasonably good weapons, in some cases forcing on individuals or duos to be able to make some magic happen. And DJ here, tour de force, gets completely nullified by that KO, forced away for another 4 to 5 seconds, and repositioning is all it's going to take. That's the lockdown, the KJ signature take on through. All that's needed is maybe a couple smokes to block off spawn, and they could take it. No, why smoke when you can divide of the cosmic variety?
Yeah, no lineups either from Sova. Thought he would go for it. Ooh, that's okay. He should be safe because he's behind the wall. I don't think they're gonna push onto that. But speaking of pushing, it's the defense that are going to be going for some aggressive plays, and Hendog's gonna punish for that. Recovers the weapon. I mean, he had one, but just wanted a couple more bullets to work with. 18 in the chamber, and with a kill as well. They're not in the way on the site. The spike has seemingly not made his way on, and Royal is going to pay for that. Low HP on Oko, but Starbound's not going to be able to see him to get that frag. And 2 double wall hacks. This could be a problem because they're being pinched right now. This sniper rifle is not fast enough to turn that fast. Surely not. He's in a 1-on-3 for the time being, but he's not gonna look behind him. In B main, nope, they've gotten the kill. All good, spots ahead. Is able to get a wall bang. And a second one! That was so damn close. 4 bullets to work with for Legend. Has to go and win this with absolutely nothing in the chamber, and he gets it, but he has no time. Has to run. I don't even know if he's gonna get out alive. Tries to recover whatever gun, but he goes down with the ship.
Tough one, and talking about Evolves that round specifically is my only highlight, right? That divide went down, Evolves went full, swing out of it, ended up on stairs, but no one else came to follow. And what that resulted in was getting picked off, and tough for Evolves. I think had 1 or 2 more members swung, we could have seen a different result and some supports, maybe even a trade or 2 come out. That was I guess, one of the bigger falters of that round. And of course, it landed down to the 1v1 and the insufficient clutch ability. So Demon Time now take it off to that 3-1 scoreline. Gun round for them here. You can see the Sheriff's coming out, and the X factor of NFE on that Sheriff buy could be troublesome. Let's see how it pans out as they're looking towards the B, making the attempts to push on through. Evolves taking some pop shots here and there, trying to get away to safety, but Hendog says no, definitely not. Fight, follows it up on through. Everything is smoked, and site is now being fully collapsed on.
Yeah, wow, that one looked a little bit upsetting. Gotta admit, watching them just kind of jump helplessly. They couldn't do anything. They were completely nullified. There was no abilities, no smokes, no anything. And even Oko was taking a lot of damage, so maybe there's a chance for them to re-entry onto this market. But no, Hendog's got it covered. Royal G with that coverage as well of markets. And that is absolutely a shutdown. No one falls on Demon Time. 4 rounds now in a row, denying Never Forgotten anything other than the pistol.
Absolute dominance initially. Now we've got DJ finally on that big old operator, which is the comfort pick for that chamber, as we're hoping to see expansion of that and getting some picks early on through. Yeah, it's been a tough one thus far for NFE in the beginning of this matchup, but I have faith there's still ample amount of rounds to get through, and we did see them excel relatively well on that attacker side primarily when they ended off their half, and slow and steady does it here in the grand scheme. But Demon Time thus far, really good patience and overall defaults as they again look towards that tile B area. Spike dropped out, just kind of feeling up the lay of the law here.
Yeah, mind you, with the scoreline as well, Demon Time, if I'm correct, I hope I didn't get this wrong, but they are the ones with the sub. It's not Never Forgotten, it's Demon Time that have a player that hasn't been playing for them this entire tournament. And they are doing oh so well. Evolves has a nice little opener inside this mid. Hendog goes down, which is one of the top players, no, the top player right now for the side of Demon Time. Blades charge, probably not the way he wants to charge them, but they are in play for the future rounds. That's if never forgotten. Actually ends up winning this. So DJ's got another pick as well with the operator, like you mentioned, comfort pick. Okay, Vipe. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just take his head off. Why not?
If you're gonna do it, you might as well do it with style. And that's DJ out, operator out, 4,700 bucks, absolutely flushed down the toilet. And with NFP now and very much the favorable of positions in a 4v2. Spike drop towards mid, very well spread out and equalized. I like this decision from Starbound here, potentially looking to take a peek down. Royal, a jiggle, spotted, and kind of a bit too much of a jiggle at that. Now looking for more. Oko on short. Starbound witnessed that corner body, but Oko just a little bit more primed to react. 75 HP, paranoia from a different area code. Catches the back end, pinched. Ooh, hello. Nice Domsky onto Legend. 13 seconds, gotta hustle here. And Chubsta is ready for the counter hustle, posted up on site heaven and not allowing that plant to take place.
Man, that time, that's unlucky for him, because if he had a little bit more time, I feel like that was a very winnable round. After those 2 frags, overheating on Cat and finding another clean headshot into the A main player, and then you get to the question, what can happen with those 2 guys so separated? Because he kind of knew, the Killjoy knew exactly where the other person was, just didn't understand there was one player all the way on the site. But if there was a bit more time to be a bit slower and clear out the angles that he needed, maybe that round turns out different. But never forgotten, finally do stop the bleeding for now. And they're just sitting 3 inside this beast. No, make that 4. Everyone's over here, so they're reading something hard. Can they get a kill to open this off?
I was expecting more. The dash on through to the button is not good. The ping gets that eye hand dog. Paranoia evolves from a distance this time, gives you an opportunity to swing and not get peeked out. They're Starbound bulldogging, swinging connection. Fipe somehow lands 2 to the dome, allows for a trade, but Oko yet again popping off right back to a 1v1. Huge amount of bodies exchanged for very few bullets as we settle into a low HP clutch situation for the attackers of Demon Time.
Man, they're both reading each other as well. Chubsta is preemptively rotating towards this A site. He's going to be here way before Oko, and Oko hears him, so he's just going to go right back. Why? Why run into the one man? The noise being made, and now technically Oko does have the jump on his opponents. Mid cleared. It's secured, and the turret to watch that spawn position. I feel like this might be an Oko round. It even saves the lockdown just in case Silva is close enough, but he's not going through mid. He knows that market is safe until that alarm bot dies. Now he's just worried about B main until that turret chimes and he's gonna peek off a bit. But no! He actually misses Chubsta! That is an insane reaction from him, and somehow, against all odds, he wins that 1 versus 1. It was everything covered with that Killjoy utility, but even still, he doesn't even care.
Hops on it, Chubsta clutching it. In my head, I was like, while you were talking there, Anton, going through all the scenarios of what the lockdown could have done, when it could have been placed, and where it could have been placed. And I had, a multitude of possible combinations occur in my head, and all of which left me wondering, can we just rewind and replay that, except we do it my way? You know what I mean? But
yeah,
we can get that in this case with Oko. We fall, and I like the decision to swing with the turret. Just, I wish that lockdown got used somehow, either to buy time, maybe place a little bit more, I want to say, quote unquote, aggressively towards spawn area specifically, perhaps, to keep Chubsta way far back. But knowing Chubsta's keenness on peeking, I don't think that would have worked. Chubsta may have gone a bit more aggressive, knowing that this is a defensive ultimate. There's no reason for me to be sitting on the border. You're just trying to buy time, either low HP, in an unfortunate position, or something of that sort. So tough. I don't know. Would you have played it differently? Would you like to have seen something different come out?
You can always look at that scenario and be like, hindsight's 50-50. I was about to say that fight was a 50-50, but now hindsight's 20-20. Like you can look back and be like, I could have done this and this and this, and you're not wrong. Like you definitely could have. But like that kind of scenario, I don't think he played it wrong. Like I think it was fine to go for that fight, especially after the turret goes for the shots, because the Sova's baiting him and by strive.
My name is Paz. Can you get that right?
The bait. Yeah, I think he played it well. He just lost the fight, and you gotta remember, Valorant is an FPS. It's a first-person shooter. Like that, you win, you lose some, and if you can't win the fight, you can't
Get
win
out
the
of my
game.
way.
That's just how it goes. Like, yeah, you can plant the spike, you can do everything right, but we are using mouse and keyboard, and we're going for shots, and that is fundamentally what this game is. And that round is boiled down to who can hit the shot, and at that point, it was the Sova.
Yeah, it was well played on a low HP. It didn't contribute too much to that now. But as we get back into this round now. Door getting closed immediately. Chubsta wants to secure the lack of existence of that door. Wow, my tongue is in
It's a
absolute,
late night, dude.
yeah, it's one of those evenings there, Chief. But yeah, nullifying that door to ensure no funny business with that closing if there's a fast take on A, and they do hear that and start to migrate off back towards the B site. And KO very quickly says, no, not so quick here. I'm very well aware that there is some bodies present, and being 50 seconds, you could kind of think it's a default, but as the rest of the team heavily shift walking, knowing mid control could be on the agenda or something of that sort, they want to be careful as to not expose too much of their presence. Grouping up with 40, not yet really migrated into B main here, which kind of says something's got to go. And ideally that should be now, I hope, Anton.
30 seconds left.
30, yeah. They're bringing this down to the wire, man. If any noise being made, the defense is going to know what's up, and they do. There go the smokes. Oh, the dart. DJ has to tuck himself in real far, but he's actually wanting to run through all this damage in neutral. He gets one, can't follow up on another, but there are trades right back and forth for both teams. Green on red, and it all comes up on the defense, though. Evolves gets another one, and now a 1-on-3. Nothing for this Astra to do. No Yuto to work with, and he even gets a wall hacked at the end for Evolves to clothesline him through that door.
The time was not of the essence in that case, and the push on through, I understand the decision making from DJ kind of tucked away towards spawn like we saw and spectated. Went for the full send swing despite knowing very well that there wasn't any real clear calls of how many out, where they are, and where DJ could be exposed to. In the end, was a one and done. Would you have liked to see DJ play a bit more clutch, maybe look to support and retake? Perhaps would have been a different result, and that's what I would have leaned to personally there, Anton.
Honestly, I think it might be the fact that it's 11:41 p.m. and they just want to get this over with. Because I agree with you. Like that kind of scenario, like you're 5 versus 5, you play it safe, just wait for the team. But he just wants to get kills. Like you can tell that he wants to make an impact and make a big one. Because if he lands 2, 3, maybe a spray down, because they don't expect him. They're playing a reaction time game. But in that scenario, they land the shot, they make the transfer happen, and he goes down after 1. And that's like. Can you blame him? Like, yeah, fine, you could have played it safer, but yeah, it is late. I kind of understand it, even though I don't agree with it.
You know what I do agree with, though, is this default. This is where that KJ lockdown can come through. Spike hasn't been recovered, so this is a massive bait, it seems, as they're just trying to pull the rotates, if not keep them interested on the B site, and it's working. It's working superbly well, actually, yeah. Watch now here, DJ kind of lingering, and that's your operator occupied, but I think they caught on now. They got a whiff of the funny business happening as Evolves gets the first pick. Spike gets dropped as well by Chubsta, so that KJ ultimate basically worth not at this point.
Yeah, that is super unlucky because they knew it wasn't too much pressure, and speaking of pressure, there's none because not a single player dies. That is crazy, never forgotten. Now up to 5, that is beautiful stuff. And that B main play, like it's so hard as Oko. That's one of the reasons why Killjoy just isn't played anymore on any map other than this one, is because a lockdown is just not a piece of utility. Like it just doesn't exist. You have a KO. Everyone runs KO. Both these teams have KO. Like it's just he's so strong. He deletes all the util. 90% of anyone's kit other than their gun, and his molly hard counters a KJ ult. Like you just put it on the wall and the KJ ult dies. That's exactly what happened. And that's why Killjoy just isn't played. And poor guy, look at the KO, look at the impact. You find 3 guys, 2 of them can't use their util. The chamber can't TP away, so he's not going to take the risk of peeking in. So it gives the attack so much map control. Trying to flash in, legend. Yeah, you can't win a single fight against 4 players.
Yeah, there's too many angles exposed. Too many potentially unflashed opponents. Is Starbound, oh my god. Ace, give me the ace, please. Oh, Chubsta! What? Chubsta just did it absolutely dirty. Did us dirty. Unacceptable behavior here in the grand finals. How could you do that? That would have been the ace that would have counted. We don't have an ace counter, but in my mind and heart, that would have meant something. Jeez, but hey, fast round and clean gunshots coupled with some good alignment of opposition. We get deeper ahead into 5 consecutive rounds now off to NFE. Talk about change of pace though after that 4. Really bringing the heat and keeping Demon Time occupied.
Yeah, wow, change of pace. Like Demon Time, we're on Demon Time that round, unfortunately. They didn't have guns, that was the only thing. But this time, they're on for that. They just wanted to get that round over with. They have a plan. That plan is not really going to bear fruit because DJ is doing DJ things. The only player that can shut him down just happens to be Fipe, and he does so again, but he's going to fall right after. That is such a fast kill, such a fast trade. And now Royal G, is he going to read this position? He actually does get the transfer, and is once again, he's been here before in a 1-on-5, but this time a lot more time to work with. A gun, half HP, but he's being looked at with an operator, and he's kind of stuck in this position right now. I think that smoke being pulled, it doesn't bait him because, yeah, Legend can see over it. There was a gap, and he's still stuck here. Starbound's going to have his back soon enough, and there goes that kill straight clean through the box.
And I'm going to try and summarize this thought, right? Greed in itself is a relative term, right, Anton? In the sense that if you're an attacker and you want to really go deep and you know, put your nose out there, try and either solo play or peek a defender, that's greedy. But on the opposing end of it, like, you could say that a defender getting aggressive is also greedy in a way. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, and this is what we're seeing in the matchup. I feel like we have a lot of extension of people happening. Like Legend, despite going for the flash pop flash peek last round and falling, this time said, you know what? No fear. I'll do it again. Like, I'll send it in the rinse and repeat cycle. And this time I'll come out on top when I'm not against 4 people looking at my head. Like, the likelihood of those types of events is slim. So I appreciate the tenacity from Legend there to repeat that same play. And on the same end of the spectrum, I appreciate the tenacity from Demon Time from continuing to work that same default despite the turbulence. But as we get back into now this 7-4 situation, one more round for this to finish, and yeah, ain't nobody interested in peeking a one-way except Royal with the 1 and the 2. So as we transition off, that's 2 quick picks, and Demon Time now, again, really holding their post at that long A and have set themselves up for the take, as everyone is now migrating over on through.
That is large value, and it does give control of a lot of the site, but not all of it. Gotta remember, DJ is still here on the chamber, available for that quick kill. And the second one, if that was an operator, that would have been no chance for him to get that second frag, but the Tour de Force allows him to get both and even get out. So now it equalizes 3-on-3, has a gun in hands. No Tour de Force because that KO ultimate has been popped, and they seem to know where he is because he's been, the position is being telegraphed by that little pulse. And he's stuck here. Hendog has to be the one to do everything, and he's got at least one. Is able to get that better angle on a Starbound, but surely they know he's floating down. Doesn't even matter. Not the one to get the frag. Legend's the one to trade off, and Legend with another one as well. Has a pistol. Can he finish it with the frenzy? Not quite. Oko's got that final frag, and somehow Demon Time come out on top.
Welcome yet again, viewers of all friendly types from around the globe, to yet again another 7-5 amazing half here on Ascent. What a shocker. And this is where I get super pumped because, you know what, we are most indefinitely, because I feel it in my bones, and that's what this evening has been. I'm really hoping we hit the long run here. We've had a fantastic running from NFE, and Demon Time had a massive situation on Bind. This is the perfect culmination to the evening. Great half, good plays all across, but now let's see as we swap it out here. NFE on their attack, where I think they really did excel in their previous matchup on Ascent. How are they going to fare it once they've now, again, shifted over to this side?
We'll see. Time to, I mean, they got to talk something out. I think this is honestly the half that they really need to pop off on, because it's good that they got 5 in the first. That is actually super valuable, because I don't think this is I don't think the attack was really where they would shine. Because now they've got the Astra, which should really do some work. Hendog's even got an entry in this round, so this is looking pretty on their pistol. Fipe is the only one backside though, which could be kind of dangerous. He's gonna spot out at least 2, but doesn't matter. They just run him down, and everyone else on the attack is also getting their frags. Oh my god! Whoa, Chubsta! Oh, just style on him, man. Royal is gonna be mad at that one. I would not be happy if I was in his position. That is just some disrespect. And never forgotten, continue on with the pistol round as well.
So I don't know if Chubsta hosts a a Wednesday square dancing class or something of that nature, but I gotta get my dancing shoes after seeing that one. Very well done, very well executed, worthy of an Oscar, if I may say so myself there, Chief. And 8-5 now as a result of that hokey pokey, along with the support from the whole squad. We get ahead into the gun round, and Evolves has said, you know what, and with Starbound too, full send here, folks. Phantom and Vandal is on the menu.
Yeah, well, I mean, second round, some team, I like the fact that they're going for this as well, because not a lot of teams will do this at the lower ends of play. Usually only see it in very, very coordinated rosters like in VCT. So keep an eye out for this kind of thing in Iceland, or excuse me, in, where is it right now? Copenhagen. So I think you see Optic doing this kind of thing where they have a couple rifles on their best players, of course. And because of this, you even if you win this round, it's not like you're at a disadvantage round 3. It's not like it's a complete bonus round. You still are going in with rifles. That's the strength of it. And obviously they're expecting to win it, so they're going to be buying up. And the thing is, how much can Demon Time really do to kind of counter this? They don't have anything really in their back pockets other than a couple shorties. And it's not even Oko to have that. And that's a nice dink, but it's not quite enough.
What is enough though is this opening pick to get them on that B site. Fragment, nice positioning to get Bison to really sit far back and not even want to face check that cloud cover there, or the dark cover. Legend looking to set up the team. Pop Flash goes in really deep, and that actually is not really used for anything prosperous, minus delay tactics. So still primed, one more available, popping for it here. Paranoia up close, I hand dog for the shorty. Starbound and evolves on it, and it is an absolute battle towards spawn, and not spawn rather, towards Sighton. It's the squad of NFE yet again at it. Like I told you, man, their attack side is superbly clean, and it continues to show with that gun round.
And that's the dangerous thing about Never Forgotten, the fact that their attack is so good. And Demon Time, they build their lineup for defense. Like I was mentioning before, they have the Astra and they have the Killjoy. Like this, they're literally made for defense. But the thing is, like, you're not wrong, Strive. Never Forgotten's attack is absolutely impeccable, and we've shown it a couple of times in a row. And they're coordinated as all hell, because you see that double rifle second round play, and now they have full rifles going into this one. It's not even a bonus. It's literally not a bonus. And they're running in. Starpunk doesn't stop. He does not stop. Doesn't care. Hendog, he doesn't expect it, and he just gets absolutely blindsided. Now Starbound is in market. It's been less than 20 seconds drive.
Yeah, and this is again, Handog went solo towards B main, no real trade potential, and now they're just filing in. Like, welcome to the caboose, and spraying for more. Fipe just stuck, but Fipe has no fear at all, knowing that the support is here, and they've got these two NFE members pinned. Bison gets the first. This should ping out in the grand scheme, and no, it doesn't, but all good here. Bison double swinging. Really good job from Demon Time. Completely caught me off guard with how they played that, and the solo play of iHandog in the end wasn't too detrimental.
Yeah, wow, that's a crazy response, because that happened in the midst of like 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Starbound, I thought that entry would have been everything, but that positioning in market just was not enough, I guess, because they just couldn't take the site. They couldn't dislodge the one guy that was just headshotting everyone with that headshot angle. Like, he practically had a head glitch just at the back inside the dirt, and everyone that peeked on from lane just tap, everyone died. That's crazy. And that was the only thing, like, on paper, after the first kill, if you gave this game to an AI and you let them look at the round, absolutely would say that's just the Never Forgotten round. I mean, he's in market at like 10 seconds, and he got an entry. Like, what are you gonna do? But somehow the gunplay from Fipe, 9 and 12. The guy is closing in on the bottom of the scoreboard, closing in on the bottom of the server. But that is a huge triple kill that they needed to win that round.
And this is where now, as we start to teeter to that point of double digits, I start asking questions in my head, right? Like, what is there any specific items that I could say that have been catching me off guard? I have yet to, you know, the early days of KJ setting up on sidewalk with the nano swarms, the alarm bot. Like, is it just me, or have we not seen that happen? We've seen how that KJ play that A side of the map. Is that where KJ belongs? Like, look at all the utility that's being dropped down in towards tree room area, right? Like, you're not going to want to... Who's gonna really be sieging that hard in that area for that utility to be worth something? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it jives with me too well. But I digress, and I'll be patient to see how it works out in the end.
I would really like to see Oko switch it up every once in a while, because I think it's not like the tree setup is not merited. Like, sometimes you can catch a lot of people off guard there, but if you're not, then yeah, I agree. You just, like, try something different. Try the B main setup. Try the lane setup. Try maybe even just have some like anti-plants or whatever, but something, you know, because right now it's been one round, but it's not like the KJ setup has helped it. So if we're gonna point that out like that, yeah, that's a valid little criticism there, and I would love to see her do a lot more, because KJ is in a very sad spot, more so than other Sentinels, because specifically KJ. I don't know why this happens with KJ stuff. It doesn't happen with Cypher stuff. But if you KO knife a KJ turret, you don't even have to hit her. You don't hit the KJ. If you KO knife the turret turns off.
Yep.
It's so weird, because like if you KO knife a Cypher strip, it stays. Like, it's fine, but the turret dies. I don't know why. That's one reason why she's so
the turret
darn
has emotions, Anton. That's why.
Yeah, it has a dance going on.
Yeah, the turret has feelings, but you know what else has feelings? Me, you. All of us here going through the journey of this best of one with back and forth again. Oko on it, deep flash in towards mid, no one to follow up, and that's the kind of stuff that kind of chuffs me sideways, you know, like those pop flashes that don't actually get used for anything. Like, there's got to be some sort of backup or a swing off, things like that. Or conserve it.
You'd think, yeah, maybe Royal G, like, the Sova might have had a chance, but for some reason they just didn't manage to take advantage of it, and it could bite them in the butt. I mean, there's at least a couple players that are off the board already for Never Forgotten. So Demon Time, they would have to mess up big time if, no pun intended, if they don't want to lose this round. But here we go with the setup. Starbond's in here. And they shoot out the alarm bot, but at least there's some more stuff here. It doesn't even matter. Bison! Alright, I guess the Killjoy stuff really just doesn't matter, because you've got a guy taking 3 heads, decapitates all of them on Never Forgotten.
Anton, I don't even know what to say about Ascent anymore. Like, I don't know why they took like, I think this map needs to be deleted. That's my humble and very frank opinion.
Why did they pick Splits?
I love Split. I think it was a great map, and I think Ascent, if anything, has just led me to really live life by the seat of my pants. And maybe it's affected my blood pressure in some cases too, because it's just way too much anxiety. Like, you walk in with a level head, and you end up walking with your head not level, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's just a story. And this evening has been a real case of that on here. But as we get back into this one now, spike dropped and everyone just kind of vibing, working a very big default, this time much more spread out than we're used to. And again, that KJ still on A. I have yet to see the impact of it, but I'm a patient beaver here. And you know, what's the name of that artist that sings the song I Believe, or the reference? Maybe
I actually don't know. Am I too young for
I don't
that?
know
I might be
either,
too young for
Chief.
that.
But you know, I
Maybe we're both,
believe in the KJ. Maybe that A impact will come in sooner than later. Fipe has gone for some reconnaissance activities. 007 James Bond mode, picks off one towards B main, and that's all the information we get. So what I love about the NFE squad is just how much information gathering they have that works in their favor. And back that up with the KJ of Demon Time, you'd think that the KJ turret might be worth more, but like you pointed out with that KO, it very quickly shuts it down and at least gets rid of one bit of info gathering that they would have on a peak.
Yeah, thank goodness it's all the way at the back this time. There's no chance that it gets sniped and the Killjoy doesn't. And it does spot out something. We'll see what Oko can do, because he's, for the time being, the only one really available to defend. The KO is here, but Oko, alright, he's the one taking the first engage, is able to take out the one that might even kill his teammate, but it doesn't matter. He's got a second one as well. Evolves, tries to do as much as he can, but has too much on its plates.
I apologize. I had a glitch in the matrix there. I don't know what happened. Discord went to one bar and now it's back. I think I'm okay. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can.
Amazing. Perfect. So now, again, 3 consecutive rounds back to the side of Demon Time as we go back one more to the save of NFE. The tides have changed, and this is where money management is critical, and I think we're good. We're in a good position if you're on the attacker side. Overall, some sheriffs and half farmers, even the full on Starbound, who is 1 point away from having Bladestorm. Chupsa does have that Hunter's Fury. We're sitting on a KO ultimate and Omen ultimate ready to go. So from an ultimate perspective, if we can get one Altorb onto the side of that Jet, I think we have fantastic entry potential for NFE and great follow-up from the rest of the squad to even play a post plant. But let's see how that unfolds. And just, yeah, you can see they're kind of hinging on working with Jet. Yeah, they got that orbit long. That's the Bladestorm activated, and now they should be on the prowl and really relying heavily on that entry potential of that the Jet position.
She's going to be looking at mid with this chamber as well. And the defense don't exactly know this. I think Royal G might have just jumped spread one, and DJ's on the other end of that. But can they get kills on the other end of the map? They can. Vipe's got a first. So Royal G for the time being is kind of comfortable until the DJ might end up walking into her, and this guy does some damage with that Headhunter. Never know what could happen when this guy walks around the corner, but it is still very, very slow. He's just holding this mid right now, waiting for anyone to potentially walk into him. It looks like he is trying to bait out some kind of B aggression with the rest of his team, but might be, I think the jig is up. Hendog spotted too.
Hendog spotted and then immediately fell behind the shrouds of the Astra utility. So still the caboose is very much alive towards A. That Bladestorm is active, waiting for the dash in through Hendog, getting tapped. Nice, Starbound. Gonna collect those Bladestorms again. That's the second. Oh my god, but Royal ends up being galactically clutch for the 3-piece. Shutting down that Jet was the single nullifying point of that round. Very, very good attempt though. But on the plus side of it, they did get 3 picks off of Demon Time, which is going to be money, and more money being peeled away. But again, I know what you're going to say, Anton. Whip up the calculators, your TI-84s, whatever you end up wanting to use, or use your noodle. There's tons of money to go around on the side of Demon Time, so I don't think they're even phased by what just occurred.
Yeah, not only money. Look at the ults. What is this server? What? This is insane. There's 9 ultimates. And the Starbond, of course, he uses it in the last round, so not available right now. But that's not something you see very often. Like 9 ults and none of them being used. And there goes Hendog. He's been detected, but at least he doesn't need a dash to get out. He's very, very confident on the angle. And this is like, goodness, this round could be absolute chaos as the first ultimate does get popped. Hendog, that's a fast transfer, but not fast enough because Starbond's got it. Roll G with a response. Now the second guy in Cat doesn't want to give his life up, so he goes all the way back and just waits. Bison is here with his teammate. What can this Killjoy do? There's no flashes really until that little suppression wears off, and finally there it goes. Killjoy lockdown in place. It could get spammed if these guys die, so they need to keep themselves alive. And how is no one died just yet? Chubster gets one. Bison with a response. Legend another in turn, and it's still never forgotten. With that early man advantage, with that pick up in the Cat, they secure that round.
Yeah, you said it really well. That opening pick was really the cascading effect, kind of like that domino effect, right? It really started to get that ball rolling. And as we now get into a last double digits and first to hit for NFE, we've leveled out yet again, right? Money's kind of found its happy place. Everyone's starting to build up their funds. We got DJ back on an op and has a tour de force if things go sideways this round for the following. The rest of the team should be able to buy to support that tour de force, and DJ can probably even drop. So we've kind of set the stage. We've laid everything out. The picnic is looking mighty on good, and we're just curious now how the rest of the evening is going to unfold. Is still default one more time. This time, oh, finally, my dreams have been summoned and granted. We have that KJ set up now more towards the B side, which I think really where it belongs and excels the most.
Yeah, controlling mid as well. That's what you like to see.
Yep.
On just a chamber there. I mean, they don't even have one, so they kind of need that to control mid if they run it. They keep it, but fade. Okay, you just spray. Vandal. It doesn't even matter. Not even a phantom, and he spots out those tracers. Gets the kill through. It's an Endog. He's in a bit of a spot. That's not the greatest angle that you could play, and DJ takes that kill. 3-on-3 equalized in the man count, and not for long. Fipe gets that spray down straight through the box, and DJ, the one that's been so good for the side of Never Forgotten so far, falls first, and now it's all up to Legend after his teammate also dies. 10 bullets. Fipe is 1, and he doesn't get detected. They don't know. They have to know he's somewhere around here, but he doesn't manage the first kill. 4 now, but Fipe is only 1 health. He can't fake. He can't actually get off of this, but he does! And Legend just takes the kill. Needs only 1 bullet, and he lands the shots. Never Forgotten up to 11. They're 1 away from map points.
Legend with the nail biter. If we could get a replay, which I don't believe we're currently situated for it, but that pop flash that Legend threw out into heaven and was about to peak, I was like, please, Legend, absolutely not. Must play clutch. But thankfully, the prayers were heard and fell away. Oh, here it is. Thank you so much. And part of it, at least, was the clutch portion of that last pick. Yeah, the pop flash that Legend threw and then faded away, not faded away, but played it super passively, dropped down towards front heaven area, was just clean stuff. And I love it. I'm just grateful that he made that decision and ended up being super clutch. So yeah, I digress, Anton. Take us away for what's teetering on match point.
Oh, this could be awkward. Hello. Yeah, what's up, Royal? Didn't expect Legend to be so close. I would have guessed, but all good. Still, Legend is able to finish that frag and full control over the situation, just like in the previous round. What a control clutch. Haven't had too many of those because these teams usually just end up rolling over their opponents, but that was a nice one. And speaking of nice one, catching Chubsta off guard, Hendog does get a nice trade, but the thing is, way too many people on the other end of that door. Does not exactly expect so many in tiles, and now they have the information at least, but pinching is Starbound. He's up inside of mid. He's practically in defender spawn, and Bison reacts in time. Don't know how that ends up happening. It is a bunch of players just in positions that they really don't expect the other team. But even still, it's back and forth. Not even like all of them are winning the fights, and Fipe in the corner as well wins his. It's a 2-on-2, but on the other side of the map is where the spike is getting planted. Oh, that was almost the round 1 straight up right there. Fipe somehow gets out of that little slow field and is on for the 1-on-2.
Yeah, it's that DJ mega lurk towards mid to catch that market transition that worked out great. You're right, so close for the double, but now X-ray off here. It's Fipe in a massive clutch situation. Expecting that chamber to be towards tree side after coming through cat most likely, and we'll see now how does this work out for Fipe. Has to tap here, finds one, some range, deep. don't you just love it's like that moment. I swear if I ever took freeze frames of DJ in this matchup, it's just DJ's full body in the open, one tapping with a headhunter from a distance.
Yeah.
The crosshair placement is superbly good, and look, it's just it just oozes confidence, right? You're not even bothering jiggling, waiting for a tap. No, like you're just standing there saying, "You peeked me, I'm gonna clap your face off."
Yeah, it's so unreal. I thought for a second he was BMing. No, he just didn't have bullets in the tour de force. Like he misses that, and you think that's it. Yeah, any other player, I'm sure like 90% of you in chat. Let's be real. Like, come on, like you would not have repeaked that.
I'd be
not
playing
that
the tap.
fast.
I'd be playing the
Yeah.
tap, looking to play the 2v1, maybe double swinging as a group so he can't get the pick. But DJ's like, you know what? No, I got the confidence for the shot, and I'm gonna go for it. So I echo your thoughts there, Anton.
Mm-hmm. And he's holding cat. Yeah, you can tell the KO doesn't want to peek. Not a chance. He's just waiting with the killjoy setup as well inside A again.
Making the moves now. Traction towards grass is that Spike making the rotates through spawn now to join up with the rest of the crew. Maybe a potential A pinch here. Now KJ has kind of shifted some focus towards that A side, or rather not some, but majority or all focus with that utility. Heavy tree room, and that is not on the equation. I think the attackers of NFE have definitely figured out that tree is a hot commodity for this KJ. Not looking to contest. Oko playing the smoke. Trade potential. Gets the one. Now falls away. That is superbly done, and that's the way you want to do it. Just get your one, back away, and vibe out for the time being.
Stay real safe, and another one as well. Fipe is just lurking through that heavy smoke. No one was watching it, or they were watching and just lost the fight. But speaking of losing fights, a double kill from Oko, and he's gonna shut down with this operator. 1 on 3. How much can he find? This is so difficult for him, and he needs to peek onto absolutely everyone. And he had a chance. He actually got the first kill, but tagged by the bullets, he couldn't get away.
Cleans it up, and my goodness gracious, dude, we're going the distance here, Anton. We are going for the 5-mile run. But the unfortunate situation is that Starbound and Legend are on the back end of a very, very light buy. The saving grace here is going to be the Starbound Bladestorm. I'm ready for it. This is going to be the round of all rounds where they just say it's all or nothing. You can see they're grouped up more towards long now and not really looking to play a slower default towards mid or anything. Fast round, Bladestorm, there it is. Let's go. It's time to send it on through. Spike is dropped. They pick it. Let's see how fast they can get onto this A and contest this KJ.
And it has to be Oko. He was here again last round, and he got one and done. And now, oh no, he's been absolutely shut down. If he won that fight, surely if he won that fight, and if Demon Time end up taking this game off of that might have been the lock-in for him to be the MVP. But that is a big kill for Starbound, and he sends one blade and just dashes right on out of there. Big presence towards A from the entirety of the defense, and Jet has to come back to at least reinforce this vacant site, and with an operator, maybe he can do something, but Hendog gets a huge miss. That is an enormous miss. Now they're gonna have these smokes in time, and is he gonna peek through it? He actually wants to, and he lands a shot. That is unreal. On DJ, no less. One of the best players I've never forgotten. Equalizes the man count, and the spike has not even been planted. Has to make his way onto it. And Starbound still with the blades, like you mentioned before, Strive. He can still make some magic happen.
Yep. Question is, are there updrafts available to kind of back up that Bladestorm? Meanwhile, Chubsta sending out the Hunter's Fury, tags off Royal. That's a good amount of damage here. Fipe and Co. look at a pinch, evolves from the back end. Gets one. That's Hendog, your duelist now out of the equation. Shock Dart, close proximity, double swing out of stairs. Fipe gonna spray to victory now. 1v1. What do we got here, Starbound? 30 HP. Do we have the peak? Oh my god, Fipe ends up clutching it and takes it off to round number 11, down to the wire, 32 hit points. And look at that, even a Hunter's Fury to take forward to the next round.
Wow, that is so close. Honestly, Jet pulling out the van. Excuse me, I can't even talk. That round took the wind out of me, and I wouldn't be surprised if it took the wind out of Starbound as well. He pulled out the Phantom. That's what I was trying to say. I think that was the smartest move, because yeah, you have blades, but in that instance, you're both 1 HP. I'm pretty sure he's getting the comms that the Sova is no HP, so he wants to be able to have that wallbang potential, but he just doesn't get that transfer fast enough. I don't know if it's nerves. He has to have been shaking in that kind of thing, because that is a game-winning clutch. That is a tournament-winning clutch. If he ended up taking that, it's over. It's 13-10, but not to be the case. And they force back into this one because it's last round. There's no reason to keep anything. So they have at least one rifle, but that's the only one on Starbound. Bunch of SMGs. You can call Evolve's this gun a rifle, but I mean, let's be real. It's a bit of an animal. So I don't know how much impact that's really going to have. They are looking for a very heavy A push right now with all the killjoy on the other side and the KO even in the corner. I don't know how successful this is going to be.
It's relative here, Chief. You can 1 kill or 2 or 3. It's all success in the grand scheme of it. Just depends on what the rest of the team can do to follow it up as they take that look and after having a bit of a quarrel with their internal demons, say, you know what, this doesn't look too fun. I don't really want to be here. They just bail away from that long A and regroup, leaving just that Omen of the KO to kind of occupy the defenders as they're making that traction and movement towards the B in mid area. Maybe a market pinch is on the agenda, and got to be careful. Jet's primed, Astra's playing passive and playing for the retake, it looks like. So Demon Time do have a lockdown, Cosmic Divide, and of course that KO ult that will really cause some problems for any of the utility that NFE decides to hold on to.
It's become quiet, and still Royal G gets that entry, and that something's 20 seconds. There is no time for any shenanigans, and there's another kill for Oko. He's been one of the most impactful players on this killjoy, no less, and I was criticizing that pick, and he does end up going down, but maybe that kill was all enough. The plant is getting confirmed, but Bison, is he going to be able to get a kill here? It's so risky, and he doesn't get one, but Fight and Hendog with stereo frags to take it back, and Hendog with the turn! That is insane! Legend tried to have that spray down, but the Stinger misses.
Ascent wouldn't be complete with that overtime now, would it?
No, absolutely not.
Switching sides.
I vote that we chat, and if it's going to take more than chat to get this done, but we need to veto and overrule the name of Ascent. It needs to be called Overtime. It's not actually a good map name.
Overtime. I feel like, I don't know if they put it in attack shooter just because of the implications, but in any other game, if we could find it in a COD game, I could say that. Like, I could actually see it.
I think you're just low-key trying to steal my thunder. I think Overtime is a fantastic map name. You gotta listen, Chief. It's midnight and we're in overtime. Let me just call the map Overtime. Okay, you can bust my chops later. It's okay. I'm just pulling your leg. Honestly, I'm just trying to have some fun. But that's what Ascent has been tonight. Has been overtime once, overtime twice now. So let's get into it. And this time the operators, like we saw before, and completely wiped off the map here. So relying on rifles and full armor to see what we can make out of this. Is, talk about a complete change of pace coming off the last couple of rounds. This Demon Time have abandoned Spike basically in Narnia. So it's an early probe and a regroup to see where they decide to go thereafter.
Oh, yeah, they kind of get timing this out of A. They don't spot anything. They're just because Legend is able to worm his way into that corner inside of bricks just in time. But they want to regroup, like you mentioned, towards this A site. And it's still very, very quiet. I'm surprised they're going quiet through mid, because there is a killjoy turret watching pretty much the entirety of mid, so no one could be there. I don't know why they're walking, but it's fine. You know what? It's 12 a.m. It is tomorrow. And there is a molly to hold this entire push back. That buys so much time. This flash could be huge. That is a triple flash. Double spray from Legend as well. What a legendary spray transfer right there. That is so damn fast. And now crippled is Demon Time. What do they do? 30 seconds. There's 30 seconds of spikes down here. Must have been heard. And they have to run into the stack of 4. There's nothing.
The only stack of 4 things I'm running into is a stack of pancakes tomorrow morning, Anton. Definitely not going to be 4 of the enemy team, and with that spike not yet in hand, we're going to have a bit of a problem. 13 seconds now. Moves are coming through. Legend is positioned for another. That's the 3-piece combination. That pop flash was just big. You know what attitude? I absolutely love it. Bison goes for the pop, but that's Legend for the 4-piece combo. Everything's enforced tonight. 4 stack of pancakes, 4 days, 4 overtimes. But hey, let's not hope that. A 5 stack actually sounds kind of better. By 5 stack, I mean 5 pancakes. Maybe I'm just kind of daydreaming.
That would be nice.
That would be so good right now. For chat, if you could do me a massive solid here and just start whipping up a fresh batch of pancakes, and we'll all link up after for breakfast. But on the real, let's get into it here. Potential overtime win rather, or match conclusion for NFE if they can bring this one home. They're on that comfortable attack side that they've done super well on. Let's see if they can solidify this one for us.
Oh, they're running into Hendog, and he's not scared. He has no fear. Oh, that could have been a triple. That was a bit close. All right, wall hack onto 1. The second guy just runs into the smoke blindly, but to stay alive for the time being. The thing is, they're stuck inside this position. They can't get out. There's 2 kills. DJ responds. Legend still with another one. Still doable. 2 on 3. Bison. Oh, excuse me. No, it's fight back site, and they run They escape. That is so smart. I love to see this. They regroup, and they said, let's not push into the place where they probably have sent all the rotations. We know they haven't exactly flanked us through the mid position yet. They have to be careful about that top mid, as well as Oko sitting on the alpha angle. But are they going to check this? Legend has to be aware, and he's not. He turns to it, but it's only half checked. And DJ has to win the pre-fire battle, and it's not going to happen. Second OT secured.
Yeah, not only was Oko at mid problem number one, the next problem was that the KJ utility was literally dropped on A like no one's business. So had they even made it across that middle and tried to get on site, I don't think they would have had a good time, let alone got a lot of distance covered before all the rotates showed up and absolutely slapped their faces. So 13 to 13 is the resettlement here. One more crack at the can, it looks like. So this is OT number 2, Anton. Yeah. So for every OT, I will make myself one extra pancake tomorrow. That's the plan.
Yeah, that's a good. For every single. Well, we had like what 4 in the last one, so it's already 4.
Yeah.
We got 1 here, so yeah, 5. Math adds up.
Yeah.
And God, man, we never forget. That's what movie is that from? Is that from a
Which
movie?
one?
I don't. Never forget. Is it?
You know
I
what?
can't remember.
I feel like you could
Which is
put any
ironic.
2 words together and it could probably be from a movie. That's
This is
my
true.
reason. Right? Like
We can make an entire like 3 episode saga about these last 2 games that we've
for
had
sure.
here tonight.
For sure. These 3 games in themselves have been worth casting in their own individual broadcasts. Like they've gone the distance, and going the distance again are these attackers making that transition towards B, looking to gap close, and the rotates are hot. They've gone on site mostly unscathed, but still they have the Astra available, which can do a number, assuming there's stars available to put down on this map as well.
Dart does spot one though. Hendog, thank goodness he was able to. Well, his teammate kind of took the brunt of the force, but oh no, that's not good. Teammate not only took the brunt of it, but he actually goes down. Now Starbound has nothing else to do. Oko has secured that final frag, and it's Demon time this time to be on map points.
Let's go again, one more time. Now the tides have turned towards Demon time, and is this it, Anton, or am I getting myself another flapjack there, Chief?
Well, it's a timeout from the attack, so yeah. And if you want to talk something out, don't blame him because it's been quite back and forth. Honestly, I don't even know what they're gonna talk out at this point because when you get to OT, you have this kind of dynamic in not only like in whatever attack shooter you're playing. I don't even care, but yeah, we can talk about Valorant. When you get into OT and you get to that many OTs, especially as many as NFE have played, because they were in it last map. I don't think Demon Time even got close to OT. I think it was like 12 or 13, like 6-4, something like that. But yeah, they were not playing those overtimes. NFE have gone through their whole strat book, like the entire thing. They've gone through it twice. They've gone to like DS Al Qaeda, and they've gone past that. There's nothing. I don't even know what they could be talking about. And that's I think I've heard like Shongaris once upon a time. It's been a while, but he's said this like when teams have run out of the strat book, they both just kind of throw everything at the wall, and they get their entire kitchen, including the sink, and they just toss it at their opponents. And that's kind of what happened last map at the end. And I wouldn't be surprised to see NFE try the same thing again right now. They're on the attack, and there's five-man grouped outside of B. Usually they have DJ on the other end of the map, just kind of on a solo lurk because they want map control. They don't even care. They're not doing that anymore. They're just 5 men inside B main with the Killjoy on the other side. So there's a big amount of delay. This is going to be risky for Starbound, but he's just going to go for the dash play.
This is it. The commitment is there. The smokes are there to back it up. Oko actually gets a pick onto Chubbs. The fragment is also done a whack load of damage off of that KJ. So a little bit, futile to try and regress or aggress again one more time. They get on site. Spike is getting planted. One is looking mighty unhealthy minus the KJ here. Astra dropping some stars. Royal's going to block off main, and that's going to do a good job for the time being of eliminating some chamber presence. But everyone else on site, which is the best place to be in this particular occasion.
Royal does take one off though, and this could be honestly the end, because if this flight doesn't activate soon, DJ is the only one that can do anything, and it's not gonna happen. He is completely cut off from the rest of the team, and you think that there might be time. There might be time for him to activate. There might be time for him to just sit lurking in the shadows if the rest of his team can stay alive. But Demons, that is what they thrive in. They thrive in the darkness, and they come out of this in 2 OTs. Second overtime win, 15-13 goes to Demon time.
Yeah, they did a great job, and I think what really brought that last round together and really sent it home was just going simple, right? Not looking for a default, dropping the spike, not kind of exploring the map. Get your 5 together, go for the, traditional button push jet dash in, send off the smokes, block off wherever it needs to be blocked off, get on site and just get the job done, right? It's a matter of, getting in and out of Home Depot one time quick. You go there to get your list of say something I should have said. Your list of stuff, you go home, you whack together this deck in the birdhouse, and you call it an evening. That's what that felt like. Right to the point, nitty gritty, amazing job. And with that, well played, Demon Time. Really, I think solidified the reason why that bind went the way that it did, and now in Ascent in that overtime as well.
Yeah, and dude, you can't even look at the scoreboard. You can't ignore this. Oko is sitting at 26, and like I mentioned before, might I add, the Demon Time is the team with the substitute player. They were the team with the unfortunate login bug. I don't know if any of you have tried to play Valorant within the last 2 hours, but yeah, people can't log in because the Riot servers are kind of are pooping right now. So yeah, they had to get a sub. And it just happens that he's the top frag of the server. What are the odds that you bring in a guy and he pops up on Killjoy of all agents? Like this agent hasn't been seen on this map in 6 months. Okay, maybe not 6 months. Ever since the KO, I guess it hasn't been that long. But ever since the KO buff, where the Molly can go through walls, she was kind of iffy before. That just killed her. And Oko, yeah, we saw one of the ultimates die one round and then they lost. Yeah, but that was one round. The rest of the entire thing, this guy's impact after impact. In mid, that the Overtime round, we were 2 versus 2. Guys are trying to cross mid. No, he's on the off angle. He wins both gunfights. Absolutely unreal. And even it's you don't see Oko get 4Ks or 5K. He doesn't go for those aces. He goes for the fundamental plays. Whatever the right decision is, you see him making those decisions. And that's why I don't think he was too flashy. He wasn't you're seeing him clutch every other round or something like that. So it's not we're screaming his name. So I don't think he's a standout player. But the fact that he's this, I mean standout as in flashy, as in we see highlight reels. But he definitely is standout in the fact that every single time we do see him do something, it is impactful, and it has led them to a 15-13 win of not only this map, but also the entire tournament.
Yeah, definitely a superb plays, and I think it's now time after that of praising the individual plays, and of course Oko, the team, and the whole squad of Demon Time making it this far. Let's go ahead and send out this amazing MVP. The winner of this one, of course, gets that amazing MSI mouse, and if production is set to send this sucker up on deck, our MVP of this evening is going to be, drum roll please, it's going to be the fantastic and amazing Vibe coming in on that Ascent with that clean KDA, amazing contribution, ton of work done, and of course the win. It's just, clean stuff as a whole, and yeah, it's really, really, really awesome stuff, and I'm super proud to announce this one. Awesome work.
Yeah, definitely. And not only it's a thing with Oko, right? But Fipe also is playing one of those agents that you haven't seen in quite a while. Ever since Fade came into play, you have Fade and you have KO. But Fipe is nah, we don't need Fade. We don't need KO. Their entire team is we don't need to play in the meta. That's how good they are. And I would kind of shudder to see what Demon Time could do if they actually embrace the meta that we have today, because they're playing multitude of very primitive agents. Oh no, sorry, they do have a KO, but he's poor Bison's sitting at the bottom because the rest of his team's is stealing all the kills. But yeah, they have an Astra, primitive. They have a Sova, you've kind of been semi-replaced with Fade, and they have a Killjoy. Why? You just have a chamber. But no, they doesn't matter. They still take it all the way to the end, all the way to grand finals, and yet again another crown. Demon Time, what a performance! And they've done this a couple times before us. They're not unfamiliar with this scenario, but they're definitely probably not too familiar with the fact that it's a $200 prize pool. So congratulations to this guy, or to these guys, for taking the lion's share of the $250 that we've had in store. Consolidations to their opponents, but NFE will of course be taking home 50. So it's like they won. It's like they won the old Pit of Valor. So not going to be going home empty-handed.
Yeah, it's a nice change of pace, and we're super grateful to see it. So to summarize this evening to our viewers, thank you so much for staying tuned and watching this evening through with us, rooting for your teams and your favorite players, of course. It's much, much appreciated. Keeps that chat lively and keeps us all entertained, of course. Mods, tournament admins, absolutely appreciate you guys as well, along with myself and Anton. Thank you so much. From the production end of things, PD and Blizzard, as always, on the back end, pushing buttons, making things happen, and keeping things running smoothly. Yet again, I'll take this time to remind you, please check out our socials, Discord and Twitter. The commands, of course, !Discord, and twitter.com/GL Gaming Lounges. Check us out. All the goodness of what we post is there. If you haven't already also done so, please slap a follow on the Twitch, and be sure to, when you see that go live happen, actually tune in. It does mean a lot to us, and we often, more than often, enjoy having you here. I'm only kidding. Take this time as well, Anton. As you said before, the GLG Country Club membership, !GLGCC in chat. 3 months for the price of one, a measly $10 in the grand scheme of it, and it gets you priority entrance into all of our different events. And we should probably, again, now that it's come up, take time to say thank you to CG for powering our events. And of course, like Anton said, upping that price pool, making it super, I don't want to say gaseous, but you get my point. We have a gas emoji. It doesn't work in the grand scheme of it, but you get my drift. Thank you to CG, a lovely prize pool. And of course, to our fellow sponsors of Control as well for supporting us. And on that note, Anton, if there's no summarizing thoughts from your end, I think we're ready to send it off, but final last words before, you know what, Anton, you're taking us away from the evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a late night. I think we're all ready to get to bed, so we won't keep you too long. But yeah, once again, thank you to production. Thank you to all you guys for tuning in, because why would we be here at 12 in the morning if you guys weren't here? So all of you are lovely. I hope you all have a good night's sleep, because it's just about that time. So good luck on your rank games tomorrow, because have a good night, guys. Take it easy. Kick, but blinds himself, doesn't realize it, and somehow Ian misses that shot. Not often do you see that happening, but gives Skirt a chance. Now only a 1v1, but the teleport, big mistake. Don't think that's where he wanted to go, but nonetheless, let's Skirt get that 1-on-3.
Dealing with Undercolor, pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards Market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on Pistol. It's a 4-on-1 now for Nolu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all.
You have one player detained. I think it was Violet. I'm not too sure. I might be entirely wrong, but you are going to see a bunch of crossfire happening here as Fox and Jay are going to find 3 kills. Another flawless round by AGX. DKIM is not letting it go down easy. This round now a 2 versus 1. We've seen DKIM pull out these rounds in the 2v1 situation. Gonna rush him, is going to look for it, is going to find it in a 4-piece coming out. Oh my goodness.
Does not. It'll be so bad for Tank. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be Vet gone. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi, they take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top.
This could be absolutely everything. Gun out needs to have it, and ships to the night. What is happening? Getting a 2 at the spray down's good. Finally turns for the 3rd, and he first secures it as well. That is absolutely amazing.